Hello, heroes and villains. Welcome to Multiverse. Hello, Shadow Lady.
Hello, Gentleman Multi. Hello, everyone.
Oh, that's a lot of scratchy audio.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Did you want me to log out and back in and try that? Sometimes that works.
Yeah, let's try that. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But let's at least try.
All right, I'll be back.
Sorry, guys, if I'm starting a bit late today. I had some issues trying to log in. Basically, the game. I was trying to log in from the character creation screen. The game froze, and I had to restart everything. And then here we are. It happens once in a while, so it's been happening a bit lately. I don't know why. What can you do? So while we wait for Shadow to come back, just give me a minute so that I can finish my setup over here. I just realized I didn't prepare. There's something I didn't prepare. Too bad, so sad. We'll add the thumbnail a bit later, I guess. Or maybe when Shadow goes into one of our talkie talk, I'll try to do the thumbnail during that time. We'll see.
All right, am I sounding any better?
Sort of. Give me say something while I adjust the volume.
Blah, blah. I have nothing to say, so I'm just talking so that you can adjust my volume. Hopefully it works. I'm hoping that I sound better than I did before. Is that enough?
Yeah, that should do it.
Okay. I'm really sorry if my audio is not good, guys. It's DC. It's not me, I promise. I'm back out of the group again. Scrolls, I love how you brought up the correct pronunciation of Barbatos there. Very much
Barbatos.
appreciate that. No. Reverse Flash says, "Oh my goodness, it's Multi. I love your videos." Everybody does.
Well, thank you.
Awesome. David said, "Hi everyone. I'm here in my Ultra Girl, Ultraman's cousin style. Is that Overgirl that's with us? I think that might be the Overgirl that's with us."
Yes.
She's looking awesome. Also love the use of the aura. Oh, and David also correctly pronounces Barbatos. I very much appreciate that, David. Can always count on you. Zag says, "What's up, Multi?"
Today we are going to play some Superman-related missions. Basically, we're going to continue celebrating Superman Day. We did that last week with our heroes characters. This week we'll do that with our evil villains. And if you can put on your best Superman costume, or evil Superman costume, or Superman villain costume, that will probably be the theme today. Obviously, you don't have to, like the evil Black Flash. He's obviously disguised as Black Flash, and we're not going to kick him out for that.
No, he looks so cool. Also, I'm not dressed for the occasion. I ran out of time to style my character, so if we were kicking people, I'd get kicked as well.
Of course.
Reverse Flash also says that they've subbed, so thank you for the sub.
Well, thank you.
Nightcrawler says, "Hey everybody," so hi Nightcrawler.
Hello, Nightcrawler.
And Rose, incorrect pronunciation. I'm not going to read that out. It's clearly incorrect. David says, "Multi, I used your video on Wolfpack tokens to get my first Wolfpack token."
Oh,
See, you're so helpful.
That's the point of those videos usually.
Yeah. He's so prepared.
That's pretty much what started this channel. There was a need for tutorials. There was a need for more information for people. So I started this channel to try to help out players.
Yeah, and he does. I've used his videos for a lot of stuff too. You're so helpful. It's very nice.
So ideally, if you do have a question about DC Universe Online, I made thousands of videos at this point. So if you if you search through my videos, odds are you should be able to find a video that could help you out. If not, you can always ask in the comment sections of pretty much any video. Although the way the comments work with YouTube is a bit iffy, so if you post a comment and I don't see it, it happens. But ideally, I try to answer as many comments as I can. But sometimes YouTube does make it a bit challenging.
It looks like Black Flash has swapped his style over a little bit to be more Superman relevant. I took my cue from him, did the same with my chest piece, but also Drama Spark looks awesome. I love the Shazam piece with that chest piece. That is beautiful. And the chroma is gorgeous. Is that 10th metal? I think that's 10th metal. He looks so pretty.
Could be.
Oh, beautiful. Reverse Flash says, I can't believe you're live streaming. Multiverse live streams twice a week.
Sometimes more.
At a minimum. Yeah, so he live streams quite a bit, guys. What phase are we in? I will have a look. Hang on. We are in phase 6. Typical says, yo, what's up, Multi?
We're going to play Superman-related missions today to celebrate Superman Day. So that's what's up.
David also said, I completed the spring seasonal last night. Oh, isn't it nice to get it done?
Oh, yeah.
I got mine done, and I was like, thank God, I don't want to play it anymore. I will say, I have done some of the villainous and heroic missions out in the open world, and if I'm doing that, I'll also do the open world of spring, but that's the only reason I'm doing it. It's not to do the spring event, which is sad, because the spring event was one of my 2 favorites, which is spring and Halloween, and I play it with multiple tunes most of the time until this year, where I can't be bothered with it. It's too expensive.
The spring event is one of those events that I would pretty much avoid. There's a few years where I didn't play it at all. The reason for that was quite simple. Way back when, you had to activate the biologist, or I forget what they're called, and then you had to pull Swamp Thing where the biologist was. Like basically that's where the mist spore thingy would happen, and you had to pull Swamp Thing into the mist so that it would be vulnerable. And sadly, 99% of the time, someone would fight a Swamp Thing in the middle of the room, like the tank would fight Swamp Thing in the middle of the room, or someone would summon their summons, and they would fight Swamp Thing in the middle of the room. So it made that mission almost impossible sometimes, while very, very, very frustrating. So for years and years, I wouldn't play this mission anymore. Until at some point, they made some changes, and now you have to trigger the biologist, and it triggers the spore, but you don't have to drag a Swamp Thing to the spore anymore. So that made a huge difference.
I must admit, I'm not playing it even more so since the Superman event dropped, because the Superman event is good. I'm enjoying it. And I like the rewards, and I don't know, I like the Superman event, and comparing it to the spring event with the high cost and the slow
Sure.
Gotham, I don't know, Superman event is good for me. But I used to play the spring event specifically because I build spring bases quite frequently, so I wanted the furniture. But I don't want it at the price it has at the moment, so I'm just not doing it because I don't care.
That's right. But for the Superman event, has multiple missions. Even though you don't have to play all the missions, like you can just play one of the missions, and that's good enough to get the progress. But sure, if you want to, you could. There's a handful of missions you can play. And also right now, there's seeing how there are people playing those missions. Now is a good time to play some of especially the group missions, or even the Doomsday Bounty. So,
Yeah.
so I guess we're good to go. Oh no, not yet. We're still missing a few people. How did I get
Reverse Flash is asking, how do I get to phase 6? I figure you should show it, because I can only explain it, but you can show them the map.
to phase 6?
Yeah, we're in phase 6.
You have to go to the map menu. You can see the various phases here. So if you click on phase, you see the various phases. Although it could be that the phases are full. Like you can see here, some of the phases are full. Right now it tells me that phase 6 is not full. So all you have to do is click on phase 6 and it'll take you there.
Typical says, yo, what's up, Multiverse? Can I get a shout out?
Sure.
So, hello, Typical. Multiverse. Superman. Hi, Superman said, hello, Multi and Shadow and evil villains. Don't destroy too much while I'm gone. Oh, we plan to destroy everything while you're gone.
Also, I've been wondering with Reverse Flash, does he play on the US server? Because it could be that if you play on the EU server, maybe they only have 5 phases over there.
Oh, that's true. If you are on PC or PlayStation and you're not on the US server, you are on the wrong server to play with Multiverse. He's on the US server. So it depends where in the world you are, which server you'll get automatically, but a lot of places end up going EU.
And I have bad news. Bad news. The live stream is not really live. It's actually a pre-recorded live stream. So, in case you guys were wondering, there we go.
Don't believe him. It's definitely a live stream. I wouldn't get up this early for it. Scroll says, I was looking at Multiverse's walkthrough videos from way back, and Multi said DCUO is a marathon, not a sprint. I felt that. I also feel that.
Absolutely.
Such a good point. Yeah. Typical said, is this pre-recorded? He's not responding to chat. So Multiverse, usually I'm the one who's going through the chat. Multiverse has chat pop up on his screen. So I stay where we last left off. So we go through the chat in order, and that means that sometimes I will be behind the chat from where you guys are up to. So I do try to address everything unless you guys like have a conversation amongst yourselves or something like that. But otherwise, if I haven't gotten to your comment yet, that's just the case. I haven't gotten there yet. It's not that you've been skipped or anything like that. And if you do notice me skipping you, that is not on purpose, and feel free to say it again. Because I try not to do that, but I also try not to read out conversation amongst you guys in the live.
Dang, we have a pretty cool version of Galita over here from the Justice League animated series.
Oh, right up the front.
Yes.
It's so pretty! She's so cute! Yeah, Reverse Flash is saying they can only go to Phase 5. How do I get to the US server? Oh, okay. If you're on the EU server and you want to play US, there are ways to do it. I have 2 videos addressing it on my channel, but they are both on the PS4, but you can do it on PS5 and you can do it on PC also. But at the moment, you would have to download an entire separate section of a game, which takes about 6 hours. So the likelihood of you being able to get on the US server for this specific live to see multi is pretty much 0.
And again,
if you're wanting to be able to play with multi on the US server, there are ways to do it.
And again, for those asking, we are in Phase 6 in the House of Legends. So we're hanging out with the evil Lex Luthor, Cersei, and the Joker.
Typical is saying if you don't respond to this, it's pre-recorded. David said, lol. Yeah, look, it's not pre-recorded. I'm definitely reading the chat live, guys.
Actually,
Superman being nice to my mom. Thank you, Superman.
it could be pre-recorded, and you could be future Laura.
Ooh. Oh, that's true. I could be future Laura. But then how am I answering the chat?
You pre-recorded it from the future, so you answer the chat in the future.
You're right. You're absolutely right. That's what's happening here. Future Laura knows all.
And now this is the recording.
Yeah. Static said, hey Shadow Lady, I got a question. Can you show my avatar? What phase you in? So, yeah, still, we're in phase 6, guys. This is Multiverse's live, not mine. So whatever he shows on camera is what he shows on camera, not me.
No, if you show up here, people will see your style. There shouldn't be an issue.
Absolutely. Yeah, if you head to phase 6 and head over to where we are, with the bad dudes, then we should be able to see your styles. But yeah, Multiverse is the one who shows it. Superman said, I don't want to have to stop all of you evil villains, Shadow, but I don't know. I think Multiverse's Kryptonite Doomsday will give me a hard run for my money. Probably true. And so at the end, he comes in and then we do PvP. People still asking for phase. Scrolls said, Multiverse ain't wearing a Superman style. Kick him from the group, lol.
Well, you can wear a Superman villain style if you want to. I assume Doomsday's a villain, a Superman villain.
I was planning to dress for the occasion today. I just had too much to get done and didn't end up having enough time to do it.
That's okay, don't worry. And Black Flash is showing us how awesome the new Slimline look.
Yeah, it looks great.
Oh yeah.
I'm hoping they fix the swatching on it, but I don't think they will. I think the blue one's going to be stuck with that bad swatching.
Well, the thing is, I don't know if it's the blue, like, I don't know if it is the red one that is intended or if it is the blue one. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if somehow maybe they did not want us to be able to use materials with those styles, and somehow they did a boo-boo, and we're still able to use materials with the red one. Or
maybe
were we supposed to be able to use materials and somehow they did a boo-boo with the blue one? The truth is, we'll never know unless they actually fix it, and sometimes in the future, we'll never know.
That is a fair point. I didn't think of that. Yeah, apparently some people still think it's recorded. Typical is asking, are you dating Multiverse? No, I am another YouTuber from another channel. He has proposed to me, but that has not happened. Our officiant became unavailable because they're no longer a developer of the game. So it's kind of been just put on hold, you know? But Multiverse and I met on YouTube, and we play together every Friday at 5.
But yeah,
quite a bit too.
Multiverse is not dating anyone. He's been off the market for a long time. So sadly, I
I'm
know
about to be like, he's single, guys.
no dating Multiverse.
Scroll said, Superman, we've got red and green kryptonite, all supplied by Barry Allen. That's references to previous lives, guys. David is asking, what emote are you dancing with, Shadow? That is tap dance. It's not my favorite, but it's what my character currently has. I am planning to get the Summer Vibes one again, just so she dances, you know, similar to the way I actually dance. But at the moment, that's the tap dance one, which you can get at the vendor if you want, which is Plastic Man in the foyer? No, not the foyer. The main level, main floor of the House of Legends.
I just, sorry for Eva Carson. I saw her tell like half a quarter of a second after I invited Son of Asgard. Sorry about that.
Oh, got a full group.
Yeah, but sometimes it happens that people disconnect, people leave. So maybe we could invite you later on. But right now, it seems we have a full group. So let's get this party started.
Excellent. Shall we? Oh, my throat. Sorry, guys. I don't know why this happens almost every time I go live. And it's nothing to do with the time of day, because it happens on my lives too, where my throat suddenly has like a problem. I don't know.
We'll order you a new throat on Amazon.
Thanks. That's so kind of you, Multi. Static is asking, is it okay if you meet me in phase 4?
Nah, we're not. If you want to come and join us, that's fine. But we're not going to start hopping from phase to phase to try to meet people. Also, last I checked, phase 4 was full. So even if we wanted to, it's not gonna happen.
And currently, I think phase 6 is also full, guys. But we always come back here in between all the different load-ins and things that we do.
Here it shows me that phase 6 is not full. So if you're gonna phase with us, I don't know. Either the game is lying to me, or there's something we don't know about.
Superman, you're so funny. David said, I will plan on getting the Summer Vibes one this year too. Oh, yeah, it's my favorite. It looks like how I dance, with the exception of the dab that it kind of does in the middle. The rest of it is just how I dance. You can see that Amused is using it right up the front here. Doesn't it look so good? I love it. But that's the dance that I typically have on my characters, because it just reminds me of myself. David is asking, which one are we queuing up for? I have no idea. I just did it without reading.
Well, we're queuing for the Doomsday mission. Right now, we're just waiting for Overgirl.
Yeah, it took me ages in the menu to get myself queued. So I hope maybe they're having the same problem.
Could be. Oh, there you go.
Static has said hang on, the phase is full for 6. I'll just wait until you come back. Cool. Yeah, so I'll try to make sure that I remind you guys what phase we're in every time we come back, since we do go to random phases each time, just in case people do want to join Multiverse, which is absolutely fair enough. Multiverse is awesome. Oh, Typical is asking, will Multiverse ever face reveal? Apparently, yes.
Well, if I don't, we're going to get to have our 10th anniversary later this year. So if I don't do a face reveal by then, it probably won't happen.
Yeah, that's what he said in the past, is that he's planning to do it for the 10th year anniversary. So, you know, it could totally happen. Static said, I'm here. Where are you? Okay, so we load into different load-ins, like alerts and raids and things, and we're going to be doing a bunch of raids in a row right now, which means we're going to be leaving phase 6, go into a load-in, which is where we are now, and then come back to the House of Legends potentially in a different phase, because we don't know which phase we're going to drop in. Usually everyone phases to multi if we drop in separate ones, so wherever multi ends up is where we will all end up most likely. But we can't guarantee what phase that will be, because it is random. Typical is asking, how long are you live? We usually do like between 3 or 5 hours, I think.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, when we finish the content usually, so it's not really defined. It's just, you know, whenever one of us has to leave, which actually I've never had to leave. Whenever Multi has to leave, or whenever we've finished the content, you know, that sort of thing. So it's not really defined at the start. 3 hours usually. It's kind of guaranteed. Static is saying I'm in phase 6 right now. See, that might not help you, because when we come back, we go wherever multiverse goes. Which is random.
Well, when we leave the mission, yeah, it'll be random, so we have no idea what phase it'll be.
Yeah, I think that maybe Static is remembering from my live where I was swapping phases to try and get back to different people. I was doing something a little different than what Multiverse does, so his lives run a little different from mine.
I promised tricks.
Hey, I'm keeping up with the chat pretty good, I gotta say.
Learned that this doomsday is vulnerable.
Typical said, can I join if I get back to my house? Are you gonna do any runs in open world?
We'll probably go fight Doomsday at the very least in the various open worlds. So there's Doomsday in Doom Metropolis. There's also Doomsday in Flashpoint Gotham. So we'll, at the very least we'll play those bounties, but also we'll play the various Fortress of Solitude missions, and probably something else I failed to remember.
Awesome. So that means if you do want to join multi on something and we do have a full team, there's always the potential for someone to drop from the team and someone to get added, which is, that's fine if that happens. Do keep in mind some of these will have a specific CR rating that are needed to be able to complete the missions we're doing, so not everyone can necessarily join. And also we are on villains, so if you play a hero, again, won't be able to group with you. But the open world missions, anybody can join us. As soon as Multiverse is doing those, he tends to run them a couple of times in a row so that everyone gets the opportunity to join us and try and have a shot at getting that enemy down. And obviously if we're going to 2 open worlds to do that, you'll have a little bit of opportunity to be able to join us if you want to. And that's whether you're a hero or a villain, and you don't have to group with us to be able to do that.
So yeah, at some point we'll go fight the evil Doomsday in Doom Metropolis. Also we'll fight the bounties, but if you are a hero, you don't need to fight the Bizarro bounty or the Cyborg Superman bounty, so we'll see. But you could join for Doomsday at the release, Doomsday in Doom the Metropolis, or Doomsday in the Flashpoint.
Yeah. Static is saying, hey Shadow Lady, I sent you a gift in your mailbox in-game. Guys, just so you know, I don't ever expect anyone to send me stuff. You really don't have to do that. I am more than happy to play the content to get items, and if there's anything I am ending up missing or anything like that, I'm not really that fussed. It's a game. I'll grind if I have to, and if I get bored of it, then I'll stop. It's not the end of the world, so please don't ever feel obligated to ever send me anything because I'm not asking. I'm really not. So, but thank you. Typical says, I'll be back probably around 6 or 6:30. Everyone like the video. Oh, there we go. Good advice. I mean, if you like the video. At least that's what I say on my channel. If you like the video, like it. If you don't, understandable. But then why are they here?
Well, obviously they have to like it. They have no choice.
Yep. They have no choice. Oh, that scene where he punches Superman right into the ground. Oh. I just recently did a little bit of half watching. So it was a binge watch of a bunch of movies. But I was half watching because I was working and doing stuff at the same time. But I just watched Venom and I just watched Blue Beetle.
No. Please.
Why is Venom the hero in that movie? I only watched number 1, okay? The first Venom.
Because
Sorry, Lois.
because you cannot have a movie with a villain. Yeah, we had a movie with Joker not too long ago, but that's pretty much the exception and the exception. And even then, we saw all the dramas that happened when we got the first Joker movie, or even the second Joker movie for that matter. Sadly, Venom started as an evil villain for Spider-Man way back when. And sadly became so popular that Marvel wanted to give him his own comic. And sadly, when they do that, they have to turn him into, at the very least, an anti-hero, because you cannot have a comic about an evil villain.
I hate that. I mean, if I had watched Venom and didn't have any context, like had no idea he was supposed to be a villain, I would have watched that thinking it's a superhero origin story.
Well, that is pretty much what it was. But technically, it was supposed to be a super villain origin story. But and obviously, it's not the same origin as the comics, because in the Venom verse at that time, there was no Spider-Man just yet. So Ideally, they would have needed to do something. Basically, Venom should have been the sequel to Spider-Man 3. In Spider-Man 3, we do see the Venom symbiote fall. We see a meteor falls down, and the Venom symbiote gets out of there. It's not exactly it, but it's within the context of the movies. It was a good compromise because in the comics, what actually happens is that Spider-Man ends up in a alien world with the Marvel superhero Secret Wars, and that's where he actually gets the costume. And then when he comes back to Earth, Reed Richards takes a look at the costume and realizes that it's not the costume; it's an alien. And then it leads on later on to the costume becoming Venom and so on.
Yeah.
So for the movie, they kind of change for the Venom movie. They kind of changed the
They
origin,
changed a
obviously,
lot.
because there's no
Yes.
Spider-Man. Also, you don't have the big white spider on the Venom chest. Uh, so so there's a few, but overall they stayed pretty darn close to the characters. The character looks like Venom. It feels like Venom. And
It
the
does.
bit with Tom Hardy, like the split personality where he talks to the symbiote and the symbiote talks to him. That was a fun bit as well.
I
So
really did
uh,
enjoy that too.
so the first
It
movie was
personally was interesting. I kind of enjoyed it. My problem is that it isn't accurate to source material and isn't a villain. He basically saves Earth from an invasion.
pretty much.
Yeah. I don't know. It bothered me because I knew what I was supposed to be watching, and what I watched was a superhero story. If I'm going to be honest, that's what it seemed like to me.
It's pretty much what it was.
Yeah. Booyah says, "What's good, fam? Hello, Multi and girl from AU. Hello, it's lovely to see you." Superman said, "Venom's basically an anti-hero or anti-villain, one of those two." Yeah, I don't mind him being an anti-villain. Or I don't know. It seemed like if I had only watched that movie and hadn't read any comics and didn't have any context, that seemed like a superhero origin story. Maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe I need to see the other movies of Venom, but on just the first one alone, it seemed like a superhero origin story completely.
No,
Even the things that he does that aren't good were things that he was like being deterred from. He was deterred from eating people a little bit. He was told he needed to have other things in place of it. Like, it seems like that's the beginning of him learning not to eat humans. You know, it's just I don't know. It was
no,
weird.
you're quite right. Again, it's Venom started as villains for Spider-Man. That was the intent
Yeah.
way back when. Basically, it turned the alien costume into a villain. But again, the character became so popular that they had to give him his own comics. And once more, you cannot have comics about villains. You have to turn it into, at the very least, an anti-hero. We had the same thing with the Red Lanterns. The Red Lanterns clearly started as evil villains for the Green Lantern Corps. Heck, was even revealed in the Green Lantern Secret Origin to be the one who actually killed Abin Sur. So the Red Lanterns clearly were set up as evil villains. They were created as evil villains for the Green Lantern Corps, but DC wanted to have a Red Lantern comic, so they got turned into anti-heroes. That it's a pattern that keeps on repeating. As soon as a villain becomes somewhat popular, they want to give him his own book, his own story, his own movie, whatever. And again, they have to change it so that they can do that.
In the distance is Brainiac attacking Superman's
It's a little
Arctic
sad.
retreat, the fortress
I
of
went into it kind of with my expectations because my brother said it was really, really good. It is if you don't acknowledge the fact that he's supposed to be a villain. It is quite good. It's entertaining to watch. But I went into it with hopes a little higher than I probably should have had them, and was a little disappointed.
Well, it was good and it was better than expected, especially after Spider-Man 3. In Spider-Man 3, you would have thought that Sam Raimi, the master of horror, would have been able to make a scary Venom, but that's not at all what they went for. They really wanted to make him some sort of anti-hero. So anyway,
It's weird because I went away from the movie really liking Venom and wanting Venom to like succeed and do well, which is not what I was expecting to feel like at the end of it. So I don't know. If it's a whole different character from the Venom that I know, then it works and I enjoyed it. But I mean, I went into it wanting to see Venom, and it wasn't really Venom to me. I will agree with you. The look definitely was, though. They did pretty good. And the way that he was talking with the symbiote was really good too. I enjoyed that.
yeah, there were some fun bits, But yeah, obviously they changed it for to give him his own movie. That was obvious. It's kind of like, and I don't know why they decided that they could give Spider-Man villains their own movies. We saw that with Craven. We saw that with Morbius. So I understand that Sony only has the Spider-Man characters, but I find it strange that their go-to move was to take the Spider-Man villains and give them their movies. Like they have Spider-Gwen, they have Miles Morales, they have. It's not like they have Ben Reilly, the Scarlet Spider. So it's not like they didn't have other characters they could have used. But obviously, in the case of Venom, Venom is pretty much Spider-Man's most popular villain at this point. So it's obvious that they wanted to use. Yeah, it's obvious that we're banking on Venom being popular. But again, they went with then later on they went with Morbius. They went with Craven. So you have to wonder what they were thinking in the case of those characters.
It seems like they're really trying to make it so that every single villain has completely justifiable choices to make it more relatable to the audience, which I don't like. I enjoyed watching villains for what they were, because it's interesting outside of what I would do, outside of the way that I think, and it's more fascinating to watch. So I don't like that change very much, but I mean, maybe I'm the only one, I don't know.
Well,
It seems like they're just trying to make every single villain completely justifiable in their actions, and I hate that.
Well, that's one of the weird things with Hollywood these days, or even with people at Marvel or DC. They're trying to make the villains. They seem to think that the villains are they seem to identify more with the villains.
Yes.
Oh, did we go
It.
wrong way? Wrong way.
I don't know. I don't think you're here with me.
No, I'm not with you. I'm just I'm usually flying.
We'll beat you at the scenic route.
When I get here, I'm usually flying, and I was a bit disoriented, so I was looking for the exit to go to the next room.
Yeah, you needed to go down to the ground for it.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yep.
But anyway, so they seem to identify more with the villains. So they're trying to. I guess it started with Sam Raimi. Sam Raimi was really good at creating misunderstood characters that turned out to be villains. Now we can sort of identify with the Sam Raimi villains. Like we can understand why they're doing certain things. But at the end of the day, they're still. Oh, sorry. Hello.
I'm agreeing with you. I said yeah.
Okay, but I thought maybe you didn't hear me no more. But at the end of the day, they're still villains. They're still what they're doing is still wrong. There's no doubt about that. But nowadays they seem to identify so much with the villains that they try to justify what the villains are doing, and it's a bit weird, I guess. Do we have every?
I personally don't really like it. And it's a little bit sad, right? If people are identifying more with villains who are clearly making immoral choices rather than the heroes, that's not a good sign.
Well, it kind of fits with the strange morals that some people seem to have nowadays. So, and I guess the writing community or the whoever is working at Marvel and at DC right now, let's say they probably lean more towards weird values, I guess, or I can't find the right words to properly describe it, so I'm not going to say it.
Yeah, but I get what you mean. Typical said Venom 3 sucks. I don't know. I've only watched Venom 1, so for anyone who doesn't know, I'm very much behind on a lot of superhero/villain movies, and I'm trying to do some catching up now. I really don't care about spoilers though, so if people want to discuss stuff, I'm open as long as Multiverse and I can warn the audience that there are spoilers coming. But yeah, with Venom 1, since it's so old, I figured there wasn't much point because everyone besides me had already seen it.
I haven't seen the third one yet. I wanted to see it in theaters, and somehow I managed I managed to miss it. And I thought it would be on Disney Plus by now, but it's not there yet. So I don't know. I guess I'll have to see it later.
Yeah, I haven't seen it either. We should plan a movie night. I'll bring popcorn.
Matrix, summoning reinforcements.
Oh, that's back when we were in the phase. Sorry, guys. As far as I could, I checked my map to see what phase we were in while we were in the House of Legends. It appeared to be phase 6, but maybe Scrolls was right and it was phase 7. I apologize if I was mistaken on that, but I'll try to say it out loud when we get there. I just didn't want to interrupt multiverse.
No, I'm pretty sure it was phase 6.
After.
Okay.
Superman kept from us.
Superman said, yeah, Venom in the Venom movie is actually from a different world compared to Spider-Man, but I'm pretty sure he's not in it for Andrew Garfield's Spider-Man in The Amazing Spider-Man 2. Yeah, I have no idea which Spider-Man he's supposed to line up with. Probably because I'm so out of the loop that I don't know what time they were all released, so I wouldn't know.
There's a lot of rumors about that. The only reason why, in theory, he should line up with the Tom Holland Spider-Man, but because of whatever agreement they have with Marvel, they didn't do that, or they couldn't do that for some reason. So they tried to link them in a roundabout ways by having Venom being teleported to the Tom Holland universe for half a second at the end of the third Spider-Man movie.
Yeah.
But there were rumors at some point that Venom was actually the Andrew Garfield Venom, because we already had the Venom with Tobey Maguire, so obviously that's not the one.
Yep.
And they seem to have different plans for Tom Holland, so that left Andrew Garfield was the obvious option for Venom being for Spider-Man being for the version of Spider-Man that would be Venom's villain, I guess.
Yeah.
But it never happened. They couldn't either they couldn't agree on something, or they changed their minds.
Typical said, hey, that girl from AU. Hey. Static said, are you near the villain character table, or were you near Superman table where Superman is in the House of Legends? We were at the villain side.
Yes.
We were on the villain side.
Oh, that could be.
Sometimes accidentally go hero side, but he didn't this time.
No, we were on the villain side. That's usually normally for Evil Friday we stay on the villain side, so I could see the confusion.
Yeah, we do tend to be at the hero side far more often though, so that's probably why people do need to ask.
Yeah, the hero side is pretty much the default side. The exception to that is Evil Friday.
Yes. Superman said world or timeline to finish the sentence. Lol. Oh, might have been for the end. The Amazing Spider-Man 2 world. There we go. Typical said, sadly, Venom is his own universe with Mobius and Craven. Yep.
Well, that's what that's what it ended up being, but they kind of flip flopped a bit all over the place. So because you even in one of the trailers, I think it was the Mobius trailer, where we actually see a poster with. I think it was the Andrew Garfield, or was it Tobey Maguire? There was a poster with one of the Spider-Man.
Yeah.
But the poster was only in the trailer. Somehow it was a fake advertising.
Yeah, entice people to watch it.
Oh yeah.
Bat Plays DCUO says, I'm Bat Plays DCUO. We know, we can see your name. Or maybe he means in-game.
I don't know.
Awesome. Static says, I'll wait for you at the table when you get here. Alright, good luck. Let's hope that we drop in the correct phase so that you can see multiverse, because there's no guarantee. We definitely just drop in wherever the game likes to put us. And often multiverse and I drop in 2 different phases and I have to phase with him anyway. Blackness says, I'll wait, logging into DCUO right now. I'm in the House of Legends right now. Sweet! Awesome! More people! Typical is asking, will y'all be live at 6? Most likely, yes.
Yeah, most likely. Normally we go live at least...
3 hours is usually a safe bet unless something happens. Sorry, what'd you say?
Well, I was going to say we should be live at least 2 hours. But sometimes it's much longer than that.
Yeah. One of the lives on my channel went for 8.5. That was an exhausting live. But it was fun. Worth it. I regret nothing.
I hope you had a jar nearby to be able to pee if you had to.
pee, also I have a bathroom nearby, so I would just stop and go if I needed to.
Oh, okay.
Dracule is saying, Multi, will you watch Superman 2025 in July on July 11th?
Well, I don't know if I'll watch it on July 11th, but yeah, I'll most likely watch it.
Yeah.
I guess if everyone trashes the movie and everyone says it's trash, then maybe I'll skip it. But nah, I'll most likely I'll go see it. And even if people say it's trash, like people trashed Black Adam, and I loved it. So now I'll probably go see it to see it for myself. Sadly, if it is not good, I'll be very very sad.
Oh, he'll need a hug.
Yeah, how I could do, I suppose.
Okay. If I could make my character give your character a hug, I would do that.
I was more thinking like a tea, like in the Big Bang Theory. Like when people are sad, Sheldon makes them tea.
Oh yeah, true. I'll make you a tea.
But no, I'll definitely go see the movie. But it's kind of hard not to be a bit worried seeing some of the stuff we're seeing right now. And also, like we're about 2 months away from the film. Well, less than 2 months maybe. Anyway, and we still don't have an official full trailer. We still don't. We barely heard Corn Sweat say just a few lines. So it's kind of hard to get a sense of what the movie will be, and also of how good of a Spider-Man Cornswood will be, or Lois Lane for that matter. Did we see her say a single line in some of the previews we saw? So,
I don't think so.
Get out of my way!
And there's a whole bunch of rumors. Like apparently what we thought was Justice League International with Guy Gardner and Mr. Terrific and the other guys. As it turns out, they're going to be called the Justice League Gang, the Justice Gang somehow, which sounds a bit strange.
He's coming back up.
So I don't know. There's a lot of stuff to be worried about. So we'll have to wait for the actual movie and see what happens.
Yeah, I don't want to get my hopes up on it just to be safe. And then I can only be pleasantly surprised, right? But yeah, I agree with you. Just hold back until it happens and hope for the best. Not too much. Don't put too much hope. Typical said movie night. You guys in real life friends. Oh, okay. So I was mucking around, but if we did plan to do a movie night, Multiverse is in Canada and I'm in Australia, so it would be online if that ever did happen. I don't know that our times would really align for it, considering the very different time zone that I'm experiencing compared to the most of the people on Multi's channel. But yeah, if he did want to watch a movie with me, I would totally do that, but it would have to be done online because we're very far apart from each other.
Yeah, we're literally on different sides of the world.
Yes, but I would still bring popcorn. It's just that I wouldn't have to share, which, you know, is probably better.
Now.
Superman said, to be honest, speaking of Spider-Man villains, I liked the Amazing Spider-Man's version of Electro. Haven't seen it, so I have to see it.
It was fine. They made it a bit of a simpleton. I don't know why they had to do that. Like they used Jamie Foxx to play the character.
You'll need to work
And they kind of repeated basically the plot from Batman Forever. So Jamie Foxx pretty much plays the Jim Carrey role, where he's this nerdy guy who works for this big corporation. He in Batman Forever, Edward Nygma is let's say he's a bit taken with Bruce Wayne. Electro is a bit taken with Spider-Man somehow, and then he goes nuts because he forgets his name. So that was a bit silly, but they made it a bit silly somehow. But then when he becomes Electro, then he becomes a bit sinister. And even the funny bit was they even gave him a gap between his front teeth, which gets fixed when he gains his powers. It was so yeah, sometimes you have to wonder a bit what they were thinking. But it was a bit sad because Jamie Foxx is a good actor, but the material they gave him for Electro, when he plays Goofy Max, wasn't very inspiring. But yeah, once he does become Electro, then yeah, he was much better. And of course, in the latest Spider-Man movie, he's only Electro. So yeah, he did good.
Cool. I look forward to when I get up to that movie. Static is saying, guess how much money I have in game?
52 bucks.
160.
Okay.
That's reasonable if you haven't been playing long.
Well, it depends what server.
I mean, if he's been playing on US or EU and he only has that much, but he's only been playing for like a couple of weeks, that's kind of reasonable either way. But yeah, if you've been playing a lot, that's not very much. You must have bought something very expensive. Oh, it scrolled. Okay. Dracule said he's definitely got Clark and Superman look also. I agree.
But he looks like a fat Henry Cavill. And the worst part is that the guy is not fat, but with the baggy costume, it gives the illusion that he's a fat guy. It's a bit weird.
So silly.
But no, the guy looks good. That's not the issue. But we barely saw. He said what 2 lines in that trailer, Crypto Home, and I forget what else. So it's kind of hard to get a feel of whether how good of a Superman it will be.
Yeah. I think it's really disappointing what they did with the suit because it looks bad on him, and it's impractical. Because if you're gonna go out and fight crime, skin tight makes sense because then the enemy has nothing to grab, right? It's harder to fight against someone hand to hand if you can't grab onto anything. So,
Well,
I don't know.
There's a bit of irony also. Like there's these Halloween costumes that are pretty much form-fitting. That looks better than the actual costume. The emblem is even bigger on those Halloween costumes. So again, the costumes are more form-fitting. So somehow the Halloween costumes did a better job than the actual costume from the movie. So it's so there's a lot of issues and a lot of red flags, I guess. So it's kind of hard to know, are we going to get a great movie? Are we going to get a dud? Could be either. So until we actually see the movie, there's no way to tell at this point. And I expect the movie to be pretty much maybe as divisive as Man of Steel. Like there'll be half of the people who love it, half of the people maybe not so much. We'll see.
Oh, let's
so
check phase.
Phase 9.
Phase 9, guys. Aobard says, Multi, we got our first look at the Supergirl suit from set leaks and a video. It is literally 1-to-1 from the comic it's based on, just with the DCU Superman emblem. Also, I got a look at Lobo.
Yeah, that's another thing. The Supergirl costume somehow is much better than the Superman costume. They stayed more faithful and closer to the costume. And the costume seems to be fitting. Unlike the Cornswood costume, which again seems to be more baggy. So again, you have to wonder what they were thinking. Now maybe they learned. Maybe when they made the Superman costume and people complained about the costume being baggy, maybe then they decided to give Supergirl a more fitting costume. We'll see. I guess we'll never know really, unless there's some making of a book or video that comes out. I guess we'll never really know. For Lobo, I saw like a tiny picture, grainy picture from a distance. He seems to look like Lobo, but obviously it was Jason Momoa. Like even when Jason Momoa was Aquaman, he looked more like Lobo than most people. So obviously, if they put on the makeup and give him the hair the right color, yeah, he's going to be Lobo. No doubt about that. The real question is, how come they did not make him Lobo to begin with? How come they decided to cast against type and make him Aquaman? That is the real question.
Yeah, I haven't seen any Aquaman. That's on my list though. I need to watch those.
Oh.
Said,
okay. Sorry, I thought we did a boo boo. I thought we were on the hero side, but now just saw Lex, so we're good. So
villain side.
Who are we waiting for?
I don't know. I think Static was coming, and also Blackness says, Multiverse, I'm near the seasonal vendors, which Multiverse isn't heading all the way through the House of Legends to try and find you guys. If you want to come and be seen, best course is to come over here. Otherwise, if there's too many people, he'll be chasing everybody. So
yeah, sorry.
if you come to phase 9,
Yeah, sorry, I'm not going to go to you. Either you come to me or we'll just do that some other time.
Yeah, it's a bad precedent to set. If he starts going to where everyone is, everyone will be asking for it, and then he'll be flying everywhere all day long. So yeah, you need to come over here, guys.
Oh, we seem to have room for one more.
Oh, someone needed to go?
I don't know. Did someone? Oh yeah, Drama Spark left the group.
Drama Spark, yeah.
So we have room for one more. Oh, there's General DeVille here. So let's invite him.
He looks awesome. The fire, oh, so nice.
Oh yeah.
I have a thing for the fire aura because I have a fire character, obviously.
Well, even I don't have a fire character, and the aura is awesome.
Yes. Typical said Electro is cool, but Spider-Man 2002 Green Lantern, Green Goblin is better in my opinion. Oh my goodness, I can read. I liked Goblin. But I can't compare to Electro because I need to see Electro first.
Well, the Green Goblin was a weird thing because they actually they had made an animatronic headpiece for the character, and Willem Dafoe when Willem Dafoe got the role, he said, "Nah, I'm not wearing that." So they came up with the costume. They actually ended up using I wouldn't say last minute, but they pretty much had to change their plans and make a new costume for Willem Dafoe. And but we saw some not making of behind the scenes video showing how the headpiece would have looked like, and it did look pretty awesome. Although ultimately, what we saw in the last Spider-Man movie, they could have just used Willem Dafoe's face. Like if they had given him green makeup, would have worked. But they ended up giving him this weird Power Ranger costume. Which in the context of the film was fine, I guess.
Man, the lag in this menu is like very not nice today.
Oh yeah.
I think I pressed like 8 times before it actually registered, and now I'm stuck in the menu and can't get out of it. So that's fun. Superman said, "I'm just making it known that I'm at work listening to the live, but I'll be back on at 7:20-ish because I've got to go for now." So we'll see you soon then. Oh, now it won't let me say yes to the power core rate. Come on, don't suck. There we go. Okay, can't get out of the menu though.
The red Superman costume seems to be the more popular of the two costumes. I've seen the blue costume a few times, but the red one seems to be spread all over the place, which is I guess that's why a lot of people were doing the happy dance. When we give people what they want, what they're asking for. They're going to be.
I don't typically
they're going to be happy.
Society into my fortress.
Yeah.
So enjoy it while you can. Now that we're past the blockade outside.
My mom, so for those of you who don't know, that invisible woman from AU is my mom. She said, Shadow makes great cuppas. A cuppa is a cup of hot drink for all of those non-Aussies out there. Everyone loves her cuppas. It's sad that she can't send you one multi. This is true. I make very nice cuppas. If I could send you one, I would, but I can't.
I'll take your word for it.
Make me question your motive.
Excellent. That means that, everyone thinks I have great cuppas, so I'm good with that. Now talking about it kind of makes me want one.
No copper for you.
Aww, why not? Oh, there is an exclamation my character needs. Oh yeah, because I'm playing villain. I've probably never played this raid with her.
And when you have a lot of characters, it happens. So sometimes you play a mission you've played 1,000 times, but then realize that, never played it with this character.
Yeah, exactly. And I have too many characters to keep track of it. I love the atomic on you. Very nice. I think that might be the glue-on aura, the one that comes from activation, not actually the aura that goes on them, because it looks so much better on the atomic characters when they activate the glue-on aura than it does when they put an actual atomic aura on. Just so pretty.
Yeah, the atomic aura is not the best.
Yeah.
I had also a similar issue with the quantum aura. When we got the power aura, I was so happy, and then when I saw the quantum one, I was less happy.
No, the quantum aura is ugly. I don't like it at all.
Yeah.
I'd rather just put a slim blue on. It's so weird, the pattern.
Well, that's why I pretty much used the blue cosmic aura instead.
Brainiac's using the sunstones to
Yeah,
override the
well,
fortress
it's way better. All the cosmic auras are so pretty.
Oh yeah.
I think I'm wearing one now, right? I have the purple? Yeah, I have the purple. It's just beautiful. They're my favorite aura in the game, is the cosmic ones. Obviously mine's purple, I know yours is blue, but... What are you some things.
The purple looks good too. But yeah, all the cosmic
Oh,
aura,
thank you.
all the cosmic auras look good.
Yeah, they do.
Affirmative.
Static said, "Hey Shirley, I've got a question." I'm guessing that's Shadow, maybe?
Could be.
I don't know. It says Shirley, I'm not sure. I got a question. Are you going live on the 3rd? Are you playing on the EU server? Because I'm asking when you go live, I want to join you. Okay, let me just look at my calendar. I think it might be the 3rd, but I'm not positive. I'll look it up. It could be the 17th, hang on. Yeah, it's 4 people in the US. I'm going live on the 3rd, and it will be the US server this time, I believe. But yeah, it's announced on my channel, it's announced on my Twitter and Instagram and Discord. So if anyone wants to know when my lives are coming, that's where I announce them all. Usually on my channel it's just a post though, so that's usually the easiest for people to find because it's on the same place where they watch it. So it works. That plays DCUO says I have 8.6 mil cash. See, that's a little more reasonable. I think my character with the most cash on them currently has about 5 mil, but I have bought some expensive items, so that would be why.
One of the issues is that there's often, like, even if you try to play the broker, there's always something that needs to be purchased. Like, lately they came up with a whole bunch of new collections. Like, there's the new aura, I forget the name, Hellfire Aura or something. The collections for that one are somewhat pricey, so...
Of the fortress. We have to break his connection before it's too late.
Then we have no choice, Superman. We must open the Phantom Zone.
Dracula says it will be tighter in the movie James Junk said.
Nah,
What does that mean?
James Gunn, I assume he means.
Oh, okay.
I know people are saying that, and apparently James Gunn did say that as well. That apparently they're going to fix the costume in post or something. I don't think that's true. Based on what we saw, I kind of doubt they'll fix anything.
That's a lot of work to put in to fix a suit that they could have put on him correctly in the first place.
Well, that's
unlikely.
Yeah, that sounds like poor planning or poor I don't know, someone made a poor decision. Usually that's why when you have an experienced director, that's why you pay them the big bucks, because they'll avoid mistakes like that. They'll have enough experience to know how to avoid spending millions of dollars in post-production when they can do something very simple in pre-production. Like sometimes if you plan a bit more in pre-production, it saves you thousands, if not millions of dollars in post-production. And this seems to be a case where the planning in pre-production, not so good.
I'm sending you back to the
Which is ironic because it's one of the things James Gunn was bragging about. That he was planning everything at the script stage, and he never had any reshoots. And turns out it was malarkey.
Aobar is asking, do you think the devs will be able to give us the DCU emblem when the film releases?
Nope.
Me either.
Well, we already know it cannot happen because they don't have the rights to stuff from the movies. It's that simple. They have the rights to use stuff from the comics, so they can use characters from the comics. They can use storylines from the comics, but they cannot use costumes from the movies. There were we thought there were exceptions before, like when we got the BVS emblems. We thought that they got an exception for that, but then it turns out that there was someone in licensing did a boo-boo, and they didn't have the license to do that, so they had to pull it off. So sadly, from what we know, it's not going to happen. Now, there is a workaround that they could give us. They could give us the Kingdom Come Superman, and they could give us the Kingdom Come Superman emblem. And if they don't make it color locked, then yeah, we could recreate something that kind of looks. Oh, where am I going? We could recreate something that kind of looks like the movie emblem. But that would be the one workaround I can think of. So maybe they will do that. But seeing how they just gave us the Superman emblem, I somehow wouldn't expect it. I hope to be wrong, but I would guess that the Superman emblem we just got, that's pretty much going to be it.
Yeah, that would also be my guess. Oh, I think, actually, that reminds me, something I saw earlier, I think, but I missed reading it out. It's when the chat scrolled for me. Someone was asking if you could create Venom in DC.
Oh
Now,
yeah.
I don't know how you do the head. Is there a mask?
Well, there's not a mask, but you can use the avatar piece face styles for the eyes,
Oh,
and then you can just put on a full face mask, and there's a few materials that could do the trick. There's a couple of auras also that could do the trick. So no, we pretty much have the good stuff to be able to create the Venom. And depending on
It would
which
be nice
version,
if they gave us like a piece where a head was coming out of your shoulder, like a Venom's, or out of your back.
yeah,
So there's an extra
that
head.
that's not gonna happen.
No, I
But
know, but it would be cool.
but it would be nice, yes.
Yes.
Great Scott!
Typical said, "I'm not wearing that." I'm not sure what that's quoting. It must
Uh,
have been something earlier on.
Yeah, when we were talking about the Green Goblin and Willem Dafoe, when he saw the mask for Green Goblin at first, says, "Nah, I'm not wearing that." So they came up with a new version, what people call the Power Ranger version, to replace
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. Typical is asking, could Multiverse make a style for the new Superman movie?
Well, it would be the BVS Superman emblem with the Stalwart Defender style. It's pretty much the closest we have to the Superman movie style.
Yeah.
Like the Stalwart Defender style has all those useless lines on the costumes that the costume has, and the only emblem that could kind of have reproduced sort of the color scheme of the movie emblem would be the BVS emblem. Did we forget someone behind us, or?
I don't know. I thought I saw Overgirl was carrying the gem, but oh, here, maybe they're here. But I must have lost track of her at some point.
Maybe did they go down there?
I'm not sure. Nope, that's Amused, Son of Asgard. I don't see her. Maybe someone else has it and I got mixed up. I don't know.
That's okay. Let's backtrack a bit then.
Yeah. Got that one.
It's amusing that you believe you can stop me.
Oh, everyone seems to be past the bridge. Okay.
Yeah, I can see everyone. No, one is back. There we go. They're coming up now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we have to protect
The enemy spawning.
we have to protect the
Protect
crystal
it now.
thingy. So okay, we're good.
Yeah. Someone must have got here around me, because I had no idea where they went. Probably when I jumped down the side to look for it.
But yeah, so for the new Superman costume, the Stalwart Defender chest or the Stalwart Defender style and the BVS Superman emblem, that's pretty much it.
Miss Betty Boop says hello, hello.
Hello,
It's
hello.
nice to see you again.
Father,
Austin says I like red.
Sunstone
I'm
construct.
guessing that's in reference to the Superman electric styles.
Oh yeah, the red one
I
seems to
also like
be
the
red one seems to be the popular one. I can't understand like the
I like
blue.
the blue more.
The blue is a bit weird. I find like they went with a really very light blue.
It is. It's pale,
Yeah.
which is odd.
So I would use a material to make maybe to use it to get a better blue, but
See, the problem is though you can't swatch on it, because I was going to use that blue one with the electricity that's blue around my character.
Yeah.
With the shadow, like the the blue shadow bender chroma. So that I had a nice dark blue, but it doesn't work because it just comes out all silver, and I hate
Yeah.
it. So I prefer the blue, but I would prefer it if it worked better.
yeah, if you use a material, you have to use the red one, and you end up with the red lightning. Yeah,
Yeah.
there's no perfect solution, sadly.
Yep, I agree.
Some sense into you. Stay away from the rest.
Bat Plays DCUO said I got 3 views on my DC video. Wow, that's good. Congratulations if you've just started and you're getting some views. That's really good.
It's a start.
It is a start.
Was the thing that Fassbender said? Small things, no, big things have small beginnings, something like that.
That's right. Absolutely.
End this now.
Dracula says, underrated comment, but I love the way multiverse says evil, so do I.
Oh yeah.
It's hilarious. Can you say evil?
Maybe.
Kal-El, Brainiac no longer
He's such a
controls us.
tease.
I can open the way for you through the fortress's defenses.
Okay, give me a 5,000 super chat, and I'll do it.
You must not leave Zod free.
Oh, well, there you go.
He cannot be trusted.
Or you can just, scroll back when he said it earlier.
Be well, my son.
Well, it's never the same. If I try to say it, like usually when I say it, it just happened. It just come off. So if I try to do it on purpose, it doesn't work as well somehow. I can't explain it properly other than that.
It's a disingenuous evil, you know?
Well,
I love falling down there. It looks so cool.
It has to have some sort of meaning behind it, and if I just try to say it, doesn't sound the same. You go right, I go left.
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay.
Be open from the other path. Zod, you stay where I can see you.
My group.
Static said, just wondering, yes, I was trying to see Shadow Lady. I was on the right beside you at the table where you were looking at the table I was dancing. Oh, I didn't see. So, guys, if I am with Multiverse, I am often looking at the chat on YouTube, especially when we are at the House of Legends. I think we've got enemies there. Yeah, there they are. Because that's what I do when I'm on Multi's channel. I watch the chat. So if we're standing in the House of Legends, unless someone says to me to have a look at something, most likely I won't see it. A lot of times people will send me tells or something in the group chat. I don't see that either. So please keep in mind my eyes when I'm not playing the game are usually in YouTube and not on DC.
Yeah,
So
people
I might miss things like that.
people often don't seem to realize what all that's involved behind the YouTube video. So yeah, sometimes people send us tells and we don't see it because we're busy doing something else. It happens.
Yeah. Yeah.
Cesaro, attack.
Typical said usual broker warning moment. Must have been early when you're talking about the broker.
Could be.
He has a very standard set of things that he says about the broker every time he talks about it, and it's kind of, predictable, which is good, because at least you're consistent.
Well, there are things that become pretty much staples, I guess, after a while. So.
Yeah.
But yeah, usually when I talk about the broker, I'll give my broker warning. I didn't do it this time.
Yeah. I think so YT King said multi and then sent like 2 mugs cheering. So I think he's like giving you a clink with mugs. I don't know.
Okay.
Apparently you're both sharing a drink.
I'm not sharing anything. It's all mine.
Austin says, I got the slimline. I'm guessing that's the Superman slimline, which is awesome. It is a good one. I was very pleasantly surprised by the rewards for this event, for the Superman event. Let's hope this is something they stay consistent with.
Sometimes they give us rewards that nobody asked for, but in this case, they give us something that people have been asking for Superman stalls for pretty much forever. And being able to get some Superman style was much appreciated. Yeah, it's not the classic Superman style. Ideally people would like to get a classic Superman style, but
it's really the chest piece.
Yes, but in this case, it's a really nice looking styles. There's with the Elseworlds, you would think that there's like 1,000 Superman styles they could give us in the game if they wanted to. Hopefully, this is a first step, baby steps towards getting more styles that are desirable by the player base. We'll have to wait and see for that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Cross your fingers, guys.
It could be just a fluke, and we'll never get another Superman style ever again. Could be that they'll give us some more styles, more Superman styles, more Flash styles, more Green Lantern styles. We'll have to wait and see for that.
Yeah. Oh, I was gonna put the Amazonian. Is it Amazonian chroma? I was gonna put that on this slimline and see where the colors dropped on the red one to see if I could get more of a Superman color going, but I don't know if that's gonna be possible considering the blue has stars on that particular one.
Yeah,
Maybe I could get red and gold.
I tried to find a blue and we don't have a blue and red material, sadly. The closest we have would be
No.
to use the red vinyl neon chroma and then make the chroma color blue or the neon color
Yeah.
blue or vice versa
It
to
looks
get
pretty
the.
low.
So we don't have we don't really readily have a red and blue material. Although we do have a Wonder Woman material technically with the Amazonian material. We do have a Batman material with the detective material. You would think that maybe they would give us a red, blue, and yellow material for a Superman material someday. We'll have to wait and see for that.
That's why I want to try the Amazonian one, because I think the colors are right. But the pattern on it sucks. It's got so many little stars.
Yeah, you'll have to make a starry Superman.
Yeah. I mean, I could try that.
I am Kryptonian.
Nope.
Apparently I didn't get in. There we go. Bus time! Bat Plays DCUO said, I got the future Batman emblem.
No.
Awesome!
Impossible.
If that's the emblem you want.
It'll take more than
Well, it's we don't have we don't have the yellow oval Batman emblem anymore. We do have the Rebirth Batman emblem, but the future Batman emblem is also another option for people who want to have a Batman emblem with their character. So it's not exactly the emblem a lot of people would like to have, but it's a good alternative.
Yeah.
Me under his control.
Oh, right. Two loot boxes. I knew that. I wasn't moving on. Blackness says, I'm in Casimir? Good for you. I hope you have fun playing Casimir. It's not my favorite. I'm a little bit nervous about the newest episode release. Chapter. Because I think you and I both have just kind of covered the blogs that they were talking about. And I find them tedious. And I play a game to play a game. I don't play a game to read, even though I love to read. But I would like the storyline to be in the game that I'm playing. So, I don't know. I don't know how to feel about it.
It's a comment that comes back. People don't want to read. They want to play the game. They don't want to read some blog. So I understand that it is their solution. Like way back when we used to have those cinematics in the game. Obviously, they're trying to find solution to cut down on costs. That seems to be the solution they found this time. So instead of giving us cinematics, instead of giving us cinematics in the game, they give us those blog, which are
Annoying.
I'm always say annoying. Which are no,
There's no idea what word?
no. I'm just struggling to try to click the clicky. There we go.
Oh, okay.
So what was I talking about? Oh yeah, the blogs. So they're trying to give us pretty much what we had with the cinematics way back when, but by spending as little as possible. Now,
I think even if they're going to write the blogs, they could put it in the game so that we can read it in the game, because there's a lot of people who won't even know about them, and it does seem like they're kind of needed to understand the storyline, because if the ones from the last episode are any indication, people won't know who Voivode or Jack is from just playing that.
to be fair,
It comes up a little too randomly.
even reading the blogs, they still didn't know.
That's so true. Fair point. Yeah, I don't like them. I read them so people can hear them, but I wish they'd stop. I wish they wouldn't do that.
Well, I can't help but wonder who wrote to those blogs. Like it looks to me like something an intern did during his lunch break, and because I don't even know if DCUO has a writer on staff. I seem to recall that way back when they would pretty much write the stuff. Sometimes they would hire a writer for specific DLC, like they did that for the Shock to the System DLC, I think. But overall, I think some, if not most, of the writing would come from the team themselves, like Spittle and people like that.
It's really odd because it's seems like, to me, it seems like that whoever is doing the writing for it needs visuals to go along with it like a comic, or they need to find someone who can write and paint a better picture. I did get a better picture from the most recent blog that they gave us, but that saying that doesn't make it good. That just makes it better than all the other ones, which isn't hard to do. So, I don't know. I wish they would just stop, because it just seems, I don't know, tedious, and like no one's going to care about it, and like they're wasting energy and time on it, and it doesn't really drive the narrative to the point that people get excited about the newest episode, because I'm not at all. I don't think anyone else is, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe some people really love them. I don't know.
Well, I guess after the previous blogs, like when we got the first blog, people were all excited. Well, some people were all excited because they thought we were getting a Batman DLC. Some people were pissed because they thought we were getting a Batman DLC. Yeah, it was a bit the same. So I can see people trying not to get excited this time, because from the looks of it, it looks like maybe we'll get a Lantern related DLC, but it could be misleading like the previous blogs. So the truth is we don't really know.
Yep. And also, it wasn't just misleading in that they made it seem like it was going to be a Batman, and in my opinion, it seemed like Batman Catwoman DLC. But then they started with these characters and really let us know in that not the producer's letter, in that video that they did, the damage control video as I call it, that, you know, there's this narrative of two characters that we're going to be following, and they don't tell us who it is, and then the blogs are talking about Voivode and Jack. It seems like double tricking us. They tried to trick us into thinking it was Batman and Catwoman, intentionally or otherwise, in my opinion. And then after that tried to trick us into thinking that it was going to be Voivode and Jack. That seems intentional, but I might be mistaken on that one. And it's not about that at all, and it's about two random characters that no one really asked for or cares about. And the way that they put up the price of her style at that vendor just throws me right off. I don't understand that at all.
Just a side note, like some people were still asking about what phase. When we're in the raid, we're not in a phase. There's no phases in the raids. When we're in the raid, we're in the raid. Don't ask for the phases then. There's no phases.
Yeah, we're currently in phase 9 now, but yeah, once we do a load-in, we're not in a phase. We can't tell you which phase we're in. And it's random. Every time we come out, we get randomly dropped into whatever phase the game likes to put us in. And Multiverse and I are often different phases. I'm often phasing back with him.
Yeah, I tried to lose her, but she always finds me anyway.
That's right. He says that, but he invited me to the group, just saying.
Just give me a minute, I'll be right back.
Yep. David says that was a pain to get the crystal to the place it belonged. I completely agree. I couldn't even keep track of where Overgirl was. I was trying to watch and make sure that I followed, or rather went just ahead of her so that I could get the enemies out of her way, turn around and I couldn't see her. And then obviously she ended up back at the right location because it happened and we were attacking the enemies and defending the crystal, but no idea how she got there. Ray Sean says hello Multiverse and Shadow, and everyone said hello Ray Sean, it's lovely to see you. Oh, Multiverse left and we're about to go in. Hopefully he's back quick enough. Ray Sean says live chat wasn't working our area. That's weird. I've had some issues with YouTube before with various things. A lot of the time the live doesn't pop on my phone for me for some reason, so I can't actually see when Multiverses Live comes up to watch the chat, which is really frustrating because that's kind of my job, is watch the chat. So, yeah, I've also had times where the chat has disappeared on me, so I had a live on my own channel where the chat disappeared. It came back, but only half of it was there. The first, like, the very start of the chat had kind of disappeared. So, I don't think YouTube works really, really great sometimes. I also don't get notifications for sometimes for Multi's videos, and sometimes I get notifications for my own videos 3 weeks after I've done it. So, I don't know if YouTube knows what it's doing properly, but, you know, it's the platform we're using and it's working well enough.
Yeah, sadly YouTube is far from perfect, but it's what we have. Sorry. Sorry?
I said you're back, woo!
Yes.
That was a celebration. I'm running through. Ah!
Let's wait for everyone.
Wow, camera angle shot to a different angle that time. I couldn't see my character for a second. That was weird. It went straight through her.
Yeah, this map is challenging with an acrobat character. When I first played DCUO at the time, I was
You
playing with
fought long
my
and
Phantom
hard.
character.
Now it's time to finish
And
this.
navigating some of those
General
maps,
Zod is a war criminal.
it was
Imprisoned in the
it was a
Phantom
bit
Zone for
tricky
his
sometimes.
fanatical obsession with
Yeah.
Kryptonian supremacy.
Oh, what?
When Lex
2 of you aren't here. I
freed
thought
him
only
to
one of
aid
you
the
was just
fight
behind us,
against
but there's
Brainiac,
someone else behind.
Zod was able
Overgo.
to take
Oh,
over
I'm
the
sorry.
fortress's
I'm
Sunstone
sorry.
Matrix.
Now, let's
We
wait.
must stop
Oh,
him,
no.
or
General.
Brainiac won't have an
So,
Earth
like
to
pink,
assimilate.
maybe? I don't know. Sometimes the pink and the orange look similar, and there's a lot of blues and purples that look really similar to each other as well, so I can't tell necessarily exactly who it is.
Take them down.
So, I'm not sure why General is not
Oh, Ray
moving.
Sean said hello, Shadow's mum. Thank you, Ray Sean.
And that you've managed to
Uh,
activate the Sunstone Crystal Matrix to enhance your own abilities.
I guess we're going to be one man short. Yeah, I just not sure why someone started the mission already, and we're still missing someone. Too late.
I activated the Lex, but I saw someone right behind me. I thought there was only one, but there's clearly 2, so that's probably my fault.
Yeah, but if we stayed at the door, it wasn't too bad. But someone moved in, and then it triggered the whole
Oh,
thing.
that wasn't me.
Too
Yeah.
late. Too late.
Yep. Wasn't me, that one. The other one was definitely me. I activated Lex.
So ideally, guys.
The door with everyone else.
So in this map, guys, if you see the medics with the red shield on them, don't attack them. You're going to kill us.
Yep. I remember this from last time. Apparently, Bats Plays DCUO says I'm gonna get 6 mil cash tomorrow. So does that mean someone's buying an item from you in the game? Which, you know, congratulations on that. Don't attack the medic. Okay.
I guess we got lucky. Just as he got his shield, he went down. So no harm done.
Take down the infantry. It's weird when they're called snipers and they're in such close range and not using a sniper rifle.
Yeah, but the ones like when you see like some sort of red target appears in your character, that's them snipers.
Yeah.
None. Rip them to shreds. I must
But they're coming
recover
from
my
above.
Sunstone Matrix.
Ray Sean says my events complete both of them. Yay! Excellent, mine too. I think the only one that I took a long time on for that was my free-to-play account, which I just finished yesterday, so thank goodness for that. Done. Don't have to think about it until the next reset on Tuesday. It's a little exhausting running 2 of them together, especially when the spring one is, like, annoying me. I'm a little frustrated by that one. Which is sad, because I love spring.
Well, the spring event is almost over, sadly, and so is Superman Day. By Tuesday, we'll probably get something else. Sorry?
Sorry, I was agreeing with you. I said, yeah, I know Superman Day is nearly at the end too.
Yes. Well, they're both near the end. So
Yeah.
by Tuesday, they'll be gone. Hopefully, we'll get something else instead.
Because this campaign was supposed to begin again in May, right?
Yeah.
So maybe that will start again?
Could be. If it doesn't start this week, it'll start the next week. But yeah, we should start the next part of the campaign soon.
They certainly don't like to have anything not running, so I would be surprised if there's something not happening.
Well, if one of their goals is to increase some of the metrics, like the playtime, then yeah, they always want to have something running.
Yes. Yeah, that's my prediction, is that the patrol thing will start again. Static said, I'm right behind you. I'm right behind your friend Shadow Lady. Static, that must have been when I was back at the House of Legends. Guys, try to remember, I'm behind in the chat. So if I'm doing something on screen, there's a couple of things, actually. My timing is 30 minutes ahead of you. So you, 30 seconds ahead of you, not 30 minutes, that would be shocking. So whatever is happening on the screen happened 30 seconds ago, for me. But also, I'm at the chat where I last left off, so that I can make sure we don't miss any comments or questions or anything like that. So because I'm that far back, that means I won't see if you guys are talking to me at the time. Best way to avoid that is to have something pop up on the screen for multi, but that doesn't always work either. But if you are at the House of Legends, send a towel to multi, because then it will be seen. because I'll be looking at the YouTube chat most likely. But yeah, I definitely didn't see your character static. I think I've seen your character before though when I was live on my channel. So
You're going back to the Phantom.
yeah, unless you've done something new with her
Cursed Father Kalel.
or him.
Afraid
Sorry.
of the glory and might that is our heritage. Krypton will rise again.
Goodbye, General.
Oh, apparently
Another
Static's got them
alien
dressed in the
menace
Batman
vanished.
suit.
If
Cool.
only they were all so easy.
I love Batman.
Superman.
Typical is asking Multiverse, are you excited for the Thunderbolts?
Unimaginable power.
I have mixed feelings about that. The Marvel movies have been pretty terrible since Endgame. But I have to admit, I did kind of like some of the trailers for Thunderbolts. But again, I have mixed feelings because I don't care so much about this new Black Widow they're pushing on us. And obviously, she's going to be the main character of the whole thing.
Hero or villain?
But I'm curious to see, when we saw the first trailer for Thunderbolts, I was really happy to see that they seem to have remembered that Bucky was not just Bucky, he's the freaking Winter Soldier. So it was kind of cool to see that badass scenes where, and even Red Guardian gets all excited, like, oh, it's the Winter Soldier! And then you see Bucky stops the Jeep. So that for a while, Marvel did seem to forget that the Winter Soldier was pretty badass. He was set up to be badass in the Winter Soldier movie. But then afterwards, they kind of made him into almost like a beta male. So it's nice to see that maybe we'll get the badass Winter Soldier once more. We'll have to wait and see for that. So there's a few things that I'm kind of excited about. But again, this being Marvel, and this being Marvel after Endgame, I don't have much hope.
Yeah. It's so sad. Love says, please tell them if anyone wants to trade win PvP to message General
Let's not go there. Let's not go there. I don't do that, and I don't encourage people to do that. So please don't do that. If you want to do that,
I don't even know what that means.
it's okay. If you don't want to do that, don't do that here. If you want to do that elsewhere, not here. It's the one warning I'll give about that.
Alright, I'll try to avoid anything that says that. I'm really sorry, I don't know exactly what that means, so.
No, that's okay. The warning wasn't for you.
Yep. I know, but I'll try to avoid reading those out then. Typical said, and Fantastic Four movie.
That one,
I
I don't know. We'll see, but I don't have a good feeling about that. To begin with, when we look at the one thing, when we got the movie, the Rise of the Silver Surfer, the one thing that really stood out in that movie, the one thing that really was great in that movie was the Silver Surfer himself. And strangely enough, 20 years later, they're making a version of the Silver Surfer that's worse than the previous version. We didn't see a lot of the CGI, thank God, but the what little we saw of the CGI is terrible. There's no other words. There's the whole bit also about them gender swapping the Silver Surfer. But even if they didn't gender swap her, the CGI is terrible. It's worse than what we had 20 years ago. Although 20 years ago they had a mixture of, I think it was Doug Jones who played the physical version of the Silver Surfer. You had Lawrence Fishburne who was playing the voice, and then on top of the actor, then they would put in the sort of Silver Surfer effect with CGI. So it was a mixture of CGI and practical effects. Here it seems they went full CGI, and they couldn't even pull it off properly. So it looks terrible. But also the whole gender swapping thing, that's another issue. I'm surprised they didn't turn Galactus into a lady. Also the whole bit with Johnny Storm, and it would seem in this case again, Sue Storm will be the actual lead character. Which is the pattern they've been doing for quite some time. Like Black Widow will be the lead character in the Thunderbolts. Sue Storm will be the lead character in the Fantastic Four, and I would expect in the next Avengers movie, some other lady will be the main character. So sadly, that's the pattern Marvel have been doing for quite some time. If they want to do that, well, we cannot stop them. But I have to admit, and the whole idea about the Fantastic Four in the '60s. I remember when people were mentioning that on YouTube. I thought it was a bad idea to begin with. You can make a Fantastic Four movie. You don't have to make it into the 60s. You don't have to make it something retro. But that's what they went with. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Again, if the critics thrash the movie, I probably won't go see it. Although to be fair, I haven't seen many Marvel movies. I think the last one I saw was Spider-Man: Homecoming. I saw the other ones later on, like on pay TV or stuff like that, but I didn't go to the theaters to see them. Like I didn't go see Multiverse of Madness, Doctor Strange and Multiverse of Madness in theaters. I really did enjoy the first Doctor Strange movie, but somehow I couldn't decide myself to go see the second one in theaters. So we'll see. Will I go see Fantastic Four in theaters? The critics, I guess, will have a bit of influence on that front. If the critics if some of the critics love it, like if Jeremy Johns loves it, then maybe I'll give it a chance. If Jeremy Johns says it's garbage, I will probably want to just skip it.
We have a couple of alternate color twins over here that look kind of cool. I'm looking around to see if I can see anyone else's tune who might have joined in just to show their style off, but this is the only pair I've found so far, and they look really cool. Also, I love the way they've got the blue and red aura on both of them, so you can see they're kind of supposed to be, I don't know, twins? I'm thinking twins. They look awesome.
Just give me a minute. I'm trying to select a Superman-related mission. There we go. So let's go
No
see them.
problem. We are in phase 4 if anyone is wanting to join us before we jump into another raid.
So let's go see. Oh, okay. Yeah, I see the twins you're talking about.
Yeah, they look so cute.
Aw.
I don't think they're going for cute, but you know, they're little and cute, and I like the white hair. It reminds me of Al
They're
from Death Note.
they're like something out of D&D.
A little bit, yeah. Austin said, I wish heroes and villains could group up. You are not the only one who wants that. So many people want that. The fact that they have made a league where heroes and villains can both join, but they can't group up with each other is very silly in my opinion. I really do wish it was something that they had put in to start with. Look, they swapped their style and they match again.
Oh. Well, we're assuming that the whole league thing with heroes and villains, we're assuming that it was just the first step. Eventually, they'll probably give us the option to be able to group together. Otherwise,
Oh, I hope so.
what's the point?
I agree.
Although I guess on smaller servers where there's low population, and yeah, it does allow people to be able to be in the same league and to actually be able to have a league. Like I wouldn't be surprised if on Switch there's probably only 3 villains in the whole server on the villain side. So for them, it's probably a big help to be able to get into a league where there's actual people in there.
Yeah. I mean, the prestige counts for both. So at the moment, that's the benefit. And I mean, some people could be playing and in the league chat and be like, I need help with such and such, and people can swap to other tunes so that they can get the right heroes and villains to group together. But I do think it's kind of silly that they went with the league creation first and not the ability for us to group together. Also, we've lost two people of our group, I think.
Oh, then I guess we're
So
gonna
we
have
can add
to.
more. Mind you, I think we just got in anyway.
Well, let's invite people first, and we'll go into the mission after.
Cool. Fred says, hi Multi and Shadow, have you tried the new iconic Spore Power yet? I am using it on my nature character, which is usually weak, and I enjoy it. I have only just collected it on all my characters, with the exception of Switch, I need to do it on, but I also have placed it on my plant character, ready to play it, nature character, ready to play with it. I haven't played it yet though, but it is on the agenda for me to try. Have you played it yet, Multi? I think I've only tested it. It didn't. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm busy going through the menu.
Oh, no problem.
We're gonna have to start the queue again. Oh, David Kent. Let's invite David Kent again. So we have room for a couple of people. If you guys want to be in the group, the time would be now. I'm just trying to find. I was looking around if some of the people here were not in the group, but they seem to be.
I think everyone's in the group. We've got quite a few heroes that are here who aren't in the group, but they're heroes.
No heroes. Okay,
I'm
so
liking the way time lapse looks over there.
Sorry,
Awesome.
I have to invite David Kent again. Oh,
Oh, I see Queen God.
David Kent is not in our faction, so it's not gonna work. So too bad, so sad. So here's what. We have some heroes with us, so let's curve for the mission. If heroes want to be in the group, curve for the mission, and hopefully the matchmaking will match us together. There we go. So we are going to curve for Kendor Central Tower. Basically, it is what we do when we play PvP. We don't make groups per se, so we just curve for the mission. So here, let's curve for Kendor Central Tower, and the matchmaking will match us together if there are some heroes who want to join the group. Now, in a roundabout ways, that is the one way that people can group heroes and villains together, is that curve for the same mission, and ideally the matchmaking should match you together.
I think that Queen God 923 is Static Shock from your chat multi. It looks like they've purchased the bat suit from the marketplace, so looking really, really cool with that one. Very nice. Is there anyone else who was... I think there was one other person who was coming across to show styles, but I don't remember who it was. Oh, Blackness, I think. Which maybe I am Batman over the end there, but they're dressed in the slimline. So you're not looking very Batman-y today.
That's all right.
Beautiful. I am queued, and that was the fastest the menu has worked for me today. Oh. David said Bucky is the organizing force for the Thunderbolts.
Seems to be.
I'm kind of looking forward to seeing that one. If I get to. I'm so behind. I'm so behind. Ugh.
Well, I was glad. I was glad to see that they finally remembered. They seem to have remembered that Bucky was the Winter Soldier. That he was a machine. So I was starting to think that sadly that we would never see that again. It seems that the Thunderbolt will bring him back to being the badass that he was. There's the Red Guardian, who's kind of a bit funny. Yeah, he's a bit too silly maybe, but well, what can you do? The Taskmaster, don't have any opinion about her either way. Who else is in there? Don't like Ghost very much. I didn't like her in Ant-Man. From the trailers, don't care so much about her either. And again, for the new Black Widow, I haven't seen much with her. Like I just saw her in the Hawkeye TV show. Like I didn't see the Black Widow movie. I only saw her in the Hawkeye TV show, and I saw her in Oppenheimer. That's pretty much the only place where I saw that actress. So I don't like that actress. I don't hate her either. I just don't care very much about her. And seeing how she seems to be the central character of the whole thing, I don't know. I'm not too sure about that. But we'll see. It looks to me like they're pretty much repeating the same plot as the first Suicide Squad movie, where they gather a bunch of not heroes together, and they have they get them together to stop some sort of threat. Turns out that the threat is one of their own members who actually becomes the threat. Like in the Suicide Squad, it's the Enchantress who became crazy, and they had to try to stop her. Here is going to be what's his name? The Sentry who becomes crazy, becomes the Void, and they're gonna have to stop him. You have to wonder, like, how are a bunch of quote unquote super soldiers or regular people going to try to stop a god like the Sentry? We're gonna have to wait and see, I suppose.
Fred said Yelena is badass, which is true. But PDG90 is asking Multi, what's your top 5 best and top 5 worst MCU movies?
Top 5? Dang, that's a tall order. I would have to say Iron Man 2 would be in the top 5. What else? Avengers, I guess. Avengers Infinity War and Doctor Strange. If I had a top 5, I'd say that it's probably that. For the lower top 5, it's kind of hard because I did not see everything. Like, I did not see the Black Widow movie. I did not see I did not see the Inhumans. Pretty sure the Inhumans would be in the bottom 5. Shang-Chi, hated that movie.
My mother, Allura, still controls Kandor, but Zod will be pressuring her to take action against Earth.
The WandaVision,
His army
I hated
is
that.
Probably already on the streets. I must find
Isn't
my
that
mother
a series?
and speak with her.
Yeah, well, it's one of the series on Disney Plus.
Who is this boy?
Does it
He's
count
a true
if it's a series and not a movie?
Too late, I'm counting it.
Kryptonians hate me.
Alright, sounds good.
But again, there's things like I didn't see Agatha all along. Pretty sure I would put that in my bottom 5. Echo would probably be in my bottom 5 as well. Like if I didn't bother to see it, I guess it ends up being in my bottom 5 by default.
That's it.
That's an easy way to do it, except that would mean I have like 50 that I haven't.
Just stop.
Might be a slight exaggeration there. But yeah, I definitely haven't seen enough to be able to judge. But the ones that I've missed haven't been because I missed them because they didn't look good. I've missed them because I just haven't got around to them yet. So.
This would happen. Zod can easily influence the
hello, Low Spec. Low Spec says hello, Multi, and hello, Shadow. Hi, Low
Hello.
Spec.
No idea how he has changed.
David says, gonna see Thunderbolts opening weekend with my brother along with Superman and Fantastic Four. You gonna watch all of them in one day? Oh, it's a movie binge. That sounds like fun.
I don't think they come out the same day though, so I think he says he's going to see them on opening day, but not the same day. Like probably opening day for Thunderbolts, then opening day for Fantastic Four.
Opening day for each one with your brother.
Yes.
Awesome. I thought he was binging like other movies on the same day and then going to the movies for Thunderbolts, but obviously there's a new Superman and a new Fantastic Four coming out. I am mistaken on that one. And that sounds like great fun. I'm gonna go and see, it's not as exciting because it's not a superhero movie, but I'm gonna go and see Minecraft on Monday with family.
You break my heart.
He's right.
I'm very disappointed. I'm very disappointed now.
Join with your people.
This isn't Krypton, Mother.
At least I get to go out to the movies. There aren't a lot of options for something to watch right now, so that's what I'm going with. I do kind of want to see it. I'm a little curious, but I mean, I usually like Jack Black. My brother warned me though. He said Jack Black is kind of doing the exact same thing in every movie now, and I'm like, oh no.
Well, he's been doing that for a while
The
now.
only thing I saw was School of Rock, and I really liked School of Rock.
Yeah, I like that one too.
It was fun. So hopefully I like it. And I also have been warned by multiple people that there may be some teenagers who decide to throw food around and shine the lights on their phones at a particular scene. Apparently that's happening more in the US than Australia. So most likely I'm pretty safe from that particular situation also. But thanks for the warnings.
Well, from the looks of it, it probably attracts a younger audience, so that will explain it, I guess.
Yeah. Hopefully we don't have a lot of people. The school holidays have ended here, just, well, they will have ended by Monday, for every school in Victoria at least, and so hopefully there's not going to be a lot of kids there for it. So, oh no! There we go, okay. Oh, I can't do the pickup because I'm getting burned. Good! As a fire character, I think I should not be able to get burned.
No pickup for you.
I was picking up someone else!
Didn't matter.
It's okay. Amused got them. Amused was able to withstand the fire, and I was not for some reason. My character on here isn't completely built either, but I mean that doesn't really apply to that particular situation. She just needs some artifact build up, so that my damage output is a little bit less sucky.
But not, technically, there's a few movies that, like this year we have the Thunderbolts, the Fantastic Four. I forget what else.
I got knocked out.
So there's quite a few movies this year for if you like superhero movies. They didn't quite catch up to like for a couple of years we didn't have much in terms of superhero movies. So they kind of sort of have been catching up this year. So I could see how some people are a bit excited to start getting some superhero movies once more.
I'm
But
a little excited. I'm trying not to be excited, because then my hopes just get like dashed to the ground. So,
but sadly for DC this year, all we have is Superman. Supergirl will be like in 2026 or 2027. I forget. There was a TV show I think in the fall that we were supposed to get. Is it Pacemaker 2 or something like that? But yeah, so from DC sadly. from DC, sadly, it seems that a lot depends on how the Superman movie will perform. So we'll see.
I will never stop fighting for
Cross your fingers.
I did what I thought was best for our people.
Static is asking, can I join the group? So, most people are going to be able to join us as soon as we're going to go and do open world bosses. Anyone can come to that, but our group, I think, was it full? I'm not sure. Once we head out, we'll be able to tell whether or not the group is full.
No, we're not full, but
we're
not full, but we can't invite people right now in the raid.
Surprised you've come to Canada.
Yeah, we can only invite once we've gone back to the House of Legends for the next raid.
But afterwards, we'll probably.
Is to send Multiverse a towel because he can't see the chat. I'm seeing the chat, and in game I can't add. He adds. So send Multiverse a towel. Doomshark, and
But
that's the easiest way to go.
afterwards, we'll probably go to Doom Metropolis. We'll play the Metropolis, the Doomsday Bounty. We'll probably play also the Bizarro and Hank Henshaw, and then afterwards we'll go fight Doomsday once more, but in Flashpoint. So that'll probably be the next few things we'll do.
I am the only one who truly accepts.
Goran says, hi, fellow villains. Hello, lovely to
Hello,
see
hello.
you.
I know you're a good person, and you know Lex is full of lies. Don't allow a few
Non-Hero
small-minded
says
Kryptonians
they need to bring
make you
back
doubt
Coast
who you
City
really
and
are.
explore more of Oa. Also, I can't wait for the Green Lantern TV show. I wouldn't mind exploring more of Oa.
Yeah, sadly the one map of Oa we have, it's just an interior, and we see more Oa through the windows or something like that. So sadly we don't. It would be nice to get an open world in Oa. Maybe someday we'll get that.
Fight Luther's control, Superboy.
Wishful thinking, though, maybe. Who knows? I mean, with the current storyline, there's potential for them to go that way. Who knows?
Oh, there's a lot of potential.
The storyline could be a load of rubbish.
There's a lot of potential, yeah, but at the end of the day, it's just a matter of what they actually decide to do.
Yeah.
Again,
Okay, Lowspec said you cannot be invited static hero character. Yeah, so we're
Obey
playing
me,
villains
Superboy.
today, so the only way someone can be invited to the group is if they are also a villain.
well, the workaround as we did right now is that if we all care for the same mission,
Totally rude.
heroes and villains, then the matchmaking will put us together.
Yeah.
So if you're looking for a way to be able to play heroes and villains together, that is the one way you could do that, is by tricking the matchmaking into putting you into the same group.
Yeah. Not always effective, because sometimes some other people queue for the same thing at the same time, or some people queue for Omni and they end up getting it before you, but yeah, it's the safest way to go because there's no other option.
Well, you do the best you can and hope for the best, and if it doesn't work, well, you tried.
Yeah. Oh, Steve! Steve says, hello guys and girls. Hello, Steve! It's lovely to see you, too!
That's totally rude.
David said, talk him out of it like you do the Hulk.
Really?
I don't know
What?
what that means.
How?
Talk him out of it like you do the Hulk.
Sorry,
Hulk out of something?
Maybe this will
I'm
knock
so
some
sorry,
sense
David, I
into
need
you.
more context.
unless you mean that the ridiculous line where Black Widow tells the Hulk the sun is going down or whatever to turn him back into Banner. I have no idea what he's talking about.
Me either, I'm so sorry.
Where's the king?
Goran says, guys can't wait to watch the new Superman movie. A lot of people can't wait to watch that movie.
There's about 2 months left to wait, so you'll get there soon enough. Again, it's a bit worrisome that they're not showing us the trailer. Oh,
Oh my goodness.
Just stop.
I've
What
got
up?
you, I've got you, I've got you. I don't know how many I can pick up this fast, though. Two probably?
Really?
I got Rogue up. Ugh. And Overgirl. Okay, we're good. We got it down. I picked up a damage, right? Good. Okay, let's get them down nice and quick. Oh, someone over here, Wait. I've got you. I
Obey
don't
me,
know who this
Superboy.
is, but I'm picking you up. There we go, Amused. Amused is getting up too. Man, everyone getting knocked out.
yeah. As soon as I get back up, I get knocked back down. So I don't know what's going on.
There we go. I think I'm the only one who didn't drop in that. How on earth did I not drop? I suck so much they were like, she's not a threat.
You just get back up.
And they just let me
I
be.
have a little surprise for you and your city of
Maybe there's something going on between you two we don't know about.
What, myself and Lex? I mean, I'm not going to talk about it.
And you've met Doomsday, haven't you?
Didn't realize you were into bald man.
I wish I could stay and chat, but collateral
You
damage
probably
being
wouldn't have
highly
a clue what I'm
likely.
into.
I don't.
Bold is
The
fine.
Kryptonians here are jerks. But I guess we can't let Doomsday destroy Kandor.
David said, I got to fight with Superboy. Woohoo! True. It was a good bit of fun. Goran is asking, Multiverse, what are your thoughts about the new Superman? What do you expect from this new movie? I think you expressed a little bit of that, but...
But there's a few things. To begin with, the costume. I'm not too crazy about the baggy costume. I wish they went with something more classic, I guess.
Slimline.
Yeah, slimline. You have the. It's always a bit strange. Like we have this guy worked like crazy to build up his physique, and they hide it underneath a potato sack. Like they did the same with the Black Widow. Like Yelena in the Black Widow movie, they gave her a potato sack as a costume. I understand that in their case, they probably did that to fight the evil male gaze. They didn't want to make her look too sexy, I guess, with a form-fitting costume. But with Superman, like the Corn Sweat worked like a machine to try to get the physique he has, and then they hide it in a potato sack. That's crazy.
Yeah.
So that would be my first gripe, I guess. Also, the jokey aspect, the worrisome part about having James Gunn as the director is that the movie will be jokey. And already there are people who have been comparing the Superman movie to Guardians of the Galaxy 4, so that's a bit worrisome as well. Also, personally, I didn't like Peacemaker. I understand that there are some people who liked it. I'm not one of those people, so. If they go full jokey like they did with Peacemaker, I'm going to be a bit sad.
I like if it's a little jokey, but if they don't let the joke land and move on, that's my worry. Especially with that scene with Crypto, that goes on for so long.
Yeah.
It's just too much.
So yeah, it's not just the jokey thing. Is what if the jokey is not funny? So well, we'll see. And last but not least, the story. It seems that we're not going to get one story, and from the looks of it, it's not going to be a Superman movie. It's going to be a everybody movie. So the Superman, like we see it too often in movies, even in TV shows or in comics for that matter, is that it looks like Superman will be a side character in his own movie, and the movie will be about everyone else but Superman. So there's a lot of things to be worried about. Hopefully, some of these are not true or some are exaggeration, but we'll another scary part is that we don't have a trailer just yet. It's as if they're hiding the movie, and when they hide the movies until when they're hiding the movie, it's usually not a good sign. So we'll see. And of course, there's also.
James Gunn, he tends to troll though, so he might be doing that on purpose because he thinks it's funny.
Could be trolling us. That's true. That he does seem to be a bit of a troll. But Warners are not trolls, and from what we understand, they cut off like 20 minutes from the movie, and then they had to go into reshoots. So that's another red flag. Sadly, that so there. If there was only one red flag, it wouldn't be too worrisome. But sadly, there's red flags after red flags after red flags. So it's kind of hard not to think that at least some of those red flags are true. We'll have to wait and see. At the end of the day, there's no miracle. We're going to have to wait and see what actually happens, and then decide whether we actually like it or not.
PDG90 says Agatha All Along was kind of good. Shadow would like Agatha All Along. Is this another blurring the lines between good and evil again?
Oh yes. Okay, from what I understand, in Scarlet Witch, she was the villain. Other than Scarlet Witch, that is.
I am so sorry.
And so the Agatha All Along, guess, will be the evil villain redeeming herself.
Of course some humans are bad, but many are strong.
Thanks a lot,
noble,
PDG90.
and kind.
Will you forgive me?
So you know what you're doing this weekend. You're watching Agatha all along.
Mother.
I should probably watch it.
I would need to
But
watch
with the right guidance, I believe you can find a place for us
Oh,
here.
darn it. Now the character's name escapes my mind.
You can do it.
What's the other villain? The one that the whole movie is based off. Oh, Wonder. WandaVision?
Yes.
Okay, so I'd first have to watch that first. Then
Probably.
watch Agatha all along, right? Or do they not need to be watched together?
I don't know. I didn't watch. I watched the first bits of the first 2 episodes of WandaVision, and I just couldn't do it. So I don't know. I assume Agatha All Along is the directly a sequel to WandaVision. But I don't know if can you watch Agatha All Along without watching WandaVision? Do you have to watch WandaVision before you watch Agatha All Along? I don't know. It would make sense that you probably have to watch WandaVision first and then Agatha. But the truth is, I couldn't tell you for sure.
Yeah, that would be my guess, but I don't know. Do you? If anyone knows, let me know in the comments, because I'd probably want to watch it that way anyway.
I guess I should give it a try because I have Disney Plus right now, so now would be, I guess, the time to give it a watch. But yeah, we're going to Doom Metropolis.
Doom Metropolis? Yeah.
Yes. So guys, if you want to fight the evil Doomsday with us, go to Doom Metropolis, and we'll beat the snot out of Doomsday. Oh, and before we go there, let's equip our probiotics before we get there.
Oh yeah, I have some already in my inventory. I should put that on.
For those of you maybe wondering how do you gain access to Doom Metropolis, very simple. Go to see your friend Tempest Huguenot, and behind him you have this huge machine that you can use to teleport. I forget where Doom Metropolis is.
3-4, I think.
Oh, yeah, there it
I
is.
used the menu. You can use the event menu to get there also.
Ever since they changed the tiers for everything, completely lost.
Grab some extra probiotic just in case.
So let's start with Doomsday, and then afterwards we'll take a look for Bizarro and for Cyborg Superman.
Excellent. Oh, I forgot we're on the villain side. I'm running the wrong direction as though I was on the hero side.
That's alright.
I know the difference.
So let's go around a bit. The thing is, I don't know if is Doomsday already here, or we're gonna have to wait for him.
I see him.
You see him?
I think we're waiting. Nah. No skull symbol anywhere in the normal locations. I'll hang out here, let you know when he pulls back up, and that way you guys can grab the
Oh, actually,
if you need. Oh,
here he comes.
Spawns. Yep. Probiotic yourselves up, dudes.
Oh yeah.
Alright, Doomsday, prepare to have your butt kicked. Kick the snot out of him, as Multiverse would say. Scroll is asking, what's the best power for a cyborg-themed character? I used Gadget.
Yeah, Gadget would be the go-to power, I guess.
Yeah, it's the go-to for a lot of heroes and villains, though,
Yes.
I will say. I try to not choose Gadget wherever I can, but I can't think of a better one for Cyborg than Gadget.
Yeah, Gadget and Acrobat, they are the go-to powers, because most characters do not fly. Most characters certainly do not have super speed. So you often end up with using Gadget for your character, using Acrobat for your characters, and the same for gadgets. Like any characters that does not have actual powers, then you end up using Gadget for those.
Yes, I agree. Goran is asking, will there be a Green Lantern TV show?
Yes, there will be. From what we understand, it's going to be centered around Jon Stewart, but there's also going to be Hal Jordan in the TV show.
Sweet.
I should have called it.
It's a bit strange because Doomsday again. But if you don't forget to pick up the mission from Lois, which I foolishly did not. So if you want to get if you want to complete the mission for Lois, you have to pick up the mission first, and then we can fight
I'm just going for feats.
we can fight the evil Doomsday once more.
Where is he even going?
I'm not sure. Well, he's running after he's running after Superman. So if Superman is running away, then that's what he does.
That makes sense. I see Superman. Okay. As a villain, I feel like we should be fighting Superman right now.
It'll take more than that.
So many heroes here as well.
Well, everyone needs to fight Doomsday, heroes and villains. So yeah, it makes sense for both factions to be here.
Low Spec said multi. Is there anything you like at this point?
Nope, nothing at all.
He likes playing DC.
Nah, even that I don't like that.
Then what are you doing here? He just likes seeing me. That must be it.
I have a secret crush on Volterra. That's why I stick around.
Oh, that makes perfect sense. Yep.
Nah, I shouldn't say stuff like that.
That explains why you're in the Creator League too, so you can just talk to her.
Ironically enough, I don't talk to her all that much.
Oh, he says that now. He's backtracking. It's clearly a secret.
Of course it is.
Thank you, buddy.
Static says, Shadow Lady, I just wanted to tell you I designed an angel skin and is upgraded. I got a question for you. Do you know if you're going live on your hero character or villain character? I don't know yet. I need to have a look at my schedule and make sure of what I'm doing. Usually it's my hero as default though. Villain is more rare, but I will have to look it up and find out. I don't have it in front of me right now. It's on my computer, which is off.
So if we're lucky,
So an angel character sounds cool.
if we're lucky, we might have Cyborg Superman here. Oh yeah, here he is. So guys, if you want to fight the evil Cyborg Superman, that time is now. I'll wait for you guys in just a bit.
It's on Multiverse and on me, so if you're looking for maybe two little arrows, if the colors are kind of stupidly blurred together as the same color. Low Spec says you have to watch WandaVision first because that's where they introduce Agatha and her backstory. Yeah, see, that's what I thought. That's a big commitment of stuff to watch. And also, if the only reason you want me to watch is because I'm going to be, like, upset at the fact that they're blurring the lines between hero and villain, I don't know if I want to watch it for that reason.
I just realized we're not fighting... Oh, there's Doomsday again. Let's fight Doomsday once more. We're not fighting Cyborg, Superman, and Bizarro. We have to fight Steel and Superboy here. Because we're villains.
Oh, yeah. I was thinking Hank Henshaw. I don't even know why I thought Hank Henshaw. That's clearly Heroes fight, that one. Ugh.
That's okay. Let's fight Doomsday one more time. And then we'll go fight...
I feel like he goes down so easily. It's a little sad.
Well, there's a lot of us right now, so because they kind of toned it down so that normally even there's only 3 of us, we can sort of get him defeat Doomsday, but now there was a whole bunch of us, so obviously we took him down quick. So sometimes Steel is over here. I guess.
Rose says 2 hours. See? We easily got to 2 hours. Did you find Steel?
Yeah, he's here.
Yep. I'm also here. Yay! And that's what you get for being a good guy. Oh, now I feel bad.
Nah, he deserves it.
Goran? Sorry?
He deserves it. He's a hero. And we're villains.
That's true. But that doesn't mean I was trying to embody villains better. Is that better? That sounds better. Goran says, guys, I was so disappointed of She-Hulk. It was so difficult to watch. I haven't seen it yet. I've heard horrible things from people online and my brother, and I have to see it now because I have to see how horrible it is. It sounds awful.
It was unwatchable.
Yeah.
To their credits, you could tell from the trailers. The trailers really told you ahead of time what kind of show it was going to be. So we can't even.
Trailers, I can tell.
We can't even begin. Because it's, I don't know, the popular thing at the time.
That's stupid.
Again, it tells you a bit about the values of the people working at Marvel right now.
Yeah.
But
yeah, it's one of the ones I have to watch. I just recently also watched Blue Beetle, which I was also told was really, really horrible, and I did not enjoy. His family are awful.
Yes.
Why is his family so horrible? They like do everything they can to undermine him. They're the reason he opens the box and ends up with the Blue Beetle situation going on. They're like they go outside of the place where he's trying to find work and yell at him from the vehicle, like making it really hard for him to be able to get that job. Why do they do that? And they keep secrets from him about their financial situation, and he immediately has to get a job to try and help them with that situation when he gets back from Harvard. I found it baffling.
I don't know.
I did not enjoy that movie.
It wasn't. I didn't like it either.
Why does his sister, like, the reason they get fired from their job is because the sister decides that she has to have a luxury bathroom to take a dump in, and they get caught, and they both get fired. What was the point of that? Like, I don't understand how anyone could think that made sense. It doesn't seem like something any of them should have done. I was annoyed. I was very annoyed. You can tell. Doomsday's back if anyone wants Doomsday.
No, I was looking for. Do you know where Superboy spawns? I have no idea. I just realized.
No.
I don't know. So I'm stuck. I'm fighting.
I don't even know where the heroes spawn. Villains spawn, sorry.
I'm fighting Steel once more because I didn't know where to go for Superboy.
Yeah. Well, I am back over on Doomsday. But what did anyone? Was Blue Beetle received well by anybody? Because it just seems terrible to me. I was disappointed.
No, people didn't go see it.
I only watched it because it was on Netflix, and I thought, well, it's a superhero movie, guess I'm watching that one, but the whole time I was complaining through it. It was just bugging me. Everything about the family was bugging me. Also, the death of the father... Why was the death of the father not really seen by Blue Beetle, for one thing? Because he's taken away when that happens, so he's not seeing that. But then later on, when he's like on the brink of death, his father reappears surrounded by a bunch of candles as a spirit to motivate him, but the relationship between those two characters barely is established at all, because his relationship has been with his uncle the whole time. I was annoyed. I was annoyed. Oh, sorry. I shouldn't. If I start talking about it, I go off on a tangent. It bugs me.
That's okay. Sadly for Blue Beetle, they've been trying to make Blue Beetle happen for 20 years now. They started with the character in Infinite Crisis, and then afterwards they gave him his own ongoing series. Then they canceled the series. Then with the New 52, they gave him his own ongoing series again. Canceled the series again. Recently, they gave him another ongoing series, which lasted 10 issues, I think. So they keep on trying, and also they added the character to Young Justice. They added the character to something else that I failed to mention, and even made an appearance in Brave and the Bold, the animated show with Batman. So they've been trying very hard to make Blue Beetle happen, and it's not happening. The character is not resonating with the audience.
Stop trying to make fetch happen. It's not going to happen. The thing is also, I didn't mind the Blue Beetle character himself, but he was kind of boring and almost felt like every other character was taking us on a journey other than him, which I didn't really enjoy about it. But his character wasn't that bad, except that nothing... he didn't drive the story. Everyone else drove the story, and I didn't like a single one of them. His sister in particular is kind of mean.
Yeah.
And does everything she can to undermine him all the time. What is the point of that?
Well, again, it tells you about the values of the people behind those movies or TV shows.
Yeah.
So the characters that they like are insufferable characters like that. So that sadly that tells a lot about them.
Yeah, it does, and it really put me off it. I think I was just whinging the whole time I was watching it, which was fine, because I was by myself. I was texting a friend. This sucks and this sucks, poor guy. Had to hear me complaining, but yeah.
So let's see if we can find Superboy. Apparently he's on top of a building.
Goran says sorry, wrong bit. Static says, I got a question for you. Where are you guys going? I'm going to join it. So hopefully you already know that we're in Doomed Metropolis and you're over here. Because we are kicking the butt of various heroes and Doomsday. Which is good fun. There we go. David said I have no spore protection. I don't know what that means.
The probiotics. The probiotics. There you go.
Oh, go to the vendor has them. Sorry, I was thinking of the new power, the spore power, thinking, what has that got to do with anything? Now I got it. Sorry, David. My brain was off elsewhere, obviously.
Obviously.
Yeah, I need to get some more, so. I'm over in the hero side.
Are you drawing blood? Get away
there we go. Yeah, so if you go to the vendor, you can purchase probiotic, for 1 source mark each.
Not gonna happen.
Where is it? Over here. That's what you get, Doomsday. Every time I see Doomsday, I think how good your character looks, because it looks so similar.
I found Superboy.
Excellent.
Now we don't have to defeat both. For those wondering, we don't have to defeat both. You only need to defeat one of the bounties for the weekly mission. But since we're here, might as well defeat Superboy as well.
You suck.
Why not indeed?
After that, we'll go to Flashpoint Gotham and we'll fight the evil Doomsday once more. Boo-ha-ha, he put you into an ice cube.
I know! I'm an ice cube! Oh, so rude! He saw me coming and was like, no, not her. She's in league with Lex.
Is that all you've got?
Jason said, hey there guys, I'm Najax. Cool, I'm guessing that was a character that was near your character at some point out in Doom Metropolis? Potentially?
Yeah, he was with us. Actually, he's still with us in our group.
Oh, he's still in the group. Awesome! Cool, lovely to see you, Jason. Dracul says, what's the best power for a vampire like Dracula?
I would go with something either like sorcery or maybe the Red Lantern power because of the blood thing.
Celestial.
Nah.
Oh, no, you're right. The blood thing is definitely better. I like the skulls. The skulls for Celestial, I think, look really cool and evil and creepy. But I agree with Steve. I know I called you Steve. I agree with Multi. Definitely Rage.
So there we go. Rage, sorcery, or Celestial. You have options.
Yeah. I also want to make a vampire in here. I've seen some beautiful vampires that people have built, and I think it looks like so much fun. I want to do it.
Oh yeah, we can make a pretty good version of Dracula. Actually, we can make multiple versions of Dracula. You can make the Marvel version. You can make I'll say it at some point.
When it comes back to mind.
Yes. Well, there obviously you cannot make every versions of Dracula. Like I kind of doubt you have the wig to pull off the Gary Oldman Dracula, but I could be wrong.
You dealt with some of those Star Labs operatives.
You could probably pull the Gary Oldman from when he's wearing his big weird red armor.
I'm trying to think of what that hair looks like, and it's not coming to mind.
Like when he has his big red armor, he only has like long hair and a goatee. Because after that, he has like those weird white hair that are like in the bun or something. So I don't think we have anything like that.
No, we don't. As far as I know either. Goran is asking, villains, I have to ask, do you work for Lex Luthor now?
Absolutely.
Lex Luthor works for me.
He's the one paying the bills now.
Yeah. Typical said, what's up guys, I'm back. Sadly I won't be home in time to play with you guys. Oh, I'm sorry.
That's alright. There's always next week.
I think we're getting close to the end anyway. I see Multiverse is out of Doomed Metropolis. I'm taking down Doomsday one more time with these guys, and then I'll head over with you. Flashpoint, there we go. Got it.
So I'll hang out with Flashpoint Batman until you guys get here.
try and solo it by yourself?
I suppose I could do that.
It would be entertaining for the viewers. Alright, let's head over. Probably everyone else will get there before me. Cause I have long load screens. David said neither vendor is selling the probiotic. Oh wait, I found it. You have to scroll quite low down.
Oh.
Static said, are you at Doomsday right now? I am near Lois Lane. At the moment, we are heading over to Flashpoint Gotham City, and we will be doing Doomsday again over there. So, yeah, you probably hear this 30 seconds after I say it, though. Oh, Exobyte Black Adam says hello to us both, Multi.
Hello. Actually, he's in the group now.
Yeah, he's in the group. He said it in the group chat.
Okay.
I actually saw it on my screen for once because I was at the orrery so that I could head over to Flashpoint.
So obviously, guys, you'll notice that the Doomsday here, not as big as the one we just fought in Doomsday Metropolis. I don't know why they didn't make him the same size, but here we are.
Yeah, but he has an extra mechanic that we have to deal with, I guess, so maybe that's making up for it.
Yeah, I suppose. But they still could have made him bigger. Doesn't matter.
I agree. I would much prefer him bigger. That sounded bad.
Too late.
Never mind. Oh, Exobyte says it's me, Low Spec. Oh, hi, Low Spec, a character I don't recognize. Most of the time I can tell Low Spec's characters because he has a whole bunch of lines at the front and the end of his name, so I can keep track of it easily. But today, not the case. Alright, let's head over to Doomsday. Ooh, there we go. Rayshawn says, that's awesome, Multiverse, you're really good at using that Earth power in tank mode. Yeah, he's really good with it. I'm really impressed every time I see someone do a really good job with Earth, because it's not one of my favorites to play. I think I'm annoyed by the dependency on Brick, but, yeah, I think you and Superman play it so well. It's just beautiful to watch.
Brick does all the heavy lifting.
He does, yeah. Take him down! Typical said, I wasn't here when I asked, but are you excited for Thunderbolts and Fantastic Four First Steps?
No, I'm worried a bit. I wish I could say I'm excited. And I'm excited about a few things. I didn't mention that before, like seeing Bucky being back to being the badass Winter Soldier. That was a fun bit from the trailer. But we'll have to wait and see. There's many reasons to be a bit worried about those movies. I don't get why they went back to the 60s for the Fantastic Four. I know that it was a suggestion that was suggested by some YouTubers way back when. I guess somebody thought it was a good idea. Personally, I didn't think it was a good idea, and I didn't think it was necessary or even a good idea. But anyway, we'll find out in 2 months.
Yeah, I'm curious on that one too. Rayshawn says, I'm not good use Earth powers. I died lots of times, lol. I'm okay at it. I don't enjoy it as much as other ones.
Well, the tricky part is that sometimes when Brick, you have to try to keep Brick alive.
We did it.
So you may notice there's an ability I use a lot, which is this over here, Fortify Golem. It basically allows Brick to heal over time for 6 seconds. So you have to try to keep Brick alive. And that's usually the tricky part. And when Brick goes down, there are some situations when it's a bit difficult to summon him again. Like there's sometimes where you try to summon a summon in combat and you just can't do it.
Yeah.
I guess we could fight also the bounties over here. I guess it's something that maybe some people needs to do.
Yeah, I did that the last time I did my live too, went and got those bounties. Mind you, my character sucked. She got knocked out like 3 times in a row because of a one-shot that one of them had, which hasn't happened to me in a very long time. It was weird. I was sucking that day. For that particular part, anyway. It was Ocean Master. Oh no, he's still here!
Oh yeah. Well, we could try to take down, what's her name? The Huntress first. And then take down Ocean Master, or do we do the opposite? Do we take the Ocean Master down first?
I think people do the opposite.
See, I always do the opposite.
Low Spec said And Merc one shouted me. That's what it was. It was Merc. Okay, so we're pretty safe. We're pretty safe. No Merc here. I thought it was Ocean Master. I don't know why. Typical said, how do you feel that they're not using the male Silver Surfer yet?
Yeah, it's a bit annoying. It's a pattern they've been doing pretty much forever. But that's to be expected at this point. And we knew that way back when, so it didn't come off as a surprise. We already knew they were planning to do that. But it's the usual irritating thing where they do that everywhere with everything. So I'm surprised they didn't do it with James Bond just yet. Although now that Amazon owns James Bond, they'll probably do it soon. But the worst part is that when they tried to do it, like at some point they wanted to make Indiana Jane. Like apparently we needed a female Indiana Jones for some reason. But we anyone with half a brain knows that we already have a female Indiana Jones. She's called Lara Croft Tomb Raider. But somehow that's not good enough. It had to be, and that's when you realize that it's not so much that they want to have a female Indiana Jones, it's that they're trying to take away the male Indiana Jones. That seems to be their main goal.
It's bizarre. I don't understand their reasoning for that. I understand they have boxes they're trying to tick to get particular things done, but why if it's not a monetary gain for them? Because it seems to just be shooting themselves in the foot monetary-wise.
Yeah, but making money doesn't seem to be their main concern anymore. At least not for some time, or not for some studios.
Yep. I don't understand that at all. The motivation not being money makes no sense to me, but that's what it seems like. I'm with you on that.
Well, sadly, usually when they think that way, when they want to do that kind of stuff, it's because they're activists. So for activists, they don't care if the company makes money or not. They just care about their activism.
They also don't consume the content, though.
Doesn't matter.
If they're not watching the content, then why are they listening to them?
It doesn't matter. They're not asking for that because they want to watch the content. They don't want you to watch the content.
Thank you. Those things make my skin crawl.
I don't get it, but that's fine. Are we doing another Doomsday run, or are we done here?
I think we're done here. Let's see if we can find something else to do. Let's go back to the House of Legends.
Sounds like a plan. I think we're close to bottom. Yeah, we're bottom of the chat. Raysean said, okay, thanks, Multiverse. I will try that. I think that was before when you were talking about the loadout that you're using for keeping Brick protected. So, awesome.
Well, the trick is to try to keep Brick alive. There's a few ways to be able to do that. There's an artifact also that transfers some damage, I think, from your summon to yourself, or that when you get healed, your summons also get healed. So there's a few things to try to keep Brick alive. So if you manage to keep Brick alive, Brick will keep you alive. It's usually that simple. Again, when Brick goes down, then the trick is to be able to bring him back. So that can be a bit tricky sometimes.
Yeah. Hey, look at you! You went across to the correct side. Oh, typical, said MCU.
Of course.
That's what it seems like, isn't it? That was so good.
Yeah, it's something that what's his name? The term was coined by a guy called Nerdrotic. He's the one who pretty much came up with the MCU tagline, I guess we could call it. And let's go play your favorite raid, because why not?
No, why?
Oh, I guess we're gonna have to play the casual version. We have people who are low CR. That doesn't matter.
No problem.
So it was coined by someone called Nerdrotic, also known as Gary Buechler. And at first, there were people like Grace Randolph who was against that. She was saying that, no, it's a conspiracy theory. And then later on, she had no choice but to say that she hates the term MCU. But at some point, she had to agree that, yeah, that's pretty much, that's pretty accurate to describe the Marvel Universe these days. And again, we see that with the upcoming Fantastic Four movie. And I sadly fully people last year, was it last year when we got the Deadpool Wolverine movie? Some people foolishly thought that Marvel were course correcting, that Marvel decided to make a change and go back to making good movies. But it was a fluke. The Deadpool Wolverine movie was not really a Marvel movie. It was a Ryan Reynolds movie. It was a movie that was made started when Fox was still Fox, and then later on, uh, who's the one who greenlit that movie? Oh yeah, and then later on when Disney did purchase Fox, then there was Bob Chapek who pretty much greenlit that movie. And then once Bob Chapek was pushed aside and Bob Iger came back, they were stuck. They had to make the Deadpool movie because they had some agreements in place for that. Now they had to fight tooth and nail to be able to keep some of the stuff in the movie. Uh, but overall, they were able to still make Deadpool and Wolverine even once Bob Chapek was out of the picture. But it wasn't really a Marvel production. It was a pretty much a Ryan Reynolds production. And now we see And now we see with the upcoming Fantastic Four movie, Marvel didn't learn anything. They're still going full steam ahead with the MCU. So what can you do?
Low Spec said actually Geeks and Gamers came up with MCU, which I love Geeks and Gamers, so I'm okay with that. I found it funny. It's the first time I've heard it, so.
I could have sworn it was Nerdrotic who came up with that, but either way, whether it's Nerdrotic or Geeks and Gamers, doesn't matter. It was very spot on to describe what was going on at Marvel at the time, and sadly, it's still going on to this day. We saw that with the last election. Some people thought things would change at Disney, and not so far. If things are pretty much business as usual. Again, there are rumors recently that they are going to implement some changes, but we keep on hearing that month after month. We keep on hearing that no, Disney this time learned their lessons. They're going to do better, and they end up producing the same thing they produced before. So what can you do?
Static said, I'm going to let you guys go. I'm going to go and eat dinner. Bye, Shadow's mum. Bye, Shadow. And bye, Shadow's friend. Are you Shadow's friend, or is there someone else that's Shadow's friend?
I don't know.
On your live, you get called Shadow's friend. That's shocking.
It's all right.
but kind of funny. You are my friend, so it does make sense. Typical said, are you excited for Spider-Man Brand New Day?
Not at all. I saw Spider-Man Homecoming. I kind of liked it the first time I saw it, but then when I tried to watch it again, I watched 10 minutes of it and I just couldn't do it. So it was fine to watch it once. Sadly, it's not a movie that I find rewatchable. I had the same issue with the Amazing Spider-Man, so much so that with the Amazing Spider-Man, I did not even see Amazing Spider-Man 2 in the theaters. That's how much I did not want to watch that series again. And sadly, the pattern repeated itself with Spider-Man Homecoming. When I tried to rewatch Spider-Man Homecoming, I realized that I don't want to watch that movie again. So when we had the second and third movies, I saw them much later once they were on TV or something. Uh, so I'm not a fan of that version of Spider-Man. And the brand new day.
The last thing I watched was Andrew Garfield.
And the brand new day branding. Sadly, that has a bit of a bitter aftertaste because we all know what it meant in the comics. In the comics, Brand New Day was right after One More Day. So basically, they had this storyline One More Day where they had Mephisto, who pretty much he saved Aunt May's life, but at the expense of the Spider-Man marriage. So with One More Day, Spider-Man was no longer married to Mary Jane in order to save Aunt May's life, and then Brand New Day was basically the start of the new era of Spider-Man without Mary Jane. So no, I'm not really excited for that Spider-Man film. And also, we keep on hearing about how much there's a lot of trouble behind the scenes with that movie. So it's going to be a mixed bag, I think.
I'm confused. Hang on. Blackness said, "Multiverse, I am going to see you." I'm guessing that means that they are here. Maybe I'm not sure exactly.
No idea.
But Static said, "Dinner's not ready, so I'll talk. Going to play." Still right next to Shadow Lady. So yeah, I see your character there. You look really cute, actually. That is a very cute angel. The white lips as well. Some people are really good at designing character styles. Superman said, "I have returned. Hello, everyone." Hello! It's lovely to see you, Superman. Oh, there we go. Blackness said, "Multiverse, I am at your location, but I don't see you." Are you in our phase? So we are currently what phase? We're phase 7 at the moment.
Yep.
Yeah, so if you go to phase 7 and then to this location, we should be able to see your character, but that's only if you are on the US server. If you go to phase 7 and you don't see us, that's probably because you're on the EU server or not on PlayStation PC at all. But I would assume you're on PlayStation or PC.
And as I look, I don't see phase 7 doesn't seem to be full, so there should be room.
Yeah. And I don't see anyone who's suddenly appeared. No, just us. So, yeah, Blackness, if you try to go to phase 7, that should work.
So I guess while we wait, so we still have the spring seasonal event. Right now, there's still 3 days left as I'm watching this. So if you did not complete the event just yet, you have 3 more days to be able to complete it. If somehow you cannot complete the event in the next 3 days, play the event for the next 3 days anyway, because it will lower the. You can buy out the rewards, but if you play the event for at least 3 more days, it will lower the prices of the buyout. So even though maybe you won't be able to claim it, at least the buyout will be less expensive if you play it for 3 more days. The same for the Superman Day event. So right now we did get the rewards for the Superman Day event. We still have 3 more days for the Superman Day event. So even if you will not be able to finish the event, if you do decide to use the buyout option, if you did play the event for the next 3 days, it will lower the price. Yeah. And it will be pretty much your last opportunity to be able to get the Superman emblem until they decide to give it to us again, assuming that they do give it to us again someday.
Yeah. Hang on. There's a couple here. I'm just going to address Blackness's comment first.
Sure.
They're asking how to phase again.
You have to do that. You have to go to the map menu. You have to go to phase, and then you select the phase you want to go to, and you just click on that phase. It's that simple.
Yep. Static said, "My dinner is ready, so I'll let you go. Bye. Thank you for being here, Static Shock, and showing us your character's different styles." Oh, Man Beast said, "Shadow, tell your mum the white puppy asked for her." So Man Beast is someone who plays a werewolf character in-game and was playing around with my mum a little bit the last time that I was live, so... Awesome. Alright, so Blackness hopefully is able to come to phase 7. They said they are on PSN on the US server, so they should be here. I did see Purgatory appear, but I think that was before the comment went into the chat. So I don't think that Purgatory is their character.
He says the phase is full, so if the phase is full, okay. There's nothing we can do about that.
Yep. David said, "I'm 1 day away from completing Superman event." Excellent. I'm glad everyone's getting it finished off. I do think even if you're not creating characters that are Superman, I kind of think that the electric thing that we get on the style for the slimline is kind of fun to use. And according to Multiverse, everyone has to have the Superman emblem.
Of course.
That's what he told me when I first started playing, so I bought the emblem way back then.
But also, even if you don't play a Superman character, I could see a lot of Lightning characters that would use that slimline. I could see a lot of characters that have like Shattered Shadow, whose name starts with an S. Why not use a nice slimline with a big S on the chest piece? So it doesn't have to be just a Superman type characters. Other people could use that style as well. Although I think I'm very tempted right now to create an electric Superman character. We'll have to wait and see for that.
Ooh, you should do it on video so we can all see. My mom said, "G'day, white puppy Man Beast. I remember your wonderful guitar playing." Chess said, Purgatorial is me. So that's their character, Purgatory. They do look cool. I'm liking the spikes with the horns. Abby Sue said, I'll get off this phase so he can jump in since I'm only, on my hero watching you guys from outside. Lol. Okay, well, hopefully he can jump into the phase.
Yeah, but odds are...
I don't know if one person swapping out is going to make a difference, because people are coming to the House of Legends all the time.
Yeah, odds are the matchmaking or the whatever split the phases, we'll put someone else in your stead, so...
Yeah. But Blackness says they are on phase 5. Multiverse isn't going to do a whole bunch of things hoping to try and find everyone, guys. It's a bad precedent for him to set because he has so many people looking for him all of the time. If he does it for one, other people will start expecting it. It's too tricky.
Yeah, we're not going to start hopping phases through phases. If some crazy people from Australia wants to do that, they can do that in their own live stream. I don't care.
I can do it because I don't have as many people watching.
But nah, we're not going to do that.
That's fine. Oh, I'm at the bottom of the chat, Multi. We hit the bottom. Oh, I've been on top of it today. Woo! Okay. Oh, an Exabyte Black Adam. Can I just say that style is beautiful?
Oh, yeah.
I'm looking at it. It's so good. I also love the use of the Shazam piece at the front of that piece on his chest. It looks great.
I prefer the classic champion...
Sorry?
I prefer the classic champion chest piece, but Black Adam always looks good.
Yeah, I quite like it. Exobyte said thank you, Shadow. You're welcome, just true. What will we queued up for? It was for the raid that I hate, isn't it?
Yes, but apparently no one's playing that raid because we're still waiting.
Yeah. We're not waiting on anybody, are we? I don't think we are.
No, we're just waiting for the matchmaking, I think. Let's check to be on the safe side.
No, Najax hasn't queued. I did think that was odd that we hadn't gotten in yet.
Najax?
Najax is away. Are they with us here? They're not, are they? The color of their name has grayed out. I'm thinking maybe they're not here. It's been a while that we've been queued.
Probably AFK, so sorry, Najax. Also, the combat rating was pretty low, so that way we'll be able maybe to play the regular version of the mission.
True. Oh, look at his character. Is that you, Blackness? Yeah, Blackness says I'm right in front of you, Multi. Look! He's using the tendrils! I love the tattered cloak of corruption, and I love the chroma. Oh, you look so pretty. It's beautiful. Lots of people having really good styles today. I wish I was a little less croaky.
So let's try that again.
Typical is asking, are you excited for Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow?
No.
I didn't know that was a thing, so clearly I'm out of the loop on that one.
It's the upcoming Supergirl movie they're working on. It's based on a story by Tom King. From what I understand, basically he took the story True Grit and made it into a space version with Supergirl. That's the extent of it. I'm not a big fan of Tom King. Like Tom King, for those who maybe do not know, he's the one who wrote Batman for a while, and he wrote the story where Batman was supposed to marry Catwoman, and then at the last minute, Catwoman left him at the altar. So that is a Tom King. Sadly, Tom King seems to be one of the people that works hand in hand with James Gunn. So that's another reason to be a bit worried about the whole DCU thingy. So if James Gunn is James Gunn seems to want to do stories from Grant Morrison or stories from Tom King. So that's a bit concerning, I think.
Yeah. I did see Exobyte said in the chat, theory confirmed, Multi hates DC, lol.
Absolutely.
Yep, it kind of seems like it. I'm kind of thinking I'm wanting to take Blackness's idea and use that chroma on my Black Lantern character that has that same tendril cloak. I love the black, dark, and creepy. Don't I? We can tell my reaction for the dark and creepy stuff is definitely different from everything else.
So I have to wonder, who are we waiting for now? No one, I
Oh, I
guess.
don't know. I definitely did it already.
No, no one.
No
It's just we're waiting for the matchmaking this time.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. At least this time we have matchmaking going instead of just waiting with an Ajax who had already left. Blackness said Shadow, thanks. No problem. It's a style that I really like. That is my favorite chroma in the game. I have it on my EU server main character. She's like a galaxy butterfly alien person. But, yeah, and I also love that cloak. It's one of my favorite things in the game too, and I have that currently on my Black Lantern and on my villain on Switch also. Because it's just so cool, and the combination of them together is beautiful. Superman says, I should thank you all for taking down Doomsday in my absence. You have my condolences, villains.
You're welcome.
We took him down.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you're welcome. We don't need condolences.
He went down.
Yeah, he went down. Low Spec said, no problem, Superman, we avenged you. Typical is asking, are you excited for the Lanterns TV show?
Not especially. We don't know anything about it really. All we saw was some pictures of Hal Jordan and John Stewart in some sort of a dirty jacket, and that's the extent of it. So kind of hard to be excited when we don't know anything. Hopefully, as we get more information, maybe we'll be able to get more excited about that. But again, they're taking something that is cosmic, like the you would think that something like the Green Lantern TV show would be a cosmic epic story that would happen way into space. But they're trying to make it down to earth by having them walk down the earth or something like that. So that's again a bit worrisome.
I think you just keep confirming and confirming. I don't like DC. I don't like superheroes.
Well, I don't like the direction they're taking right now with the movies. If anything,
I'm kind of with you on that, though. I agree. Some of the things they're doing, I'm not really the biggest fan of.
But again, a lot of it will depend on the Superman movie. Basically, the whole DCU thing. If the Superman movie is a hit, then they'll go full speed ahead with whatever plans they have. If the Superman movie is a disaster, you can be sure that they're going to be scrambled at last minute, and I'll try to change their plans. We'll see. We'll see. But at the end of the day, everything depends on the Superman movie.
Yeah. Oh, Superman joined our group. I can see him in there. He queued up so that we could get in. Thank you, Superman. Take down the zombies. Blackness said, I like the Nebula Chroma pack, so do I. It is, I really like the comic, but honestly, I think the Black Nebula one is my absolute favorite one in the game. I need to get it on the US server the next time it comes out. I'm gonna grab it, and I love it. It's so cool.
Oh yeah, the Nebula looks awesome. The Cosmic looks awesome. There's quite a few. There's quite a few materials that are pretty awesome. At this point, we have an embarrassment of riches and pretty awesome materials. Yeah, there's plenty of, let's say, less awesome materials. I just don't get those. To get the awesome ones.
Yeah. The Disruption ones were kind of disappointing.
Yeah.
I have a use for them, and I think I have every single one.
I could see maybe some electric people, electric characters use some of them. But, yeah, I would understand if people don't like them.
The only one I've seen used really well is the Disruption Red on a Rage character. It suited it so much. I can't remember what other items they had with it, but man, it looked good.
But usually we can tell quickly enough if you go to the broker and the materials are worthless, like are worth very little money, and there's no interest in those materials.
Yes. Abby Sue said I added your evil tunes, Shadow and Multi, to my friends list on my hero, though we can't fight together, lol. True, but I mean, if you see us
maybe
logged in, good chance we're both playing something you could queue up for.
Maybe someday we'll see. But yeah, again, we could queue up for even if we're not in the same group, we could queue up for the same mission, and the matchmaking will do the rest.
Or go to the open worlds.
Yes.
I think it's pretty rare that Multi and I would both be on our villain characters at the same time running content, because we play them much rarer than we do our heroes, so most likely if you see both of those, a live's probably coming.
We're hoping that someday they'll give us the option to group together. That would probably solve, maybe not everything, but it will solve a lot of issues. But until that happens, we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah. Superman said, "Take this as a temporary alliance for the debt that I owe." We will, thank you.
Got the South Obelisk. Well done. Tell them the South Obelisk. Get rid of them.
Blackness says, Multiverse and Shadow, I have the Nebula Aura and the Nebula Chroma Pack. Love those. Very good choices.
Yes.
Also said, Multiverse, I'm not with you in the instant. No, you're not. I saw your character's name. It was much longer than these, but it did start with an A. I can't remember exactly what it was, though, but I'm guessing you queued up and didn't get in?
I think I invited him in the group, and then we went into the mission before he actually accepted.
Oh, okay. Yeah, unfortunately that can happen. Typical is asking, could you make a style video like you used to? Low multiple different styles in one video. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, I'll try to make them. Well, I made the styles sometimes about the specific characters. Like there's only the thing is there's only so many times where I can make let's say a Superman video without just repeating what I did the video before, because like right now we got a few new Superman slimlines. So yes, I guess I could make a new Superman costume video. But for a long time we had pretty much the same style. So I could have made a new Superman video that would have been the same as the previous Superman video. So I was waiting a bit to be able to get some new styles. And it seems that we did get some new styles for Superman Day. So yeah, I'll try to do that soon. But again, there are some like the last time I made a Flash video, we didn't really get anything new for a Flash character. So if I was to make a Flash video, it would be the same as my Flash video from 2021 or something. So sometimes it's I'm not going to repeat a video that I already made. If it's going to be the same thing, unless maybe there's a new angle I can exploit for that new video, or so unless we get some new Flash styles, it's kind of hard to make a new Flash video.
Yeah, and doing the exact same video twice is really unnecessary when people can go back and see it.
Pretty much.
I've seen quite a few of your style videos from the past. I do like those.
I'm at the shield. Time to go to work.
Keep them ghosts coming. His shield's taking a beating.
Goran said, I will be really sad if Superman falls again in the movies.
Personally, Constantine.
Let's hope they've learned from the past.
I'm waiting at the north.
Killing Superman, like this will be the first Superman movie we have from this director. If he decides to kill Superman in that first movie, it's going to be as bad as killing him in BVS, when it was only the second movie with Superman way back when.
Yeah, it's really annoying when they do that.
So hopefully they've learned from the mistakes of the past. Let's hope they don't repeat them. But sadly, sometimes, like when we got the Fantastic Four movie, one of the mistakes they made was to make Galactus a cloud. And what do you know? When DC made the Green Lantern movie, they made Parallax a cloud. You would have thought that they would have learned from the mistake even though it was another studio, they still could have learned from that mistake. But somehow they ended up repeating the same mistake one more time.
Yeah.
So you would think they would be able to learn, not just from their mistakes, but from other people's mistake. But somehow they couldn't do that.
It's a little disappointing. It seems like a lot of them get some kind of an idea in their head and they really, really get excited about it, run with it, and it's really not that relevant at all. I find that bizarre.
Yeah, I suppose.
I think that's what happened with Esperanza, who you keep calling Esmeralda, I think, or
of course.
something like that. kind of that's what happened with her.
Well, it kind of happened by accident, and then someone tried to correct me, saying, "No, it's not Esmeralda, it's Esperanza," and that sealed the deal. From now on, she's Esmeralda.
Throws me right off when I hear you say it. GamerX Andy, hello Andy. He said, "How's everything going?" Pretty good, except for this stupid raid. Not my favorite, but that's fine.
Come on, it's the best raid in the game.
No! It's a glorified alert that I already didn't like to begin with.
It has everything. Dr. Faust, ghosts, zombies.
Stop trying to make me like this. Wait, this is gonna get worse than Barbatos.
Barbatos.
Better than you have tried.
Barbatos.
Barbatos.
You say bat. You emphasize bat, Multi.
Barbatos.
I think he should be fired.
Barbatos? Absolutely. I would fire him too.
He's one of my favorite open world bosses, actually.
He's alright.
I kind of like that it's got different mechanics. It's a little bit of something to break up the monotony of all the other bosses that I don't really have to pay attention to the mechanics of. Because that one it's not dependent on as you level up and get stronger, it doesn't matter anymore. It's you have to break the chains to be able to do damage. So I kind of like that about it, I think.
My thrall. Bloody conjurer. Don't touch the totem.
Static said, "I am back. I had lamb chops for dinner and yams and mixed vegetables." What are yams? They are a root, right? Like sweet potato?
No idea.
Pumpkin? I don't know. I've never had yams. But I'm glad you had a nice dinner, and I love lamb, so...
I don't even know what yam is, so I can't help you.
No. Oh, yeah. I love lamb. I don't know what yam is. I just realized they sound very similar and could potentially be mixed up as I'm talking. Typical said, like random multiple characters in one whole video. Oh, he wants you to do a whole bunch of them in one shot.
Yeah, I guess I could try. I could try to do that.
Yeah.
I guess I could do that with, let's say, with a whole bunch of Marvel characters. Like, instead of making a video for Captain America, and then making a video for Iron Man, and I could probably make a huge video with a whole bunch of Marvel characters, or maybe a huge video with a whole bunch of Avengers. We'll see.
Yeah.
And I could do that maybe with Justice League. I'll have to give it some thoughts. But again, in some cases, I've already done that. Like, I do have a couple of Justice League videos. So unless there's really some new styles allowing me to create, let's say, a new version of Martian Manhunter or a new version of The Flash, I'm going to end up repeating what I did the last time.
Yeah. Oh, I've never done Doom Metropolis with my villain. I just received the Omegahedron.
Nah, lucky you.
Mm-hmm. I don't know, I won't use it on this character. Lowspec says, "I hope they give Lex his war suit in the new Superman movie." Ooh, that would be nice.
Now, there's rumors that we'll get his Lexo suit. I think there was a preview and some toy packages of what the suit actually looks like. So, yeah, there's sadly, spoiler alert for people who don't want, they know that, but basically it's been spoiled for some time now that the Lexo suit will be in the movie, and people already saw what the suit looks like thanks to some toys. Although you never know, sometimes things change, and it could happen that whatever scenes there was with the costume could be removed. Sometimes we see stuff in the toys that we never see in the movies. It happens.
Rose says we're on 3 hours. See, I was right. Minimum of 3 hours. GamerX Andy says this mission would be really fun to do for Halloween. Really? I find it not fun to do ever. Because it seems like I'm playing a different game every time I do it, and I'm bitter about the fact that the alert and the raid are the exact same thing. You know, it bothers me. And also, it kind of makes your rolls completely useless until you actually hit the boss. What's the point of we might as well just all be damaged for that raid? I don't know.
Maybe you're just not a fun Phantom Hunter.
I guess not.
No, we don't hunt the Phantoms. We escort them. So.
Yeah, it's not hunting. It's walking with. It's kind of boring. I found it to be kind of reminiscent of other games where there's escort missions, and no one likes escort missions.
Yep. No one likes them.
They suck. Yeah. Goran says, guys, where can I find the lasso style? Is it very hard to find? You can just buy it with Quarks if you want. Otherwise, I think you have to get it from a capsule, right?
Yes. It comes from a time capsule, but just buy it from Booster Gold, and buy the waste style. If you buy the waste style, once you consume the waste style, then you also get the accessory style. If you purchase the accessory style, you do not get the waste style. It's a bit, it's a weird thing, and it's a boo-boo that I did with one of my characters. But get the waste style, and then you will also get the accessory style.
So silly how it's like that. I did a boo-boo too for that one. On here, I believe too. Yeah, on here.
Well, it's something that was added later on, and somehow they did not have the foresight to ask themselves, what if somebody gets the accessory first? So if you get the waist first, you also get the accessory. But if you get the accessory first, then you have to spend quarks to get the waist style as well.
Yeah, which is really annoying.
Yep.
And it's basically paying for the same thing twice.
Yeah, pretty much.
David said, Barbatos. Thank you, David.
Barbatos.
Correct pronunciation. And I got to team up with Shadow. Woohoo! Oh. Thank you. Was that you? Awesome. Rose says Barbatos. Sounds like she agrees with you, except she's spelling toes like feet, and now I'm not going to think anything except toes. Thanks a lot, Rose. Ruthless said, is there a blue and red skin for the new Superman Slimline styles? Skin? No.
Well,
just the Slimline 2 styles, or something that could match, does he mean?
Yeah. Well, there's plenty of skins. There's plenty of skins you could use. A good option would be the glowing skin.
Oh, yeah. And then you just color it.
And you just put it red or blue depending on what you need. But you can color you can change the color of your skins. So any skins you kind of like, put it red or blue, and it should work. But personally, I would use the glowing skin if you're trying to recreate the electric blue or electric red Superman.
Yeah. Steve said, "Oh my, this raid I avoid like the plague. Can relate."
That's all right.
Not like that raid at all. It bothers me because it's the same as the alert, which is the same as the solo that you do in the original storyline, and it's out of order. We have to play the alert before we play the solo line to go in the correct position. I don't like it. It bothers me, and both of these raids I find to be lazy.
You're cutting off a bit. I don't know if it's me or if it comes from Rianne, but do you guys hear Shadow fine, or does she cut off? Because she cut off for me, but it could be me who's about to crash. We don't know.
Yeah, sometimes it is you that crashes and not me.
So let us know, guys. Can you hear Shadow fine, or is she cutting off?
Yeah, let me know, guys. I hope I'm not cutting off. But Superman said the warped soul skin works best in my opinion. I agree, except that the face on it is weird. The eyes are like massive.
I'm trying to remember what it looks like.
I'm pretty sure that's the one I'm thinking of. It's got like an electric texture going through it, which looks really, really cool. But yeah, the face is odd, as far as I remember. I mean, the males can cover it up better than females, though.
Yeah, there's a lot of textures. Let's remove the headpiece.
Yeah, it's got really big eyes. Really big. There you go, it's on my character. The eyes look crazy.
Oh yeah, crazy eyes. Well, it kind of fits the character.
Hey! You're calling my character crazy, but I'll take some layers off so we can see the skin, in case people like it.
We're in phase 2 for those asking.
Can I do chest none? I can. There we go. So you can see the skin. So it's got like a texture running through it. I think it would look really good. Yeah, there we go. Superman has it in front of us there. That looks way better on him. But the face. Why do the men's faces get a nice round kind of shaped eye? And my one's got this weird like peaked eye? I don't know what to call it. I don't like it. It looks odd.
I don't know. So Reshan says he can hear you fine, so it probably was on my end.
Okay, cool.
Rose says the same.
Rose
David
said
says
they
the
can hear
same.
me fine too. It must have been your end, yeah.
Oh, Ruthless says keep cutting out. So I don't know.
Yeah. And Superman said she definitely started lagging a bit, but she's fine now. Maybe it was temporary. It could have been either of us then.
No, it has to be you.
But it seems to be resolved now, at least. Oh, if you put the eyes on it, Superman, that looks so good.
Yeah,
Maybe that's what I needed to do, is put something on the eyes to cover up the fact that the eyes look weird on the girl characters.
Yeah, well, even on the male characters, you want to use some styles that kind of hides the cover the eyes a bit,
Yeah.
or changes the eyes a bit.
Smart.
I don't know why they made the eyes that way, but there we go.
What phase are you guys in? So I'm gonna have a look at that. That's
Phase
Static
2.
Shock. I thought Static left. Static's back. Yeah,
Phase,
we're phase
2.
I think Static is popping in and out quite a bit. Mance says, "Hey Multi, how do you get the harpy wings? What are the harpy wings?"
I'm gonna have to look it up. It's been so long. Even if I have them, I have no memory where they came from. So just give me half a second, and I might be able to tell you.
Andy says Shadow looks hot. That's because she is fire.
Of course.
All the fire. Thank you, Andy.
Oh, you have to complete the Nexus of Brainiac briefing. So I assume it's in the briefings that are in Nexus. Give me a minute. Trying to find a better.
I can't picture them. Like, I know most of the stuff in game, but harpy wings just not coming to mind. Don't know why.
Oh, there we go.
Yay! Oh, we're in. Oh, Turbocharge says hello. Hello, Turbo! It's been a while since I saw you in the chat. Lovely to see you.
Finally.
And Steve said it's fine. I'm thinking that means the audio.
And reunite ISIS.
But yeah, for the wings, it does says you have to complete the Nexus of Brainiac briefing. So.
Sounds like a plan. I probably have completed it on Switch and have the harpy wings. It's not springing to mind at all for some reason. I don't know.
There's some weird wings that don't look very healthy.
Oh, I do know those wings. Never mind. I know which ones they are. Yeah, I have them. I think on one of my villains I actually am using them. It might be on a different armory build, not the main though. Can't remember. But yeah, I've got one character who looks like she's kind of dying. As I do. They look kind of cool on the Black Lantern. No, Black Lantern should be flying a different way.
So it's probably the briefing in Nexus, but we have a Nexus that is a raid, and a Nexus that is an alert. I'm not sure where the briefings are, so you might have to try both. And once you complete the briefings, probably you get whatever styles by mail.
He said, "Okay, thanks a ton."
That's right.
Multiverse, the man with the information.
Well, sometimes it's easy enough to look it up. Yeah, sometimes the wiki is not exactly up to date, but there's still plenty of information from the wiki.
This stupid raid.
I do not renegotiate.
Turbo said it has been working. Oh, it probably means I have been working in real life. Thankfully, tomorrow at 6 afternoon, I will be off work. That's wonderful. Take a break, get some relaxation in. Oh, Superman says, "I'll show you Shadow and Multi, my Superman Prime 1 million style. I'm waiting on the Hellblazer aura though, so before he has it completed. But it sounds like he's got the wings.
Okay.
Is that right? I'm thinking? I'm not sure.
No idea.
But awesome! I'll have a look. I'll go have a look each time we stop doing a boss or something and see if he's got the style on. Where are we? Oh no, he's not here with us this time. Never mind. It'll be at the House of Legends. Low Spec said, "I never understood how this is connected with Kazmia." Right?
It's not.
The reason they used it is because he's in the story, like in that solo we do, right? Where Constantine summons him.
Yeah.
That's the only reason I can see a connection. They summon Neron.
Yeah, it's not connected to Kaznia, it's connected to Neron. That's why.
Yep, exactly. It's stupid. In my opinion, I think it's silly. I don't like it. I think they would have been better off not putting this raid in at all. Frankly, I think both raids should not have been put in. I think they should have delayed longer and put in a raid that's actually a real raid.
Yeah, but the style, they made the styles pretty expensive on the vendor, so you need all the missions you can get to be able to purchase to get the currency to purchase the styles. So and it was
I don't care about the styles.
no, but it was the way they were able to give us one more raid so that we could farm for the currency.
Yes, I get it, but I don't know. I feel like they rushed the end of this. Because once we finish the main storyline thing that we have to do, we're given that piece of paper from Constantine that we collected that tells us one mission that we have to do, which is to go and get the veil, the face piece. There's nothing telling us to go throughout Kaznia and give us the other missions. The missions also aren't told to be done in a particular order. We end up with a solo and an alert that go in the wrong order from what we're accustomed to. Maybe mentioning something about that, and then having at least one raid that is relevant to the Kaznia storyline and not a repeat of something already done would have been nice, but...
The thing is, they're trying to get back to giving us 3 DLCs per year, and it's probably their way to try to streamline the production process so that they don't have to create too much content. And even then, like even by reusing the raids, we don't even know if they're going to be able to give us 3 DLCs per year. But that seems to be the solution they went for to be able to give us more content. So obviously they cannot create. Obviously there's only so many assets they can create for a new DLC, and their solution was to reuse not just to reuse assets, but to reuse an entire DLC, so that they could give us the content. So that they could give us more content.
There's a restriction in that way is because of how many people they have hired.
Could be.
But they're not, in my opinion, are not willing to expend more money in order to be able to get those things out to us, because the money that we put into this game doesn't even typically or necessarily go into this game anyway. So
yeah, but even if they hire people, they still have to train them. Like for 3 months, 6 months, those people will not be able to produce as much content as the older devs. It's sad.
True. Yeah.
And for all we know, we don't even know if the people they've hired. For all we know, they hired a whole bunch of people. Half of them couldn't do a good job, and maybe they had to replace some of them along the way, which means training even more people. So the thing is, we don't know what's going on behind the scene. So it could be that it's just a matter of they need more time to train the people. It could be that maybe some of the people had to be replaced, and then they had to train new people. We saw that with the base items. Like from what I understand.
Yeah.
They had a hard time trying to find a replacement for Ocean, and as far as I know, I don't even know if they did find a replacement for her just yet.
Yeah, potentially all of the furniture that we received could be stuff she had already made.
Yes.
And had stockpiled. So yeah, as you said before. But
so
I kind of understand what they're doing and where they're coming from, but having something in the game that is a deterrent for me to play, I feel is not smart. Because it's made me play less. I play one toon through content instead of multiple, and I don't play Kaznia at all. I don't care about it, except with you.
It's not smart, but sadly sometimes you're stuck. You're stuck having to choose the less bad option. Like sometimes you don't have any good options. So you look at your options, you ask yourself what is the less bad option I could go for, and that's what you go for. In this case, it seems that the less bad option they had was to reuse an entire raid. Now, it could be... I know that some people will say that it's just them being lazy. It could be. It could be just that, them being lazy. The truth is, we don't know. So is it them being lazy? Is it because they had no other choice to give us 2 raids? Is there something else we don't know about? That's the whole point. We don't know. I see, so Superman wants to show us his Superman 1 million. I understand that he's probably trying to use the new Hellfire Aura. I already made a video or 2 where I did show some Superman 1 million, but obviously at the time I had to use the Scorching Aura. But yeah, I can only imagine how the new Hellfire Aura looks probably even better for a 1 million Superman.
Yeah. Exobyte Black Adam. My wife, Isis. We're gonna try to rescue her! Kind of.
Guests to find my realm quite uncomfortable. I just love
Andy
playing
says
with
this
fire.
would be the perfect time to make a DCUO 2 and our characters would be carried over.
That's not gonna happen. Also, even if they were to make a DCO2, based on experience, it probably wouldn't carry over. If we took a look at Destiny, we had Destiny, then we had Destiny 2, and sadly for Destiny 2, we had to restart from scratch, and we had to start over. So sadly, the one game where our character, well, not just the one game, but there's a few games where our characters would carry over, like Baldur's Gate. When you played Baldur's Gate, you could export your character into Baldur's Gate 2, and even then, you would lose all your gear. So you would keep your stats, but you would have to farm for your gear once more. So whatever gear you had from Baldur's Gate 1, you had to start over in Baldur's Gate 2. Trying to find other examples. For Dragon Age,
An MMO that successfully carried over, because I've not heard of that.
I don't think it happened yet.
No, me either. That would be really a sight to see, but yeah, I don't think that's happened.
Like even games like Dragon Age, yes, in Dragon Age Origins, and then in the expansion Dragon Age Origins, Dragon Age Awakening. Yes, you use the same character, but then when you move on to Dragon Age 2, you have to create a brand new character and restart from scratch. Dragon Age 3, same thing, and Dragon Age 4, same thing again.
Along with my honored guests.
And even Baldur's Gate 3, again, you have to create a new character. You cannot use your character from Baldur's Gate 2.
Yep.
Well, yeah, I totally.
So sadly, being able to import your character from one game to the next, not something that happens all that much.
Yeah.
So I'd be assuming that they want to make a DC Universe Online 2, which I can already tell you is not going to happen. But even if they wanted to do that, odds are we would have to start from scratch again. And personally, I don't want that. If they're doing,
this took me forever.
Yes. Like we've been gathering styles for 14 years. We've been gathering base items. We've been building up our characters for all that time. So having to let's go just a quick look. Like at this point, some of us have thousands of styles in DC Universe Online. Like just with this character, I have like 58 pages of styles. Having to go through that again, having to farm for those styles once more, I couldn't do it. Especially the styles that come from Time Capsule that were, well, let's say, very challenging to get. I won't want to do that again. Playing the broker again to purchase the cosmic material. I did that once. Actually, I did that 3-4 times. I don't want to do that again. So
Currently in phase 1, guys.
I think this is going to be it in terms of playing missions for tonight. But if you guys want to chat a bit more, we'll stick around a bit more for the chat. I assume we're not. Oh yeah.
Sorry.
I assume we're not at the bottom of the chat just yet.
No, we are. We've got 2 comments on there.
Okay. And do you have?
I kept up with it pretty good.
Do you have more comments on your side?
On my side?
I don't know, on your phone or on the chat, on the game chat.
2 more on the chat.
Okay.
So Blackness said, multiverse, my voice chat is not working. If you're trying to voice chat with us, it's not that it's not working.
It's not gonna work because we don't allow it. We don't invite people to our chat. Already, you might have noticed sometimes, like just a minute ago, Shadow and I were talking over each other. So already, when there's just Shadow and I, it's kind of hard to not to talk over each other. And it's even worse when we have the evil Ghost Rider Johnny Blaze, Flashpoint Johnny. I forget how to call him these days. So actually, he's Flashpoint Doom, I think. Anyway. So already when we have Johnny, it's even worse when there's like 3 of us. So sadly, we keep the chat just to ourselves because already it's a bit tricky not to talk over each other. So sadly, if you don't hear your voice, it's normal. You're not in our voice chat. No one is other.
If it's not working just in general and has nothing to do with being in a voice chat with us, usually if you go to your settings and do a test of your voice chat, sometimes that's what makes mine work, because I've had that problem as well. Goran says, guys, you know what I think? I think that the developers made so much of a mess now that the new developers have had a hard time to continue with something new in DC.
Well, it's new devs that come from another game. I know it doesn't seem it probably seems counterintuitive, but there's no two studios that work the same way. Even if we do the same kind of job, like when I was working in animation, when I was doing a job like a storyboard supervisor, it wasn't the same in every studio. In one studio, things would work one way. In another studio, things would work differently. And even the tools we using were we would use different tools depending on the studio. And even when we're using the same tools, we were using them differently. So they're even if they hire a whole bunch of devs to replace the older devs, odds are the new devs never worked with the tool they're working with right now, never worked on a game like DCUO right now. Like they were working on Star Trek Online before. You may have noticed Star Trek Online doesn't look at all like DC Universe Online. Actually, no games look like DC Universe Online. So DC Universe Online also has something that pretty much no other game has. You have a flying character. So that alone adds a level of difficulty to the game that most other games don't have to deal with. So it could be a mixture of a whole bunch of stuff. Also, the devs, the older devs had been there for a while, so they got used to working with the tools. They got used to at that point they knew what they could do with the tools. They knew what they couldn't do with the tools. They knew that when they would do certain things, they would end up breaking the game. So they knew the game well enough to be able to produce a lot of content, obviously much faster than what the new devs can do. So here we have a bunch of new devs who come from a different game, who were probably using different tools, who probably had also different ways of doing things. Like we see it just with the communication with the player base. Very different than what the older devs did.
Yeah.
So, and it's nothing to do with the devs messing it up or anything like that. It's just different devs, different priorities, different way to do things. So sadly, at this point, sorry.
And a learning curve.
And also, there is a learning curve.
And everything, they have to learn the new one. Yeah.
Yeah, there is a learning curve to all of that. So you have to learn all those new tools, those new production process, those new things, and produce content at the same time. So I guess it's a tall order for most devs. And of course, we don't know also. It could be that maybe Daybreak are paying their devs peanuts and they cannot get the best of the best of the best. That could be also. Although again, something I've learned a long time ago when I had to hire people is that sometimes I had no choice. It wasn't so much that I was hiring the best of the best. I had to hire the less bad option that I had. Sometimes I had there was one production where the studios where I worked, we also had animation schools in that area, and the producers foolishly thought that we would be able to get a whole bunch of our staff from those animation school. So we had projects basically coming up, and the producers thought that it's going to be easy enough to get the people we needed for those projects because school was just about to end. Then our project would start not long after that, so we'll hire a whole bunch of those people, and then we'll have the people we need for our production. Didn't work like that. Out of all the people, there were just roughly 100 people that came out of school that spring, and not one of them was hireable. We couldn't hire any of them. They just couldn't do the work. So sometimes, and when it came to at the time I was a storyboard supervisor, I had to try to hire a new storyboard artist, and sadly the people who would apply for the job, none of them were hireable. Like, at some point, I even had to hire a new assistant, and I wouldn't even hire any of those as my assistant, even less as a storyboard artist. And the worst part of it all is that when they were in school, they were told by the teachers that they had, because they went to college to study in animation, they had to ask $1,000 a week for their services. And I would not hire them for $1,000 a week. Heck, again, when I was looking for an assistant should earn something like $450 a week, and I would not even hire them for that. And they expected to be paid $1,000 a week. So sadly, there's a lot of challenges when it comes to hiring people, and sadly sometimes you don't hire necessarily the best people. You hire the less bad option you have, or you don't hire anyone and you shut down production for 6 months. Sorry?
You don't hire anyone and just do it yourself.
Nah, I tried that.
Speaking from my experience.
Try that. It doesn't work. Sadly, there's only so long that you can you can do a production by yourself before you crash and burn. And sadly, there are like a production, like a TV series. It's a team effort. It's sad, and a video game, it's the same thing. It's a team effort. The whole team has to contribute. Yeah, there are some people who will contribute more than others, but you can try to make a bit of a difference by doing extra work, by doing the work of by trying to raise the work of people around you. But there's only so much you can do by yourself. At some point, you have to trust your team. And at default of that, let's say you end up in a team that you don't trust people. You know that they just cannot do the work. Well, you get them to do as much as they possibly can, and you adjust the production according to that, according to the team you have. If you have a team that can do phenomenal work, great, you push them to do that. If you have a team who can barely do the work by the skin of their teeth, well, you try to push them to do the best they can and hope that the work will be good enough. Sadly, sometimes that doesn't work. You end up with work that you can't use because the people you have, they just cannot do it. But try to go into a production meeting and tell that to the producers. It's a tall order, I can tell you that. When the producer asks you how come we don't have a certain level of quality, and you have to explain to them that there's no one in your team who can produce that, and there's no one in the hiring pool that even can produce that. So it's at all it leads to an interesting discussion with the producer, let's say.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like fun. I'm very glad that I didn't do what you do.
Well, it sometimes it would involve banging the table with your fist, trying to convince the producer that either you needed better people or more time, and sadly, very often it wasn't a matter of budget. Like there's some artists that were paying really well, and they still couldn't do the work. So it wasn't even a matter of not having enough money to pay the people properly. They were actually very well paid, but despite that, they still couldn't do it.
That does not sound like a fun situation to have been in, Multi.
It's pretty much a lose-lose scenario, and sadly, you just have to. It was educational. I'll just say that.
Yeah. Turbocharge says, I have created an evil Amazon girl, which sounds cruel. I don't know that they're here, though. Superman said phase 1 is full. I can't show it to you both. Okay, so he's got the wings, I think, that they were asking about earlier, the harpy wings. Are we in phase 1?
I don't know.
We are. One of the worst phases to be in. They fill up
Yeah,
fast.
we're in phase 1. I don't know if could I show the harpy wings with this little guy? Let's find out.
Blackness said, I tried the test already. So there's a couple of different things that I do when my mic does not work. Firstly, I log out and back in. Sometimes I turn off my console, come back on. I do the test that I told you about. I swap between different chats. and then I check my hardware, so if my headset is actually on, if I have it scrolled all the way up, if I'm in the right chat in-game as well for where other people are going to be able to hear me, because sometimes I can be talking into a chat group where no one is, like if no one else is logged into my league, I'm in the league chat, obviously no one will hear me, and I won't know whether it is or isn't working that way. But at the same time, if you're on PlayStation 5, some people have made the mistake in the past of when they've got their headset hooked up, they don't turn on the little switch on the middle of their controller to ensure that the sound will go through. So when you're on the PlayStation 5 with a controller, you can mute through the PlayStation 5 controller and your headset. You need both of those to be unmuted in order for it to work. Other than that, I don't have any other suggestions because it becomes a hardware problem after those things have gone through, or potentially a DC problem also, that DC is just having a hissy fit that day and it will work next time. But they're the only solutions I can really offer.
It's always a bit of a tricky thing because sadly there are some chat issues with DCO. There's been chat issues with DCO for some time now. And actually, there've been chat issues with DCO for a long, long time. But luckily, at some point around the time when we got the PlayStation 4, those issues pretty much became a thing of the past. But for the past year, sadly, a lot of those issues came back, and now it's hard to know. Is it the DCO chat who's giving us trouble? Is it some hardware issue on our end who's giving us trouble? Is it in this case YouTube who's giving us trouble? Uh, it's kind of hard to know sometimes.
Yeah. And I could test my microphone on my system, and then I come over here for Multiverses Live, and I sound completely different on here than I do through mine. So with the same microphone, I'm not using a different microphone, so it's really bizarre. Abby Sue said, went to the watchtower and poor Swamp Man is all alone, waiting to give and receive missions like the good old days. Aww.
Oh, poor old Swamp Thing. Also, I couldn't help but notice they've also added the Swamp Thing to the open world. I went there by accident. I went there by accident. Didn't realize that. Didn't even know he was there. So now I know.
Yeah, I saw him at the watchtower the other day also because I went over there to go and purchase a style. I think it was the rune or something like that. And I saw him standing there too and was like, yeah, it's a little sad. It's a little sad.
Yep. But in Gotham, it's even more sad.
Yes. He's just standing randomly. Sasha said Ms. Betty is a great artist. You should ask her. That's awesome. Multiverse is also a great artist. He created the thumbnails for his channel and they look great, and he drew my character, which is awesome. Blackness said, Multiverse and Shadow, nice playing with you both. Oh, thank you. It was nice playing with you too. I'm going to get off now and watch a movie. That sounds like a lovely time. I hope you enjoy. Don't watch Blue Beetle.
Enjoy your movie.
Yeah. Static said, I've got a question. Do you know if you can get Batman dog as a base item? At this stage, you can't, as far as I know.
We can get the Wonder Dog. Let me.
Yeah.
Let's go to the Watchtower, I guess. Come on. If you go to the Watchtower, it's not Batman's dog, but there is a dog that you can get. Assuming I go there someday. Come on. Oh, it's the Hall of Doom here. Let's go to the Hall of Doom. It'll be the same thing. So there's a vendor. There's the Teen Titans vendor in the Watchtower and in the Hall of Doom. Oh, and I'm on the wrong way. We'll get there someday. So if we
I'm face swapping with Superman so I can see the wings. Oh no, his face is full too. I can't face swap.
So if you go to the Watchtower or the Hall of Doom, you go see the Titans equipment supplier. There is the Wonder Dog pack that you can purchase here. It's not the Batman dog, obviously, but it is. If you want to have if you specifically want the Batman dog, then yeah, we don't have that just yet. But you could use a Wonder Dog as a placeholder until we actually have the Batman dog, assuming we get the Batman dog someday.
Phase 12, I'm in phase 12. Trying so I can see the wings. There we go. Turbocharge said I have made, hang on, I have made it. I'm playing on evil Amazon girl character. What do you think? If it was the one that I saw behind me with the horns and the red and black outfit, very, very nice. You looked so, so cool. Superman, you are so shiny and gold right now. Oh my goodness. David said, what vendor do you get the tap dance emote from again? Plastic Man? Multiverse, do you mind going across and showing them so they can see it? I think Multiverse may not be hearing me.
I always hear you.
Oh, so you're just ignoring me now. So Plastic Man in the House of Legends.
Well, I have to get there.
I know.
Okay.
Is the place to go. Multiverse is heading there.
So there's our friend Plastic Man over here. He has a whole bunch of emotes that you can purchase from him.
Yeah.
So here you can see the emotes from our friend Plastic Man. But there's also some of the emotes come from time capsules. Some come from probably somewhere else that I failed to mention. Oh, the anniversary event. Yeah, so if you go to the events tab, there are some of the emotes that you could get. Where is it? So there's an emote, the Harley Quinn emote, that came from the anniversary event. Is there another emote also that came here? No.
I don't think so.
Okay, no, that seems to be the only one from those events. So there was one emote that you can get from the anniversary event. Obviously, at this point, you will have to buy out the rewards. But our friend, there's a whole bunch of emotes you can get from our friend Plastic Man in the meantime.
Yeah.
And I assume the emotes from the time capsule will probably be added to the Booster Gold vendor at some point. And we also had a booster bundle at some point that had some emotes. Sadly, at this point, you will have to try your luck on the broker and hope to be able to get those emotes.
Yeah.
And of course, there are also some emotes that you can get from the marketplace. I guess if we go to styles, is that in styles? Oh, maybe not. There should be some emotes here somewhere. I'm just not looking in the right place, I guess.
Blackness said, Shadow, I did that already. I'm playing on PS5. I don't have any further advice on that. That's all I know to do, other than if you've got a hardware issue, or if DC is having an issue, then you just wait for another day and try again.
So the emotes on the marketplace are in the social tab. So if you go to the social tab, you'll see there's a handful of emotes you can get from here.
And, that's where they are.
So there we go.
I was expecting them to be in like the style tab for some reason, because that's where we go to it in our menu, is the style tab.
Somehow Superman looks naked without the aura.
Yeah, he said he's waiting for the Hellblazer aura. I was waiting for you to get here. He said, this is my Superman Prime 1 million. I wanted to show you both waiting for the Hellblazer aura.
Oh, here we have another evil Dr. Doom. I guess people are pretty excited to get to Dr. Doom in the Marvel Universe. We see a lot of Dr. Doom in the game. Oh, did I lose you? So somehow we lost Shadow. I don't know why. Is it the audio that crashed? Is it Shadow that crashed? Is it everything that crashed? We'll never know. So basically we just saw Superman's Prime from Superman 1 million from our friend Superman. So obviously he'll need the Hellblazer aura to complete the look. Oh, I heard Shadow, I think. Yes, hello?
Yeah, I think that was me.
Okay. Yeah, you were not in the chat anymore. I was all by myself.
Yes, I saw that. I'm so sorry.
That's all right.
But did I read out what Superman said? That he is doing a Superman Prime 1 million and wanted to show you both, but waiting for the Hellblazer aura.
Yeah, I just read that.
Yeah, it looks so good. It does need the aura.
No, he looks the aura. He looks naked without it. And he needs some boots. Yeah. We can see his toes there.
Scroll was asking, does anyone know what Jack Ryder looks like?
Jack Ryder?
I don't know who Jack Ryder is. I'm trying to...
It's a creeper, but it's basically a guy in a suit with what's the name of the haircut again?
You are asking the wrong person, sir.
I just have to go to my hairstyles. What's the name of the hairstyles? There's a hairstyle like slick, no, not slick back, side part. And now, of course, I can see it.
Yeah.
Let me remove that piece. There we go. So basically, he has it's a guy in a suit with the side part head style, the hairstyle. That's pretty much what the Jack Ryder looks like. And then, of course, when he turns into the creeper, well, that's something else entirely.
Yeah. Oh, the chat scrolled. There we go. Turbo Charge said, I'm right behind you, Shadow. I think that was Apex War. Oh, she's here. Apex Warrior Girl. So I think that might be the design that he's talking about, which looks really cool. Also, really love black and red together. It is such a good combination in this game. The red really pops and the black is so nice and dark.
Oh, yes. Oh yeah, at some point, almost all the villains were wearing black and red. That's how popular it was.
Yeah. Ah, my character's just getting stuck. Oof. She can sit down here. There we go. Shattered Shadow. So Steve sent Shattered Shadow with a dancing emote because I like to dance with my character. It's good fun. Goran says, sorry.
David Sharp says he bought the emotes but can't equip it. To equip it, you have to go to your style tab. Then you have to go all the way to the end to where you have the emotes tab. And then from there, you can equip the emote in here. So let us save. And then when you use the wheel, like here you have to use the D-pad down. It opens the wheel, and then you can use the emote.
Beautiful.
So that's pretty much how it works.
Yeah.
Oh, Scroll says you are wrong.
Who's wrong? You are? Me?
Nah, probably you. It can't be me.
What am I wrong about?
I'm not sure. He's imitating, he's doing an impression of Jack Ryder.
Oh, okay. Goran says, enjoy the movie, but don't watch Blue Beetle. And Blackness said, Shadow, I've already seen Blue Beetle. See? And what did you think? Did you think it sucked? That's why we're not watching it again.
Well, it's a bit sad because the guy playing Blue Beetle, Zolo, I forget his other name. Like he played Miguel in Cobra Kai, and it was a pretty likable guy. And Blue Beetle, the guy is
didn't do him justice with the script.
Yeah, the guy does a good job. He's likable, but the story just isn't there. And also, there's the whole they try to focus too much on the family. Sadly, it's something that's going on. That's been going on for some time. Is that you cannot have a movie about a male character anymore. It's forbidden. You have to surround him with a whole bunch of other people. And you cannot focus on the main character too much. You have to focus on everyone but the main character. Again, we saw that in the Doctor Strange and Multiverse of Madness. And sadly, it seems that we're going to see that with the upcoming Superman movie. And of course, we saw that also with Blue Beetle. The whole family dynamic was, let's say, whacked. And also there was a bit of a disconnect in the story because you have Blue Beetle, you have Jamie who's trying to tell to the costume, we're not supposed to kill, it's bad to kill. But then we see his family that at the first opportunity they go on with the machine guns and they go crazy and they kill a whole bunch of people. So you have to wonder like where did he get that no killing rule from? Obviously not from his family. So again they try to have him say killing is bad, and then they show his whole family going on a murder spree. It's like again when they came up with that, there's a disconnect. Either they did not think it through, or they just didn't care. They thought it would be funny to have the family go on a rampage, but they thought also that as a hero, he had to tell his costumes, you must not kill. But within the context of that one storyline, the way they set it up, it didn't make sense. It didn't really work. Anyway.
Yeah. Static is asking, can you show me look at my avatar? So I think it's Queen God is in front of you, so I think they can already see your character. Static also said, hey Shadow Lady, I just want to let you know I got the mass from the mission you hate. Mass? Mask?
I don't
Mask
know.
is from the vendor. I don't know either, but I'm glad you got something cool from that mission, because, you know, we need good rewards when we play things we don't like.
Well, we always need good rewards.
That's true, yes. It would be nice if that was a consistent thing that the devs also thought. But Superman said, here's my Superman Prime. Oh, that's what he said before. 1 million style, waiting on the Hellblazer Aura 4.
Sure.
Goran said we lost Shadow because she is Shadow. It's because when I went into the chat to reread Superman's text, I think I accidentally tapped one of my shoulder buttons and it went across to a different chat. So probably the people in that chat suddenly heard me talking to them for no reason. Superman said, I subbed the Scorching or Solar Aura for it now. I think you have Solar, did you? Oh, there's the Scorching. Yeah, I like the Solar on it more because the color matches better. It looks so nice. Oh, it looks so nice.
And here we have the evil nuclear man. I love this character. I know it's not a popular thing to say, but love it.
He looks awesome. It's a very nice build. David said the creeper has yellow skin, green hair, and a fur cape, boots, trunks, and that's it. So at least someone knows what the look is that they're going for.
Yeah, they even had a story at some point where somebody confused him with the Joker because of the green hair and the laughing.
Yeah. Jack Ryder, you were wrong. Okay, I'm up to where you were up to now. David said, I did that. It's not showing up on my list of equipable emotes. So if it's an emote that you got from Plastic Man, you have to collect it in your inventory first. And if it's an emote that you got from the marketplace, you have to redeem it, then collect it from your inventory, then equip it. So I'm not sure if that might be the issue, but it would be my guess that you've grabbed it and gone straight to your style and not realized you have to grab it from your inventory first, because I have also done that myself when I first started buying them, so hopefully that helps. Miles, I think, said they're adding 2 artifact slots, question mark. Are they? I have not heard a single thing about that.
No, not as far as I know. At some point, there were some talks that maybe they could have added a 4th artifact slot. But even then, at the time, we would not have had the stats from the artifacts. We would just have had the passive abilities or whatever abilities the artifact had. But the artifact would not give us any stats. I think they were starting to think that we were getting too many stats from the artifacts as it was. So they did not want to give us extra stats with a 4th artifact. But that was way back when we still had the older devs. Pretty much since we got the new devs, there's been no words about that. As far as we know, we're stuck with 3 artifacts. So if they give us extra artifact slots, they didn't tell us just yet.
Yeah. David said, we thought Blue Beetle was fun, but not great. Worth watching once if you're watching it for free. See, I watched it for free and I regret my decision because I spent that whole time complaining. The whole narrative is driven by the family. And the family seems to do everything they can to be detrimental to Blue Beetle. As himself, as Jaime, and also as Blue Beetle. They're kind of a pain in the butt. The only one who tries to be helpful is the uncle, and that's more than halfway through the movie before we get to that point. Oh, it's really frustrating. But I'm glad some other people have enjoyed it. You guys can enjoy it over there. I'll be over here complaining.
But from what we understand, Blue Beetle is still going to be in the James Gunn universe. He's one of the few things that will stick around. So there basically there's
Well,
going to.
maybe they'll give him a personality.
Sorry.
Maybe they'll give him a personality. He didn't drive the narrative. Everyone else did.
We'll see. But basically, they're keeping the characters from Peacemaker. They're keeping the characters from the Suicide Squad. And they're keeping Blue Beetle. But everyone else, Wonder Woman, Batman, Superman, all of that has been replaced.
Yeah. Abby Sue said, and he's going to Ace on Netflix One Piece. I don't know what that means, going to Ace.
No idea.
Sorry, Abby, I'm not sure what you mean.
Does
said that movie sucked. I hope he's agreeing with me. Sorry,
does the Blue Beetle actor is he in One Piece? Is that what she's saying?
Oh, maybe. Look, I have nothing against the actor. I just think the writing was bad.
No, the actor was great. That's not even close to being the issue.
He was perfectly fine. Yeah. I think they could have given him a little bit more to do, but yeah, no, nothing against the actor. Scrolls said that movie sucked. I'm guessing we're still on Blue Beetle, which I completely agree with. GamerX Andy said, Multiverse, you should show Static where Static is in the Hall of Legends.
Is he?
I don't know what that means. Show Static?
Well, we don't have... Static is not in the House of Legends, but we do have the Static style. I assume that's what he's talking about.
You can stand next to Static style in, what's the DLC that I hate because it lags on the Switch? Shock to the System. Static is standing there, right?
Yeah, but
maybe not.
Research and development.
I think it's here that we have the Static style.
However, what you do with your results defines you.
Yeah, but who's... Oh, maybe he means Static from the chat. So Static's character in-game is Queen God. He's not playing a Static character in-game. Maybe that's what they mean.
Wonderful.
Did you find it?
Could be. Almost. There's the electrostatic style on the Nubia vendor, if that's what he's talking about.
Maybe, I'm not sure.
So if you're talking about the style, you're gonna have to go see your friend Nubia. Nubia.
Why do you say it like that? You sound like halfway through the word you swallowed a frog.
I don't know. Yeah, you have to say it like that. It's like Lobo. Lobo. There are names you just have to say a certain way. If not, if it's Static here, which character you say he was?
Queen God, I think, is the character.
Well, she's right there.
But in the chat, his name is Static, so I think maybe Andy was thinking that Static is his character in game as well, but it's not.
Well, Queen God is just sitting there. Yeah, we have the Static NPC in Dakota City. I think we have it also in Legion, 31st Century Metropolis, or do we? Or can we just get the mask there?
I know I've seen him in other locations, but that's the only one I remember off the top of my head right now.
And obviously, he's one of the bounties also in Metropolis. If you are an evil villain, you can get a bounty from Central City. But other than that, I don't know. We did all we could.
Superman says, I'm messing around with auras now, Shadow. I think that the 6th dimensional aura as well. Awesome. I didn't see it pop up, but that is a good point. David said, I redeemed it from my inventory, showed up in my standard emote list. I can access it on the PC using F2 button. Oh, good to know. I wouldn't know what buttons to use for PC, even when I play on PC for the test server, which I have not done in quite some time. I use a controller because I'm unfamiliar with the PC buttons for it.
Yeah, I use a controller too, so.
Yep. Static says, hey Shadow Lady, I just wanted to let you know I got the Batman bundle. Batman bundle? Oh, from the marketplace. I figured you did because you had the style on that comes with it, one of the styles that comes with the Batman bundle. It is a good choice. Superman said, is the real question, maybe it might mean, the real question is though, which looks better now that I have it? Electric Kryptonian Slimline? Oh, maybe. Actually, I kind of like it. We don't see toes anymore.
I couldn't even begin to answer that.
Gorns is asking, guys, how do you like Invincible?
I like it at first, but I got tired of it after a while. Uh, and even in the comics way back when, I liked it until issue 70 70 something. And then I got tired of it, and I didn't realize at the time that it's pretty much a comic that maybe that started, but that made popular people making stories about slices of life, where you would see the characters talking around a table in a restaurant, or talking in the living room, or sharing their feelings. Like when I was watching the third season of Invincible, holy crap! At some point, I got really tired of seeing Mark and Eve sitting on the rooftop talking about their feelings and how they felt, and they didn't know how to feel, and that I was like, ah, come on, kill me, someone. So I got really tired of that. So and the animation, there's been a bit of a downgrade in the animation from season to season. I know that some people kind of disagree over that, but it's not even a matter of taste, or it's not even a subjective matter. We can see that they from season to season there are layers of rendering that are being removed. It's not a conspiracy. It's not even again. It's not even a matter of taste or anything. It's a technical issue. You can see it that from season to season. Odds are they're probably reducing the budget from season to season. And when they do that, their solution to that, to having less money, is okay. Let's put one less layer of rendering, so that we can save some time and produce the content for cheaper. So so I had a few issues like that with the show. Overall, Invincible was pretty awesome at first, in the comics and in the animated series, but after a while, I really got tired of it. I don't know about you, Shadow Lady.
I haven't seen it, so I have no opinion at all.
Okay, so yeah, you have no choice but to agree with me then.
No, I can just not agree with anybody.
No, yeah,
I get
yeah.
very opinionated when I see something.
No, you have no choice. Too late.
It's the price I paid for being on your channel. Andy said, yeah, sorry, the style. Yeah, beautiful. At least I knew what you were talking about. That's good.
You're sounding like a robot right now.
Sorry?
You're sounding like a robot right now.
Oh, sorry, guys.
That's okay. Again, I don't know if it could be me. So guys, let us know in the chat. Does she sound like a robot, or am I crazy?
See what said she sounds like Oracle. Sorry. Does Multiverse also sound like a robot? If it's both of us, it's probably his end. If it's just me, it's probably my end.
Yeah, you're sounding a lot like a robot to me.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I'll do my best, but I don't know how to fix it.
Yeah, Status hit the nail on the head. If it's in game chat, yeah, it's probably the low quality channel audio that's at fault.
Yeah, most likely.
So either way, it's your fault.
Hey, that's not nice. Static said, I'm going to make a static character. Do you know where the merch is? Oh, so Multiverse just showed that earlier, where you could get the style. As long as that's what you mean by merch. I'm not really sure what you mean by merch, but I'm assuming it means the style, so yeah. Oh, there, Scroll says it's called the Shock Jock style. Beautiful. David said, watched your blog video this morning, Shadow. Thank you for reading us the blog so we don't have to. You're welcome. It's the reason I do it is because I know some of you guys don't want to go and read it and would rather just hear it. So that's why I read it out. Hopefully it was a little bit funny because I tried to do the voices and failed massively and I found it funny, so. Multi, you need to move.
I don't want to move.
But you get blocked out! Scroll says Queen God been there for hours. Yeah, Queen God has definitely been here for like, probably for the whole life almost, I think. A good chunk of you have, though. Static says, I've got a question for you. Do you know if there's any powers like Static Shock's powers that I can use for a character to start out with? Oh, it's electric.
Electric, yeah.
Electric is like very accurate. Most of the loadouts for that are going to work. Turbo says, this is my cybernetic Harley. Look, what do you think? So standing just behind you to the left of your character when we're looking at your character from the front, Vic Quinn, I think, is the style. It looks pretty cool. I do really love the red and black on Harley, and I love that piece on her head. It's just very classic Harley. I've never thought to do a cybernetic one.
Just to get back to static for a second, I would use electric, but I would use skimming for the movement mode.
Oh yeah, fair. Yep. Multiverse knows.
Of course.
C First is asking, what power are you using? I don't know if that's me or Multi, but Multi is
I'm using Earth, right? And Shadow is using
Fire. Because I can't help myself. Low Spec says, sorry guys, gotta go. Take care, Multi and Shadow. Bye. Bye, Low Spec. Thank you for being here. It was lovely to play with you again. Oh, yeah. Now we've got some people talking about how I sounded like a robot. Guys, has it stopped? I'm hoping it stopped because Multiverse sounds normal to me again. But it's not my microphone. It's the in-game.
You're sounding fine.
Oh, good. We're back to normal. Woo! Stacy, oh, that's the one you read out earlier. If you're in-game chat, it's probably because of the low-quality channel audio. If it's not even your fault. Yeah, most of the time it's not our fault what happens with the audio. It's the game. But sometimes I'd still rather check just to be safe. Can you say an Oracle catchphrase? It's too late! It's too late! We're past the time now!
Too late, too late!
GamerX Andy said he thinks my mic is on Bluetooth, so might need to be charged. No, not that at all. My microphone is plugged into my controller, so it's definitely the in-game chat.
I'm plugged in. I'm plugged in too, so.
Yeah. Rose says we've hit 4 hours. See what I mean? Minimum of 3 seems accurate to me. Marcus says, I've got a question. I stopped playing for a bit, but I seen that the comic shader was available when I was gone. If I buy static episode, do I get the shader? The comic shade material is something that pops up in the game as something you can get every now and then. It's not currently available.
It is available with the, I'll say it at some point, the patrol, the campaign. Right now we have a new feature that's called the campaign.
Oh, yeah.
So there are going to be 4 patrols with each campaign. So we had already the first patrol, which was the shock to the system patrol. Sadly, at this point, for the first patrol, you have no choice. You're going to have to use the buyout option to be able to get this patrol. But there should be a news very, 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 very soon about the second patrol. So basically, there's 4 patrols that you're going to have to play through. And one of the rewards you can get from those patrols is, where is it? Is the shaded comic material. So you're gonna have to choose.
You're absolutely right. I forgot about that.
You're gonna have to choose one of those rewards. So either the Wolfpack token, either the shaded comic material, either a rank 140 artifact pack, or a level 7 ally pack. Obviously, most people will probably go for the shaded comic material. Like, even though the Wolfpack token would be tempting, because in a nutshell, the Wolfpack token is $100 to purchase, but the shaded comic material, that one is pretty much impossible to get at this point. So this is pretty much the only way to be able to get the material, at least anytime soon. So that would be one way that you could get the material. Play the campaign, purchase the first patrol, then play the other 3 patrols, and by the end of November, probably early December, you will be able to get the shaded comic material as a reward for the campaign.
I mean, you might need to be quick because we don't know when the new patrol for May comes out, if that's going to take over that tab or if there'll be a new tab, right? What if it takes over that patrol tab and then you can no longer buy out that first mission?
We'll find out soon enough, I guess.
Yeah, but you might want to buy that out quickly if you're wanting to get that shaded comic material. Maybe.
Which reminds me, tomorrow there will be a video about some new information about what's coming up. So I would strongly suggest that you guys tune in tomorrow for that video.
Beautiful. Static said I don't have the shock powers. I don't know what that means.
You have to purchase. You have to purchase the electric powers. They're not free to play.
Oh yes, of course, they're not free. Yeah, you'd have to purchase either the electric or actually they took out the bundle. Did you see that? There used to be a bundle with all of the powers in one purchase. Now you have to purchase every individual one. I'm so glad I bought the bundle to start with.
Oh, I didn't notice that.
Unless they've moved it. Yeah, I only just noticed it when I was going through the marketplace for something else. I don't even remember what it was for, but yeah, it's gone now.
Could be they moved it. Could be nobody was purchasing it. Could be that they figured they'd make more money if they remove it and just have people purchase the power. I've no idea. But I cannot say that I'm surprised.
Pup says, Multi, what are your thoughts on the upcoming 5 art slots? Did they do an announcement? I haven't seen it pop on my Discord.
No, there's no announcement. If there's anything about that, it's probably rumors. Just to get back to our friend Static, if you don't have the electric power, then I would suggest use firepower. It's not electric, but amongst the free-to-play powers, if I was to create a static character, that's the power I would use. So I would use fire, I would use skimming for my character. Obviously, if you don't have skimming, then go for acrobat. The choice is yours.
Yeah, and I don't think there's any iconic powers that are really going to work either for electric. No. None of them are really good. Yeah. Yep, I'm with Multi on that. If you haven't got electric, fire is probably a better option. It's an easy play, too. Fire is pretty good. Stasis says, look at Multiverse. He's so eloquent. He really is sometimes.
Of course.
C First says, can Brick also tank an 8-player boss by himself?
Absolutely.
I don't have Earth and I'm thinking of getting it, but it's important information for me because I'm making a pet loadout.
Brick can do everything by himself. But on a more serious note, I don't know. When I play Earth, I try to use. There's 2 ways to be able to play an Earth tank. Either you summon your friend Brick and Brick keeps you alive, or you try to use the what's it called, rock armor, stone armor, I forget. And that just doesn't work. Whenever I try to use the armor thingy, let me go here. I'll get it right someday. Oh, there we go. So whenever I try to use the armor thingy, like if you go through, like if you use, let's say, jackhammer, it's supposed to give you stone skin, which increases your defense. Sadly, whenever I try to use that, there's also a few other abilities also that I think that gives you stone skin, but ultimately that just doesn't work for me. When I try to use that, I die quick. Even with the 50% extra defense, enemies goes through my defense like tissue paper, like it wasn't even there. So I pretty much had to resign myself to use our friend the Brick to keep my tank alive. And it's working. It's working pretty darn good. So again, the only drawback with Brick is that there are some situations. If Brick gets defeated in battle, there are some situations where it's kind of hard to summon him again. And also, you may have noticed for some time now, the dev seems to really enjoy giving us abilities that remove our loadout. So when you lose your loadout, you also lose Brick. So and then you have to summon him. First, you have to get your loadout back, and then you have to try to summon Brick again. So these are the caveat I would have with Brick. Whereas Brick is awesome, but there are situations where it's a bit challenging to use Brick. I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, Shadow Lady.
I agree with you. I haven't used it as much as you have and as much as Superman has, but I think you're right. Basically, every tank ability I think you can solo, and specifically with Earth, you can definitely solo with Brick as long as you make sure he stays okay. But yeah, it's been a while since I played Earth, though. I think it was back on Switch when I was last doing it, so that's like maybe 2 years ago now. That's not good. Marcus said, I'm on it now, I just didn't want to waste any moolah, thanks. I think that might be in reference to the Shade, comic Shade.
Well, you can't really buy it right now anyway, unless.
No, you can only buy the first section of the patrol.
No, but I mean, unless somehow it's back on the broker, which I would be really surprised. I could see maybe someone on the trade chat. Like there's probably a lot of people who hoarded some shaded comic material way back when, and they might be selling those on the trade chat right now. But if they do, they would be selling those for like 2, 3, 5 billions. So good luck buying it from them. And unless sometimes things changes on the broker, so let's see if we can find it here. I don't think it's gonna happen, but you never know.
Oh, Pup said the producer letter just dropped, so there is new information. Is that right?
Ah, freaking devs, I hate them. So I did not know about that. They did not tell us anything about that ahead of time, so it's a surprise for me as well as for you guys. But I suspect that I have some other information that I should be able to give to you guys tomorrow.
Yeah, I see
That
it.
maybe we won't get from the producer's letter. I'm gonna have to look at the letter first. I'll probably make a video about the letter, but I also have another video coming up about some upcoming stuff. Basically, some stuff we'll get next week. So I guess keep an eye open for a couple of videos tomorrow. Oh, wrong way.
I can't see a section talking about 5 artifacts. I'm still going through. Here we go. We'll be opening 2 additional artifact slots, increasing the total to 5. Oh my goodness, no! That's gonna screw up. Actually, that's so smart, because that's gonna make people level artifacts, isn't it? They're gonna put money into the game.
Then I have no choice now. No choice. I have to go take a look at the letter right now. So we'll do that live.
Alright.
Live at 5. So I assume it's in the announcement section.
Yeah, I went through the Discord link, but you should get a link on X at the same time. I would imagine they tend to post on both. Yeah. Since we last spoke, we've rolled out numerous quality of life improvements and upgrades, including the recent 64-bit client and all-new event system, annual campaign events, elite R&D recipes, renowned system enhancements, cross-faction leagues, but we can't group, a newcomer-friendly casual mode for 50 instances, elite henchmen with unique power set abilities, mailing in-game cash to your alts. Oh, I didn't know I could do that now. So that's good to know. While these updates have been consistently delivered, we know they are not perfect as we continue to monitor how these features perform. Our focus remains on refining them to be both enjoyable and practical from a player's perspective. We can't thank you enough for playing and genuinely enjoying the new updates. Thank you for being a part of this journey. We have so much more to share with you all. And now for what's to come. Alongside the team's ongoing work in the next adventurous chapter of Light and Rain, a multitude of new developments are in the works. Have you found it yet?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm following with you.
Some will arrive sooner than others, but all are designed to enhance your experience and bring more fun to the game. To start with, we're thrilled to be expanding one of the game's biggest systems, artifacts. We'll be sharing more details as the feature gets closer to launch, but the headline here is that we'll be opening 2 additional artifact slots, increasing the total to 5. I'm both nervous and excited about that one.
Well, obviously, it's going to encourage people to use the wolf pack option, so that because already getting 5 artifacts for one character, that's a tall order. Getting 5 artifacts on all your characters, good luck. So I could see that as an incentive to sort of encourage people to either purchase a wolf pack token or
purchase to level.
Yeah.
Yeah. Next, we're enhancing the impact allies have in battle. Currently, allies have been like a smart bomb, and they're sometimes gone before you see them. With our upcoming changes, you can expect them to stick around for much longer, fighting by your side and making a meaningful difference in your heroic or villainous deeds.
That's going to be nice. Because there's some allies like I recall when we had the cyborg ally. Holy crap, was it ridiculous! Like the ally was in the blink. Originally, I think they extended the time that he appears since then. But at first, he was like a blink in we could barely see him for like 3 frames in the game. Oh, you have to move shadow. You could barely see him for like 3 frames in the game. So if you blinked, you could easily miss cyborg. So it was. it was a bit strange. So if they're going to be sticking around longer, I have to admit I like that.
I'm kind of excited about that. I don't want to get my hopes up, but that sounds good. Other stuff we're working on includes private matches. No more looking for one, then drop. Game chat recruitment. This feature will bypass the minimum group size requirements for duos, alerts, and raids and allow you to create a group and go chase those feats. Want to test your might and solo a duo? Have at it. Grab a few buds and take on a raid by all means. What about soloing raids? They don't even suggest that one. That's what I want to do.
Well, you're going to be able to do that.
I know! It's exciting!
Of course.
With cross-faction leagues... Sorry?
The only issue is that there are some raids where there are mechanics like sometimes you have to activate like four consoles at the same time. Good luck trying to go to solo those, but it's going to be it's going to be nice to be able to go into missions like earlier when we were missing one or two people. We could have said, okay, screw that. Let's go to the mission with only 6 people. So now we're gonna have we're going to have the option to be able to do that.
Yeah. The next part is going to make me so happy. With cross-faction leagues in the can, we're now investigating cross-faction grouping and hope to deliver this feature in the coming months. Oh my goodness, I'm so happy.
Yeah, they've been aware of that for some time. Like basically when they gave us the option to when they had us test the cross-faction league, the first thing that we mentioned was what about cross-faction grouping? That is what people want more than cross-faction league. So we know they've been aware of that for some time. The only question is whether they can do it, and whether also when they will be able. Assuming they can do it, when they will be able to do it.
Yes. Broker overhaul. We know this experience needs some love and we're on it. Expect longer consignment periods, think weeks, not days, thank goodness, and far better messaging when this feature goes live. I'm curious about that.
We'll see.
Battlefield collision improvements are on the horizon. It's annoying at a minimum, but can also lead to defeat when your character is hung up on your henchmen, pets, etc. We're going to improve how your character collides with these entities. Oh, I'm really happy to hear that one.
Yeah, it's something that's been it's something that's been talked for a while again. Obviously, anyone who played tank for like 5 minutes went through that at some point. Like at some point, you have so many summons around you, you can't even move. There's ways around that. Like you can, sometimes you can just jump and then move away. But sometimes you're stuck. There's so many mobs that even trying to do that just doesn't work. So hopefully they'll improve that situation. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah. This is very specific compared to what they normally release, which is interesting. Additionally, improvements to the knockout revive system are being planned. I've been in way too many groups that have failed to take down bosses due to chain knockouts as we attempt to revive one another. We don't have too many details to share just yet, but rest assured that we're going to make the system more engaging and forgiving. Oh yay! Maybe a longer period of time before the pickup has to be done, or I don't know, please, that'll be nice. There's even more to come in terms of upgrades and enhancements, and many of these will take the shape in the coming months. That said, we wanted to take a moment to highlight something special, our growing engagement with the community. A thriving game owes much to its players, and we're excited to formally introduce Volterra, our new community manager for DC Universe Online. While her name may already be familiar from the forums and Discord, it's never too late to make a formal introduction. With Volterra on board, you can look forward to more community events with special rewards, the return of live streams, and the launch of new and expanded volunteer programs in the near future. Be sure to give her a warm welcome and stay tuned for more community-focused updates. I think I spoke to her in the Discord. She was the one who was organizing the style competition for Superman Day.
Yes. Yeah, she's a nice.
You've spoken with her before.
Yeah, she's a nice lady.
She is. She's very nice.
So you can see here they mentioned that they're going to expand the volunteer programs. So I know that some people were not too happy when they selected just a handful of people for the career league. There's also the community round, no, the CRT. I forget community round table, I think. So there's also the CRT that will be that people would like to be part of. So it would seem from this that they are going to expand those programs. So if you guys are looking forwards, if you guys wanted to be part of the Creator League, I guess this will be your opportunity to try to do that. And the same also for the CRT. So they're going to try to expand the amount of people who are volunteering to help them either test some of the content, or in the case of like a multiverse, make videos announcing what content is coming up. So so they seem to want to expand on that. I know that it took a while. Like basically they've announced the program. Was it a year ago already? So people have been waiting for like a year to be able to possibly be able to join one of those programs. We didn't get people didn't get the opportunity to do that just yet, but it would seem that they are trying to do that soon. But again, they just introduced Volterra. Like Volterra has been there just for a couple of months, from what I understand. So before they could even start to begin to think about increasing the amount of people for those programs, they had to find someone to organize the whole thing. So seeing how they just got Volterra not too long ago, uh, things are starting to move forwards. So Volterra is starting to take charge of those programs, and so obviously there's no time frame just yet of when they will try to get more people for those programs, but it should come quote unquote soon enough. Like we've been waiting for a year. If we have to wait for a couple of more months, it shouldn't be too bad, I suppose.
Yeah.
So if some of you guys have been meaning to be part of some of those programs, you'll get the chance to do that soon. Obviously, there's probably going to be a selection process. So if some people don't get selected, sadly that happens. So best of luck to everyone who wants to join those programs. But at the end of the day, these are volunteers, and also uh, who knows why the devs select certain people and why they don't select other people. Uh, we'll never know.
Yeah, some of the selections they made surprised me, so that was for the Creator League, though.
Yeah, they're full of surprises.
Yeah. Light and Rain Chapter 2. Now back to the topic on everyone's mind. It wasn't really on my mind, just saying. You may be wondering at this point with how Day of Reckoning concluded where we're going from here. Well, the short answer is we're going to Mogo. You may have seen our latest story blog released on April 23rd, featuring some familiar DC iconics such as Jon Stewart, Kilowog, Hal Jordan, and Carol Ferris. If you haven't already, we highly recommend keeping an eye on these blogs as they begin to set the stage for the next adventure. Coming soon in late May. I don't want to keep an eye on the blogs, but I will.
So, strangely enough, just earlier today, I mentioned to people that for people who are asking when we'll get the next DLC, odds are we'll get it late May, and that pretty much confirms that.
Yeah, there's also some pictures on the website if people wanted to go across and have a look. I think I'm seeing a St. Walker here, so, this could be good. That's a wrap for this producer's letter. Whether it's new features, quality of life improvements, or updates for the next chapter, we can't wait to share all the exciting details with you as we get closer to each release. As always, thank you for being a part of this incredible journey we call home. See you in the next one. Andre Emerson, executive producer.
So for those of you who are not obviously on the website, they seem to have upgraded the model for our friend Saint Walker, and also they're showing what I assume is part of Mogo, but I can't say for sure. And
it looks like they say work in progress in development, so I would assume it's the world that they're referring to, and they said Mogo, so.
there seems to be a new open world. Like we can see some sort of a palm tree. There's a Winnebago or something like that, or a small building in the distance. So is that going to be we have a map with Mogo already where it's basically some underground tunnels, but it would seem that maybe we will be able to live on the surface of Mogo. Maybe there'll be a small village on the surface of Mogo. I guess we'll have to wait and see to be sure. But from the looks of it, it looks like a nice enough map. Visually speaking, I have to admit the devs overall they've been doing a good job overall for the visuals. The one drawback is that sometimes they don't necessarily give us what we want, what we're asking for. Like when they give us the Voivode style, I don't think a lot of people were asking for that style, but it was a nice enough style. Like the in terms of execution, the style looks fine. But I don't. I would have, or even the reckoning style. Like it's a nice enough style. The execution of the style is fine, but I don't think there's a lot of people who are saying I want to have the reckoning style. So hopefully they'll give us more styles that are actually requested by people. We'll see.
Yep. Well, I'm hoping since we're seeing St. Walker in this image that we're going to get his style a little bit more in the game. I'm hoping. And he looks good. Like, they've fixed him up a little bit.
Well, we're seeing St. Walker. We're seeing St. Walker. The next map it seems will be Mogo. Yeah. So it does suggest that the next DLC will be Lantern related. So let's knock on wood and hope it's going to be a good one.
Yep. Well, there we go. Now we know it is 5 artifacts. That is such a smart move if they want to make money. Can I just say that's clever?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So,
sorry.
I was going to ask you where are we in the chat because I have El Rocky who's getting a bit impatient right now. He's overdue for his snack.
We have quite a bit of chat to go. Did you need to go instead?
Let's go. Let's try to get through the chat, but let's try not to spend too long on every chat.
All right. C first said, I'm thinking of Earth and have Mercy Art, Quizlet, and Grim level 200. I could have Brick Tank while my pets attack. No?
Well, yeah, that's one of the things. If you have a character that uses pets, at some point you had to make a choice. Like it became very difficult to have the artifacts needed to be able to buff your pets, and also the artifacts like you needed. What's it called? A Quizlet to be able to get the Quizlet pet. You needed the Grimorium Verum to get the Grim Demon. I forget the actual name. And then you needed there were a few artifacts that you could use to try to give a boost to your pets. So it became with only 3 artifacts, it became very challenging. You had to basically make a choice, and there are some artifacts that you wanted to use for your pets that you just couldn't use because you only had the 3 artifacts. So just for the people using pets, I can see that as being a huge improvement, but it's going to be a huge improvement across the board for pretty much everyone. So yeah, getting 5 artifacts, yeah, obviously that's probably done so that people will spend more money on artifacts. But from a gameplay point of view, that's going to help also a lot of people. Just give me a minute, I'll be right back.
Is going to be amazing.
Absolutely.
I think I might change my stance a little bit on battle builds after I've got 5 artifacts available, depending on what new ones come out, though, I suppose. Abby Sue said, I need to stop merging my 200 arts for new arts. Yes, you do! I mean, sometimes when you consume those to do other arts, you no longer have access to purchasing them. I hope that they resolve that and make sure everyone can access all of the artifacts at the vendor again, because that would be really, really annoying if we did it based off of the knowledge we had then, and it affects knowledge we're going to have now, because that's going to suck. Marcus said, I've spent so much money between here and Rivals, my savings are evaporating. I know the feeling! Mind you, mine stays on DC, but yes, I know the feeling. David is asking, are you doing a stream tomorrow, Shadow? I will attend while I'm on lunch at work. No, I don't have a stream this weekend. It is next weekend. This weekend I have family things, so I will be doing those. Abby Sue said live at 8 p.m. I don't know what that means, Abby. There we go. Pap said we need 5 slots for materials too. That would be very nice. 5 slots for our swatching as well instead of the 4 would be nice too, because often I just need 1 extra swatch to get my colors right, especially if I'm changing a style piece to look like skin. Like with the new Genesis trousers, I often get the leg piece looking like skin so that the shorts can be the color of the outfit. I know it's textured, but being able to do that too would be really nice. I've often thought as well having a separate set of storage for for your second armor set for your armories, so that you have one set for your damage build and then one set for whatever other role you have, would be nice, so that you can see those two armor sets up at the top of your screen when you go in to change things or put in your mods and things like that. But I don't know that that's something that they're even going to think about, because I think I'm the only person saying that. The Black Meta said, "What we running, Mr. Verse? We had already run a whole bunch of Superman Day content. We are not currently running anything. We went through the newest producer's letter that's been released, and now we're just going through the chat, and then we'll be finished after that, guys."
Yep. Sorry about that. Our little doggo needed some attention. Hopefully, he'll be fine for a few more minutes.
Okay?
Oh yeah, he's fine. He's just he's overdue for a snack, and I think he heard something outside.
He's trying to warn you against the enemies.
Could be.
Superman said, "I actually just finished reading it, Shadow, and then I go and read it to you again." Sorry, guys. I just thought, since it's something we're talking about and multiverse was going across there also, that we might as well address it. So, yeah.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Which part?
All of it. Say that again?
Oh, Superman said he just finished reading it, and then I literally read it out to everybody, but I thought it was good to do since we were both looking it up. Might as well address it in the moment.
Sure.
Yeah. Phantom says, "Yes, mwahaha, my Wonder Woman allies will now perform combos with me. Wondrous team combos." I'm looking forward to seeing if they bring out some more backup and henchmen that look a little bit more fun and are also still the elite version. Like, I wouldn't mind having ones that look like other Amazonians, for example, if I'm playing Wonder Woman. Something that works, but I don't know. I don't know if that's something they're looking into at the moment.
Well, I wish they would push it even one step further. Like, what if we had sidekick allies or sidekick henchmen? Like, imagine if we had 3 henchmen, that would be Robin, Kid Flash, and Superboy. Or Robin, Kid Flash, and Wonder Girl. So anyway, so hopefully they'll open the door to stuff like that. But the truth is, we don't know. Could be that there's something that they reserve for the allies. We'll see.
Yeah, especially if the allies are staying with us for longer in the future, that would be really good too.
Well, for the allies, I never understood why they could not. Like, we have the robot sidekick that pretty much everyone uses at this point. And if it's not the robot sidekick, someone like me will use a brick. Someone playing sorcery will use a fury. So at this point, pretty much everyone, or almost everyone, has a reason to have some sort of sidekick, some sort of ally, not ally, but some sort of character following them around. So why not give us the option to have that be the ally? Like, why not have, instead of having brick, why can't we have Flashpoint Wonder Woman? Instead of having the robot sidekick, why can't we have Superman or the Batman? So, so I understand that they're trying to restrict that. I understand that one of the reasons probably why they restricted the allies, the amount of time the allies stayed in the game, was to make sure that there would not be too many NPCs, and that could create maybe some issues. But now that pretty much everyone is using the robot sidekicks, why not have an ally instead? Why not give us the option to, instead of summoning the robot sidekick that follows us around, why not have the Batman that follows us around?
Yes! That would be so cool! I doubt they're gonna do it.
Yeah, I doubt too, but we can hope, I guess.
It's more valuable to them as an ally, potentially one that's purchasable as well.
Yes.
If they make money off it, that's what they're gonna do, I think. So, yeah. Phantom said, "Now about that romance option."
Nah, no romance, please. Do not romance.
Same. Yeah, I don't really want it in DC, thank you. David said, "Ooh, crypto will hang around for longer." Absolutely. That will be fantastic.
Sure.
Scroll said, "My cyborg is level 12 as we speak." Beautiful. Phantom said, "Cerberus raid gonna be tough." I think that's if we've got a decreased team maybe he's talking about.
Probably. Well, obviously there are some missions where we'll have no choice but to have a full team. But at least we will have a choice. We will be able to make a decision to say, okay, what if we cannot get 8 people? Let's try with 6 people and see if we can do it. If we could decide not to do it, but at least we will have the option.
Phantom said I missed the beginning of the letter. Did they say anything about equipment? Not as far as I can see.
No, not as far as we know.
No. Sorry. They kind of talked about equipment that we've had. Yeah, no, nothing new for the equipment anyway. Oh, Scrolls said Superman solo raids. Yeah, he already does. But I so want to do that. I think that would be great fun to see how far I can get in some of the raids on my own.
Well, back in the day, we had this guy called Death Mike, who would pretty much solo everything. He was obviously was using a fire tank, and with his fire tank, he was able to solo 8-player missions. From what I understand, I think he pretty much did solo everything. There could be some missions that he was not able to solo for whatever reasons. But way back when, we had Death Mike who would do that. But in order to be able to do that, he had to get 7 people to help him get into the mission before he could even manage to do that.
Yes. Yep. Phantom said, so when's all this new stuff coming? It doesn't give us an exact date.
It doesn't say. The only date we have is for the next DLC. It seems that it is going to be late May. Well, I suspect we may have additional information next week about that, but it's just a guesstimation on my part. There are some information that we will get tomorrow about some other stuff. So I would strongly suggest that tomorrow tune in and I'll be able to share at least some stuff with you guys.
Abby Sue said, hopefully, finally a search bar for style inventory on every menu. I mean, it would be really nice if they did that. That's a really good idea, but I don't know if they're going to.
We don't know. Once you start getting thousands of styles in your character, we need a better way to be able to find specific styles. But right now, it doesn't seem to be. There's no mention about that.
Yeah. Scrolls said brick loadout and aftershock for Earth Tank. He also said ads should be able to pick up. That's an interesting idea. If we get knocked down and we have like something that's been summoned, they should be able to pick us up. Or the NPCs that we play along with in the narrative, potentially. That's interesting. I don't know about that. Valley Cat says, hello, what are we talking about? We're specifically kind of talking about the producer's letter that's just been released to do with DC, but also we're going through the chat and answering any questions that are in there also. Hence why I'm answering yours now.
Yeah, for those who maybe are wondering why we're not playing missions, we're pretty much done for tonight. We're just going we're going through the chat. It's just that halfway in the middle of almost being done with the chat, the producer's letter dropped. So here we are.
C first said, multiverse, I would love to see a 5 artifact sorcery pet loadout, so would I.
Oh yeah, the sorcery is one of the powers that uses a lot of pets. So obviously getting I'm not sure if I have some with this little guy here. Like at some point they started giving us artifacts for people who were using pets. But I don't know if I have them. That doesn't matter.
I definitely don't on here.
Anyways, so we had basically we had reached a point where we had too many artifacts. Just having 3 artifacts just wasn't enough for people using pets. People were asking to be able to get more artifacts for the characters, so that they because people ended up having to choose between the Grimorium or between the Quizlet. Using both became a bit tricky, but now you'll be able to use the Grimorium, the Quizlet, and a couple of other artifacts that will give a boost to your pets. Let's go see our friend Constantine, I guess, if we're talking about artifacts. Oh, wrong way.
My best friend has a character that has both of those pets. He's going to be so happy when he finds out he's going to be able to put more artifacts on that.
Well, personally, I would go by team. Like, if I was playing, let's say, a Dr. Fate character, I would use the Grimorium. If I was playing, let's say, a Legion of Superhero characters, I would use a Quizlet. So, depending on the theme of the character, I would use one or the other. But now we'll be able to use. Well, sometimes I would use both if I didn't care about the other artifacts.
Phantom
But
Stranger's
now
a bit
people
out of
will
touch
not
with
have
reality, but
to
he's
make a choice
okay.
anymore. We'll be
Think
able
he predates
to
humans.
I
get it
based
all.
mine off of Supercharge, because Quizlet is much more useful if you're using a Supercharge, but Grim is more useful if you're not using one. So I tend to use Grim on characters where I don't use a Supercharge loadout typically, and then I'll use Quizlet where I do use a Supercharge loadout. Scrolls actually had the suggestion that we should have an extra slot in our power bar, and I am on board with that. Yes, please?
Sure. So we have some artifacts like the Mercy artifacts for pets. So so again, you could decide to have the Mercy, you could decide to have the Grim, and you could decide to have, let's say, the Quizlet. But then there's another artifact if you play as a healer, or is it that gives you also a pet? Like the Orb of Orion also gives you some sort of pet, the Spectral Acolyte. So if you play as a healer, maybe you want to use that one as well. And so sadly,
I still can't wait to see pet builds.
oh yeah, the pet build will get a facelift thanks to that change. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But also, I could see also controllers. Controllers also had reached a point where you have to decide if you are a buff troll or a power troll or a damage troll, or a battle troll. Here with 5 artifacts, you could almost do it all. Oh, wrong way.
I'm not sure what scrolls means. They said, I want an extra power slot in the power bar. I agree. I already have my power respec token. I want that blue lantern power, not Voivode Esperanza. I think he's wanting a blue power set added to the game.
Yeah, people have been asking. People have been asking for that for forever at this point. It's obviously
got the token ready.
It's obviously not going to happen. Who knows? Maybe long term they will find a way to make it happen. But right now, we can actually. It's obvious to see for everyone at this point. Like the way they're adding new powers. If we go to our traits, like right now, the way they're adding new powers is the way what they did with the Shadow Curse or what they did with the Spore Pods. So they're adding new iconic powers like that. But also they're adding new powers through artifacts. So there are certain artifacts like I think I have it here. Like we have obviously the Omega Totality that gives us the Omega Beam power. So that is the way that they're adding new powers to the game in a roundabout ways. The Candle of Neron, that would be another example of that.
Yeah.
So I guess the way things have been going right now, people are speculating that before long, your loadout will be nothing but either the new iconic powers or the new artifact powers. We could already see people use people create a loadout where you have come on. Sorry, I'm looking for some. No, let's go there.
Yeah, I can see you looking.
So already we can see, we could easily imagine people who make a loadout with a Shadow Curse, with a Spore Pod, with the Omega Beam, Omega Beam power, the Candle of Neron power, and probably something else I failed to mention. Like already we can see people having entire loadouts that don't even have the powers anymore. Like you could play an Earth character and not use a single Earth ability. But that's I guess it's a bit of a. I guess it will. One of the drawback would be that everyone will end up pretty much using the same loadout if they keep on going in that direction. But it is the freedom of character creation. Like you can, if you want to create an Earth character and not use a single Earth ability, already you have the option to be able to do that with the movement powers. Like you could decide to create an Earth character and just use a super speed ability. The option is there. So it's one of the great thing about DC Universe Online is that you can really customize the character the way you want to. And if people want to customize it with iconic abilities, if people want to customize it with the Candle of Neron, why not give them that option? Anyway.
My Wonder Woman's going to be so cool. Oh, I'm contemplating all the different ways I'm going to use the 5 artifacts.
I'm sure you're not alone.
Yeah. Andy said they don't have a Blue Lantern power. I don't think that they ever will, but he's excited for the new update. I think everyone might be a little bit excited for that.
Oh yeah.
Depending on what things come into the game and when.
Well, at the very least, if they could give us, like we cannot have a Blue Lantern power. That's obvious at this point. But if they could give us iconic abilities from, let's go over here. Like if we go into custom play, if we go to legends, let's go. Oh, I'm gonna have to leave the group, I guess. Sorry, guys. Oh no!
I'm sure we'll survive.
So already we do have some Blue Lantern abilities in the game. Yes, it's not an entire power like people are asking for, but it could be a first step, or it could be a compromise for people who want to play as a Blue Lanterns. For example, here we have our friend Saint Walker. Oh, where's the there we go. Let's go over here.
Beautiful.
I don't know why there's a delay, because it should be a solo thing by myself. But anyways.
That's happened so many times. I don't understand how it can happen, though.
Well, earlier today, people could not even queue for missions. They would try to queue, and they would end up in the infinite loading screen. So I don't know. It seemed that there was some issues, at least earlier today. So if we take a look at our friend Saint Walker, so we already have a whole bunch of Blue Lantern abilities. I heard a nice one with the Blue Lantern emblem. This one is not so much Blue Lantern per se. Again, here we have the nice Blue Lantern. We have the Blue Lantern shield. So we already have some Blue Lantern abilities in the game. There's also the supercharge. I forget what the supercharge does. I guess we're gonna have to supercharge it the hard way.
Find out, yeah.
I'm too lazy for that. Let's just go into. Can I see the loadout from here? I guess not. Oh, there we go. So Salvo Vadar. Oh, there it is. So the supercharge is Hope. Infuses your body with hope, restoring full health and power. So it seems to be some sort of healing ability. Been a while since it's been a while since I even used Saint Walker in PvP, so sorry if I don't remember exactly what it does. But anyway, so we already have some Blue Lantern abilities in the game. So all they would really need to do is either give us those abilities as iconic abilities, and if we do have some Lantern related DLCs soon, that could be a nice addition to those DLCs, or the whatever rewards we get from playing the event for those DLCs. But it would be nice. Again, the powers are already there. We can see it here. They exist. So it seems like it would be a no-brainer for them to adapt those into iconic abilities. The real question is, will they do that? And if we switch, there's also our friend Kyle Rayner. If we go to, where's Kyle Rayner? Oh no, I don't have it with this character. I'm so sad now. Oh well, too bad, so sad. Let's get out of here. So anyway, so the abilities already exist. All they would have to do is make them available to players. Now, will they do that? That's the $50,000 question.
Sounds like an expensive question.
Gotta do what you gotta do.
Valley Cat says the Joker trinket was fun, but wish it was more permanent. I don't really care if it was permanent. Once I got the rewards from it, I didn't use it again. So the one that I would like to be permanent is the retro one, where it has like the different sounds written around my character in the older font from comic books. I think that's really fun. I wish that was something that was more permanent.
Yeah, the Joker. It was a cool. It was a fun idea with the Joker trinket. But yeah, once you get the plans to craft the balloons, Yeah, you don't really need the trinket afterwards. It would be nice to get an actual Joker trinket, maybe a Joker ally. Who knows?
Yeah. C First said they already have ad pickups in Superman raids, but only in those for some reason.
I don't know. I don't know why they have it there, and I don't remember that either. But either way, it doesn't matter. Most of the raids, that's not an option.
I'm hoping that that's something they have. I think that would be cool. But whatever they do, at least they said it's going to be more forgiving. So that's nice to know. Rayshon says, I'm hopping off. Bye, Multiverse. Bye, Shadow. Bye, everyone. Bye, Shadow's mom. Awesome stream today, Multi. That is true. It was pretty awesome. David says, I used the Grim, Quiz, and Mercy. Now I'll be able to add Heat Vision to the next. Awesome. Oh, I'm so looking forward to what people do with this. It sounds like it's going to be really fun. Sifa says, I just have as many pets. Hang on. I just like to have as many pets at once. The most I can have out right now is 15.
Yeah, I love pets too. Way back when I started playing Diablo 2, the first thing I did was create a necromancer, and I created an army of skeletons. Early on, I think we didn't have a limit to how many summons we could have, so I had a lot of skeletons. And I understand that at some point they changed it. They gave us we could have like I think we could have 3 skeletons and 3 magi. It's been a while since I played, so I could could be misremembering. But at some point they had a cap on how many skeletons you could have, and I can understand because for other players that there was a lot of skeletons on their screen, and depending on the PC we're using, if there was too many summons, maybe they were lagging a little bit because of that. But that was my thrill. As soon as I played Diablo and I saw the Necromancer, I knew that I had to summon an army of skeletons, and that's pretty much how I played the whole game. And people would call me crazy at the time because that's all I had, skeletons, and that's it. I wouldn't put any points into. There was an corpse explosion or a bone shield or that kind of stuff. Everything was into skeletons, and people were saying I was crazy because they were saying that you could not play the game with only summons. And the reason why they were saying that is that for most people, they would spread their skill points around to various abilities. I didn't do that. Everything was into my skeletons or into abilities that would make my skeletons stronger. So people would call me crazy and say that once I would reach some of the bosses would kill my skeletons and then I would be toast. But my skeletons were so strong that they would take down the bosses. And then the final argument people had was Diablo. At some point, Diablo has this big ring of fire that pretty much kills all the summons. But again, my skeletons were so strong that they would survive through that, and they would take down Diablo. And then by the end of the fight, I would still have 3-4 skeletons standing. So even if he would kill most of those skeletons, there were still enough skeletons standing around that Diablo didn't stand a chance. But throughout the whole thing, and every time people would say I was crazy, then I would show them that it's doable. But then the next boss, they would call me crazy, and I would show them it's doable. And then, of course, once I did defeat Diablo with my skeletons, then it became, okay, you did that on the normal level. You're not going to be able to do that on Nightmare. But obviously, once I reached Nightmare, again, my skeletons were so strong that they could wipe the floor with poor Diablo. So I fell in love with it was a fun bit, and so I was someone a horde of skeletons, and I had a lot of fun.
It sounds great. I love it. Oh, Superman is sleeping on your head.
Evil Superman.
Zag says, you know that Kryptonite hurts me, right? I'm not sure what character he was playing, but I feel like that there was a joke within there.
Well, that's the point. Sorry? That's why I have a lot of Kryptonite on me.
Yes, we can see.
This is Kryptonite Doomsday.
And then behind you, she's got the aura as well. That's very green. It looks kryptonite, even though I know it's cosmic.
Yeah, but Ultraman it actually gets stronger with kryptonite. I assume Ultra Girl or Overgirl in this case is the same.
Would also, yes. Phantom says, I want my allies to bust in like Mickey Mouse, swinging a blade and fighting whole mobs and bosses to make sure I can get back up. Sounds fun.
Sure.
I've never seen Mickey Mouse do that, but sure. Superman said he's doing the same thing, over-contemplating it too, on which I'll use for which build. Yeah, that's what I'm doing now. I have too many characters too. Oh, it's gonna take me forever to fix all of their artifacts.
Oh, yeah.
No. And up until this point, guys, I have never bought a wolf token for my artifact leveling.
Maybe you're gonna have to now.
I'm probably gonna. I know, right? See, that's why I say it's smart, because they're gonna make people pay.
Because when you're crazy like me or like us, and you have a lot of characters, that Wolfpack token goes a long way. Basically, that Wolfpack token means 36. Like for each artifact that you use with the Wolfpack token, you basically get 36 artifacts for all your characters.
Yeah.
So, and seeing how each character can have 3 artifacts, well, you need at least 3 Wolfpack tokens. And then if you go into, that's assuming, let's say you go for DPS. If you go for a healer, you'll need 3 more tokens for your healer artifacts. Then you might need 3 more tokens for your controller artifacts, and 3 more tokens for your tank artifacts. But then once you reach that point, then you pretty much have the artifacts you need for all your characters. Sadly, that means a lot of Wolfpack tokens. But it's when you have 36, 37, or 50 characters. Well, when you have 37 characters, that's the only real option you have, because there's no way to be able to get artifacts on all those characters the regular way.
Yeah.
And even worse if you have 120?
121.
See, even worse when you have 121. Although in this case, that really wouldn't help, because you would have to purchase the Wolfpack token for every account.
Different accounts, yeah. So I have to pick and choose where I would actually want to spend the money for them. Which one would probably be on here?
Although I guess with the way it works, if you were to buy it, let's say on PlayStation, then you would get it on PlayStation US and PlayStation EU. So it would kind of give you double the Wolfpack tokens, but still, that still would require a lot of Wolfpack tokens.
Yes, it would. And I still have to test that personally myself also, to make sure that I'm 100% sure of that one, because that was told to me by someone else who is reliable, but I just want to make sure I'm sure about that one before I tell people that I'm 100%. But, Just Day says, I'd love to be able to mix and match powers, take some powers from Earth, some from healing, some from water and sorcery, make a tank healer. That would be so cool. I actually kind of started making a tank healer with a sorcery. It doesn't make a lot of sense, but I'm messing with it because it's fun.
You can kind of sort of do that already. Like one of the artifacts that I'm using is the Clarion. Like if you use the Clarion, you will be able to heal yourself at least a little bit. At the very least, it does give you, what can I attack here? There's nothing I can attack. I'm so sad now. Anyways, so the Clarion will give you a shield for your tank, which is a good thing to begin with, but also you will be able to heal yourself. It pretty much turns every tank into a fire tank. Like fire tank, one of the great things about fire tanks is that they can heal themselves, so they're self-sustainable. And now with the Clarion, if you do have the Clarion with your tank, you will be able to do that as well. Not as well as the fire tank, but it's still a viable option. The one drawback though is that you have to use the weapon buff. So you need the weapon buff to activate basically the Clarion ability, and then you will be able to get a shield and heal yourself. But again, I'm using it instead. Normally I would put a shield here, but instead of the shield, I put the weapon buff, and then thanks to the Clarion, most of the time I do get a shield.
Now you've got me thinking that I should be doing that. No, we're not gonna think about it. It's gonna mess with my head if I start thinking about that too.
Absolutely.
Richard said, "Hi Multiverse, seen the new producer's letter for April 25, 2025. Can't wait to see your reaction. Have a great day."
You can expect that tomorrow.
Yeah. Scroll says if they don't want to give us a new power, put all of the roles under one power example, a quantum tank or healer. See, but that takes a lot of effort too, because the abilities and loadouts that they have don't accommodate tanking and healing when they're a controller.
Yeah, they would have to rework they would have to rework all the powers and how they work. They
Yeah.
it's too much for them.
Yeah.
But so ideally, just taking some of the iconic abilities from the legend characters and adding those to the iconic powers, that seems like something that would be doable easily enough. But there could be some restrictions or something we don't know about that would make that more complicated than we know. Sadly, it happens.
Robert says, having 5 artifacts would be perfect for my characters. I use the Omega Totality artifact, darn, can't talk today, just for the glowing eyes effect on my main, so I'll have it and Neron's candle would be perfect. See, people are already making plans. I'm already making plans also. Just Day says, what's the top 5 arts for builds now that they're going to have 2 more slots? I don't think you could say there's a top 5. It depends on your build.
Depends on your build, depend on your role, depend on your power, depends on many things.
A lot of things, yeah. Frankie says her mic needs to be turned down to reduce the static sound, but Multiverse would need to increase her volume on his end. Yeah, see, if there's a problem with my mic at the moment and my volume's not quite right, if Multiverse turns it down on his end, he hears me less also, and sometimes that means he can't hear me at all, even though you guys still can. It's a little bit of a fiddly system because we go through the game.
Yeah,
I'm really sorry.
It's a bit of a pickle, I guess. I'm not sure how to probably say that. We tried that before. The problem is that if I lower volume too much, then you guys don't hear or I don't hear. So trying to get the right volume so that I can hear, getting the right volume so that you guys can also hear. It's a bit tricky. And sometimes, even though,
the exact same slider.
and sometimes we tried before to adjust the volume, and then the next time we would log in. We had to do that all over again because somehow it didn't stick. Or even just like sometimes you would log out, log back in, and just that the volume was way too loud, and then I would have to adjust it again. So sadly, there's no. We tried a few things, and so far we didn't find the magic formula. So we have to endure.
We're kind of stuck with it.
Yeah.
David said that's why I used the cosmic green aura with the Ultra Girl style. Indeed, so he's going for that kryptonite aura on the outside, which is what I thought, which is awesome. Oh, Phantom was talking about Kingdom Hearts 2. See, I haven't played it. If you go down in the middle of a fight, there's a small chance that Mickey Mouse will show up in a black robe and start beating the bosses up until you revive. That sounds hilarious.
Never played.
Very nice.
Never played that game, so I can't even begin to know what that's like.
I played Kingdom Hearts, the first one, a little bit. Most of the time my siblings were playing and I was watching, but I do know what you're talking about. In regards to it, I have not seen number 2 though, so I'm basing it off of what I know of the first one. Frankie said, tanks are gonna love 5 arts. I think every role is gonna love 5 arts, but I will admit I'm thinking more about my tanks than anything else at this stage.
Oh yeah, everyone will love 5 artifacts. That's without a doubt.
Yep, absolutely true. Abby Sue said, I'm gonna need a new job for this game. We all will. We need to just work a job that pays exclusively for DC.
Well, you can sell a lung or a liver or a kidney.
Oh, what a great idea, Multi. Thanks for that.
Well, whatever it takes.
Superman says Mystic heals continuously without weapon buff, and Red Tornado does as well, but Red Tornado is a battle tank based artifact. He has the information, guys. Frankie says, I have every tank power. Fire, Rage, Atomic are going to be self-healing demons. Yeah. Fire already is. Fire is going to be insane now, but I think that this gives the opportunity for all the other tank builds to really catch up with that self-heal.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah. It's going to give. At the very least, it's going to give them more options. That's for sure.
Yeah. Andy says having access to more than one power would be the next best thing. We could make a new power out of that. Yeah, I do think that would be nice if they were giving us access to a bunch of different powers. Seems like they are. They're using it as a reward system. We've got the 2 new powers already that are in the iconic slot. I imagine they're going to continue with that. Hopefully a Blue Lantern one does come up because the new DLC potentially and kind of obviously I'm hoping seems to be about Blue Lanterns. So maybe?
Yeah, technically, like the spore pod ability is pretty much a nature ability when you come down to it. The only thing is that it does not interact with nature. Like it doesn't have the power interaction with like poison and stuff like that, or the spore thing. But yeah, that could be one way that it could give us abilities. I could have sworn there was an ability that I thought was for a specific group. I'll have to look it up. Anyway, so that would be one way. If they keep on giving us new iconic abilities like that, then yeah, they could give us at some point a sort of fire type ability, but that everyone could use. And again, they could do that for all the powers. They could give us a quantum type ability. They could give us a one ability I would love they would give us. Is an ability from the Legend Cersei where she can teleport and creates a copy of herself. That I would love to get that.
Yes, that would be so fun.
Oh yeah.
Night Racer said Scrap Trans, Strat Omega, and Eben will be OP.
Could
There's
be.
a few combos that I think are going to be pretty darn good together. I'm going to have to look over them again because I already have a set in like the sets of 3 in my head for most of my builds, so I know what they do and how they function together. And now things that I've disregarded in the past are things I'm probably going to be able to utilize. It's going to be fun. Man, it's going to take so much time and energy. This game is going to have me in it again.
But obviously,
so smart, got it.
Obviously, it's going to mean more money for the devs because already we can see that people are excited over that, and they're already planning to get their 5 artifacts. And at the very least, they may have to get some ally favor, not ally favor, some anti metal, some catalyst, some seals of preservation or seals of completion. So yeah, so at the release it'll mean at least a little bit more money for the devs, and of course if people go crazy and purchase some Wolfpack artifacts, then it'll mean a lot more money for the devs.
Yeah, well, I was already planning to purchase one Wolfpack token just so that I could test that theory. You know, the one that I was told where you can purchase on the EU server, and as long as you're on the same account, it'll work for the US server and vice versa. So I wanted to test that anyway, but now I'm kind of like, well, it's going to be even more useful than it was before.
Some people are thinking also that they might be doing that to try to fight artifact swapping. Maybe, but unless they make some big changes to the artifacts, people are still going to be able to swap artifacts. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure what that's going to change.
Yeah, I don't really understand why people are so against the artifact swapping, except in PvP. Other than that, I don't really understand.
Well, it looks like an obvious exploit. From any way you slice it, it's an obvious exploit. But somehow that is tolerated by the devs because they make money out of it.
Yes. Abby Sue said, watch them add Elite plus 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 too. I'm with you on that one, right?
I don't think so because already even with Elite Plus, like right now, one complaint we keep on seeing is that Elite is not elite enough. There are people who complain that Elite is not elite enough, and even Elite Plus is not hard enough. And
at the same time, they're the same people who won't let in other people who have a lower build, like their artifacts aren't leveled, they don't have the stat points, but that would actually give them a harder game to play. I really don't understand that either.
Absolutely, but I don't think the devs are I don't know. It doesn't look like the devs are trying to make the content harder. Based on the DLC we just got, I would say the opposite. They seem to try to keep the content casual so that as many people as possible can gain access to the content and can play the content. Because if like if you have Elite Plus and only 1% of your player base plays it, and only 1% of the player base gets let's say the artifacts to be able to play it, what's the point? As opposed to if you can get 50%, 90% of the player base to play it, and convince them that 90% of the player base to invest in their artifact, it's going to be much more profitable that way. But again, there's the two extremes. There are people who seem to think that only the best of the best of the best should have access to Elite Plus and no one else. And there are those who think that everyone should have access to Elite Plus, but sadly, people don't agree.
Yeah. Phantom said, we could all train for the Fatal Fury fighting game tournament. Winner gets $2.5 million in real life. Well, that would be nice.
Maybe.
Looks like conversation amongst you guys. Frankie said, I must say this is my time here, I think maybe first time here, and I really enjoy the stream. You all are very interactive and informative. Thank you. Ah, that's so nice. Multiverse is always very informative.
Glad you're enjoying it. And you got lucky. Happy coincidence. We got the producer's letter halfway through the stream, so we have even more information than usual.
Yeah, which is nice. Oh, Abby Sue said they're awesome hosts. Oh, thank you, guys.
Oh, thank you.
Nice. Richard said, Bizarro artifact, freezing vision, heat breath.
Absolutely.
Yes. That would be so good.
Yeah, people have been asking for that for a long time. Whether it's going to happen, we don't know. We're hoping. We're hoping against hope that at some point we will get our freezing vision, that we will get our heat breath or flame breath. But no matter how many times we asked, it didn't happen yet.
Superman has an awesome combo of artifacts: Omega, Mystic, Red, Manacles, and Clarion. I can't wait to see you do that, Superman. Phantom said, question, some MMORPGs make it over 20 years. With these upcoming updates, do you think DCUO can reach that number as well, specifically with the rising costs of next-gen games, both buying and making? I don't know. It depends.
Well, obviously the cost. We see an increase in the cost for games, and I assume we'll see also an increase in the cost for consoles. Let's not forget that. So yeah, if they can get PlayStation 5 has been around for what, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, I forget. Anyway, if I guess I could see that as a game like DC Universe Online that is quote unquote free to play. Yeah, I could see people turn towards those games. If at some point they cannot afford to spend $80 to play a game, yeah, they might turn to games that are free to play, and also they might turn to games that can be played on an older console. If they cannot afford to buy the newest console, so yeah, I could see that giving a boost to a game like DCO. But the real issue with DCO is the license. Sadly, DCO is a licensed game. I know people don't like it. That basically the money spent, the money from DCO is actually spent on other games, like for example EverQuest. Uh, the reason for that is quite simple. Daybreak do not own DC Universe Online, but they do own EverQuest. So imagine you're renting a house and you own a house, and then you need to spend $10,000 on renovation. Would you spend that $10,000 on the house you rent, or would you spend it on the house you own? That pretty much explains what the devs are doing with the cash, although not fully, because we do know that one of the games that they're working on, that they're investing on, is an Aliens game. And I'm pretty sure they don't own the Aliens license. They most likely rent a license. So there might be some other factors that we're not aware of, that we don't know about. But at the end of the day, DC Universe Online, they have to spend money for a license, which I mentioned that earlier today. Basically, they're spending money for the DC license, but somehow they don't use it fully. Like they barely use characters like Batman and Superman, which are their A-list characters, which are pretty much the draw for a lot of people. Like we just saw that with Superman Day. Like it's silly, but having the Superman emblem and two Superman slimline, holy crap! A lot of people came back just for that. And I saw people, we saw that in the comments. Like when I first announced it, the comments were overwhelmingly positive over that, and there were comments of people saying that I haven't played DCU for X amount of time, but I'm coming back just for that. So it doesn't take much to make DCUO players happy. Give them what they want. Uh, so if they ask and ask and ask for a Superman emblem, give them the freaking Superman emblem. They'll be happy. They'll come back and they'll play your game. But somehow despite Daybreak paying good money for a DC license, they don't seem to really want to use it somehow. Anyway,
Yeah.
but
It's
I,
odd, like with the use of the new storyline for Casimir.
but ultimately, at the end of the day, whether the game lasts 20 years will depend on whether they're willing to renew the license or not. Now, all the changes we're seeing in gaming right now, maybe they were not planning to renew the license, but maybe seeing how all the changes are going on right now, maybe that will give them a reason to renew the license and keep the game going. We don't know. Sally will know in I don't know in 2030. That's when we'll find out.
David said, with Fire Breath, I could do Fire Lad from the Legion of Substitute Heroes.
Absolutely.
Which is fair. Oh, he also said, nice flame look, Shadow. Thank you. I swapped to my tank build because I was contemplating the artifacts that I'm going to swap over, and I had the same thought that Superman had, just as he wrote it, is that I would probably use Everyman rather than Clarion. So he said, thank you, Shadow. I would say as well, instead of Clarion, if you don't want to use weapon buff, you can utilize Everyman. So that would be my recommendation, is the one with Everyman, because I would not use the weapon buff. But that's why I swapped over to my tank build, is because I was thinking about what I would use. GamerX Andy says, I want a Bizarro emblem. Same.
Absolutely. We all want that. We've been asking for that for a long, long time. Sadly, the issue right now would be which Bizarro emblem would they give us? Because there's been quite a lot of versions of different versions of Bizarro. So I worry that even if they were to give us the Bizarro emblem, they probably wouldn't give us the emblem that we're asking for. They probably would give us a weird Bizarro emblem from somewhere in the Elseworld, as opposed to, do I have it here? No. The Absos.
Funny in the chat.
Like ideally, this is the Bizarro emblem that I would like them to give us. But even assuming they give us the Bizarro emblem, would they give us this emblem? Would they somehow manage to give us another Bizarro emblem from some Elseworlds? We'll have to find out someday.
Just Day said, with Fire Breath, I can make the kid that bullied me as a kid because his breath was hot like fire. Just a mental picture of some little tiny kid in a pair of shorts and school uniform breathing fire at some other kid. Deary me. Scroll said, do as I did when you were a kid. Learn martial arts and become the bully of your bully. That sounds horrible. I don't want to become the bully.
Nah, just punch him in the nose. That solves the problem.
That's a horrible plan, but maybe effective. So I can't really complain.
Well, there's two ways. There's two ways to see that. Like it's more than just the one bully, because when I was a kid, I was a tiny thing. So I'll if you don't know, I'll give you a scoop. Bullies don't go after the bigger guy in the courtyard. They'll go after they'll go after the smaller guy in the courtyard. And sadly, that was me. Even the girls do that. When a girl wanted to show that she was as strong as a guy, she would come and see me. So, anyways, there's two ways to do that. To see that, first, you want to stop the bully from bullying you. So you have to make him understand that, yeah, he can come and bully you, but it's going to cost him. And you don't even need to win the fight. It's great if you actually do win the fight, but all you really need to do is hurt them enough so that the next time they decide to bully someone, they'll go bully someone else because they remembered, oh yeah, last time I bullied him, he broke my nose, or he broke one of my tooth, or he broke he split open my lip, or something like that. And
so no fire breath for you?
No fire breath needed. Just a good punch on the nose would do the trick. And again, if you win the fight, great. If you don't win the fight, it doesn't matter because you're not trying to win this fight. You're trying to win all the other fights that will never happen. I wish it worked like very often you'll see in movies like when someone goes to prison, they spot the biggest guy in the place, beat the snot out of him, and somehow everyone else leaves him alone. It doesn't work like that in real life. In real life, people assume that let's assume that you beat up the bully who's twice bigger than you are, and they'll just assume that the guy is a wuss, and they'll and sometimes I'll even convince them to try to take you on, thinking that okay, you were able to take him out. Let's see if you can do that with me. So for a short while, they may attract a few extra bullies, but after going through a few of them, eventually they'll mostly leave you alone.
I don't know. That sounds really risky.
No, it works. It's the only real way to be able to, because if you don't do that, they'll always pick on you. So you have to make it clear.
Well, it worked, so.
You have to make it clear that if they pick on you, it's going to cost them. And so, is it worth the price? Is it worth the hurt just to be able to arrest you for 5 minutes? Usually, the answer is no.
Fair enough. Richard said I use Bizarro tank top.
Yeah, that's what I had before. Yeah, right now it's the only Bizarro emblem we have in the game. So yeah, if you want to use if you want to recreate our friend Bizarro, yeah, the tank top is your one option. Either that, or you can use one of the weird quasi looking. Oh no, not my pants are on fire. I won't be able to show it to you because it's from the anniversary event. There is the Wonder Twins emblem that could be used now. That's like a Z. So it kind of looks like a reverse Bizarro or a Bizarro emblem. So that could be an option, I guess.
Yep. Sorry, I was going to show you guys, but it's on my hero, not on my villain.
Yeah, too many characters. That's what happens.
Yes. C First said, "Will you make a max out pet loadout multiverse?"
I'll probably give it a try. Already there's my basically my pet my pet character is my Doctor Fate character. But again, I did hit those the problems I mentioned before. I didn't make up out of thin air. It's something I encountered with my Doctor Fate character. Like at some point, you have the artifacts to give a boost to your pet. Then you have the other artifacts that summons a pet that will heal you and your characters. There's the Grimoire Verum, the Quizlet. So you end up you run out of room for your artifacts because there's too many artifacts for your pet character. So that will be a big help.
Yeah. Richard said Neuron uses Flame Breath. And there's a lot of uses for Flame Breath. I didn't know Neuron had it though.
I have to admit, I didn't realize Neuron had it, but either way, when I think about Flame Breath, Bizarro is the one that comes to mind.
Same, yep. Scroll said, karate classes, Muay Thai classes paid off, lol. David says, leaving the group will chat at the last minutes of the stream while I get my dinner ready. Thank you for being here, David. That's so lovely. I think he logged out of his character.
Enjoy your dinner.
Oh yes, enjoy your dinner. Abby Sue said, my family was the bully. Oh, that's awful, Abby. I know you say lol, but that's a hard thing to have when it's the family, the people who are supposed to support you, who are the bully.
My sister was, again, I was a tiny thing, and my sister was pretty big, so it was a bit rough sometimes.
Just Day said, whoa, I was joking. Didn't expect this to turn into an anti-bullying episode.
Too late.
Well, it has. Lol, I said it for the joke factor. I didn't get bullied as a kid, but I knew people that had hot breath, though. Fair enough. But yeah, I think both Multiverse and I have experienced bullying in our past. And C First makes a really good point. Bullying for guys is different than bullying for girls. They're saying that you have to be a lion in order to be the lamb you want to be.
No, I
agree that there's a difference.
I was bullied by plenty of girls.
I think he means from the perspective of getting bullied.
Well, maybe. But
Because if I reacted out of physical violence, I would not have won. I would not have got out of the situation that I was in. So I usually got out of any bullying, physical or otherwise, by making them feel stupid for even attempting it. By being a smart ass with my mouth, even if they knocked me down, even if I was physically injured. If I thought it was funny and their effect didn't make me feel bad as far as they knew, then they gave up eventually.
no, I would
think that would work for a man.
I would also punch them on the nose. Sally being bullied by the girl.
What they want out of me, though, is a reaction that they can see is upsetting me. If I pretend that I am not upset at all and none of them ever see me as upset, they don't get the result that they wanted.
Well, that had nothing to do with being upset. Again, I had to make sure that they would know that, yeah, they could try to bully me, but there would be a cost. And also
but I think it's saying that there's a difference.
No, I won't say that.
In how men and women react to it.
Maybe the way they react, but because way back when in the 70s, I grew up in the 70s, and at the time a lot of girls wanted to show that they were as strong as a guy. And again, the guy they would pick wasn't the biggest guy in the schoolyard. It was usually me, because I was the smallest thing there. And sadly, it was a lose-lose scenario, because if somehow I let the girl beat me up, I'm the worst who got beaten up by a girl. And if somehow I punch the girl in the nose, I'm a horrible guy who punched a girl. It was either way. It's a lose scenario. Usually I would decide how to lose, and I would punch her in the nose. Either way, it was a losing scenario. But at least that way I would make it so that eventually they wouldn't bully me. She wouldn't bully me anymore. Because the first scenario, if you let her beat you up, then you're screwed. Every day, every week, every month, she'll come to see you and beat you up just to show that she's strong. You have to stop that. So the choice was pretty simple. I punch her in the nose, but then people complain that I'm a mean guy who beats up a girl. Sadly it's a losing scenario either way. But I prefer to lose on my own.
It's different too. If you're beaten up by a girl and if I'm beaten up by a girl, I don't get told that I'm in the wrong for punching back on a girl. Not that I would. I never did that. But yeah, it's different if I'm the victim to if you're the victim, I think. Because the reaction we'll get from what we do is different as well.
Either way, I was in the wrong. And even worse, like when I was defending myself, like sadly, it was pretty much forbidden to defend yourself. So when I was attacked, whether by a girl, a guy, whoever, and I would defend myself, I would be the one being punished.
Yes.
Because sadly, I was the one who beat them up. So I would stay after school. I don't know, for a week, 2 weeks, because I dared to defend myself, which sadly happened way too often. And but again, it was a lose-lose scenario either way. But I chose how I would lose that scenario. And to me, punching them and then ending up in detention, that was better than letting them punch me out.
Yeah. See, it would have been different if I physically lashed out. I would be giving them what they want. So
don't think about.
My option was to not give them the reaction they wanted. So if I laughed or made it seem like I thought their actions were absolutely ludicrous, or made them seem like they were dumb, I was a pretty smart mouse. Like I could come back with pretty good things, and I'm very, very good at hiding how I actually feel from those sorts of people. So if something bothered me, no one knew until I got home. Even then, people at home didn't know. You know, I hid it. So if they thought they weren't actually having any effect, they got bored. And then eventually they were done with me because I was not giving them what they wanted. So if I had fought back, I would have been giving them what they wanted, which is some kind of a reaction. And also the potential to get me in trouble. But yeah, I think that C First has a point. I think it's different for men and women, or girls and boys, I should say, for the way that they react to bullying, regardless of which gender is doing it, because I had both, male and female, both bullied me physically and not physically, so, yeah, because I was the nerd. Robert says, punch is just a harsh, brutal word. I prefer the term love tap. Just give them a little love tap to the face. He'll be fine after a while, lol. I prefer that term as well.
I'll go for punch.
Superman says, I used the Zan emblem for a Kingdom Come close iteration emblem and the Bizarro emblem.
Yeah, here we can see our friend Super Zorro that gives us a good representation of how we can create the Bizarro with the Zen emblem.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's not exactly it. It could work for Bizarro, it could work for Zod. Uh, Again, within DC Universe Online, you do what you can with the styles you have, and so this emblem works well enough for a few characters. Heck, worst comes to worst, if you don't have a Superman emblem, that could be a good option. That could still be a good option just because of the shape of the emblem.
I don't know what this means. Sux says, this producer gonna explain why they stole money from fans.
I have no idea. It could mean
I'm so sorry.
it could be referring to a whole bunch of things. I have no idea.
Yeah, especially things we've talked about specifically today as well. Sifa said, don't forget the Aquaman pet boost. I don't know what that means either.
Say that again.
Don't forget the Aquaman pet boost.
Oh yeah, the Aquaman ally is something that gives a little boost to pets.
Oh, I haven't used that. That's fair enough. Okay.
Like, do I have it here? Like one of the passive abilities. Oh, there we go. So upon the players taking damage, it increases the baseline DPS for all summoned pets. So pets get 5% more damage.
Yep. Beautiful. See, I had forgotten what Aquaman can do because I don't use him anymore. I used him for a very brief time on Switch, but it didn't last. Just said, did you punch a girl in the face, Multi? It sounds like it, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
Thank goodness I'm in Australia. My face is safe.
Sadly, sadly, when someone is twice your size, you have to either break their nose or at the very least you have to open their lip. Well, how do you call that?
Split the lip.
Split the lip. You have to hurt them some way that they'll think twice about attacking you again. And I saw someone mention that you have the right to defend yourself. Nah, here in Canada, for I didn't understand at the time, but here in Canada, you not have the right to self defense. If somebody attacks you, you're supposed to run away. If there's some sort of home invasion, again, you're supposed to flee the house and go somewhere and then call the police. You're not allowed to defend yourself, even if they come in with weapons, even if they come in to kill you, unless they you really have no choice. If you defend yourself, odds are you're the one. Like I ended up in detention as a kid. If you defend yourself here, odds are you're the one who will end up in prison.
Yeah.
So sadly, and I guess that's what they were trying to teach me when I was a kid. Never learned that lesson. So again, when the time came to convince a bully to not bully me anymore, even if the cost meant that I would spend 2 weeks in detention, that was I was willing to pay that price for not being bullied. And I spent a lot of time in detention as a kid. Sadly,
that does not sound fun. I have never been in detention.
Well, it was educational. Like today, no one could bully me. It couldn't happen, and so it was. It taught me how not to be bullied. It taught me how to defend myself. It taught me a lot of things. It was an educational process, and also I learned to defend myself when I was a tiny thing, when everyone was much bigger than I was. So a few years later, when I finally grew up and became bigger, no one could really bother me anymore. And strangely enough, the bullying stopped also. That was that kind of helped.
You were no longer a target.
No more.
Yeah. Superman said it's better to turn the left cheek anyway. I don't know why the left cheek. Is there a difference between cheeks, and is this face cheeks, or I'm curious about why left.
Nah, sadly, in that case, turning the left cheek just opened the door to them bullying you every day, day after day after day. That you don't want that to happen. I've seen people like there was this guy Francis he was a big guy, and he could not defend himself for his life would be in danger, and he still could not defend himself. And people would bully him day after day after day. So he was a big guy. He also had he had like the mind of a 5-year-old, and forget that. Every day the bullies would be there, and he just couldn't defend himself. So if you're an easy prey, or if you let them beat you up, they'll come back tomorrow and the day after and the day after, and they'll come back every day for you. So yeah, you have to stand up for yourself, and you have to make it clear that yeah, you can come and bully me, but it's going to cost you.
Andy said, if you get bullied in school the next day, go to school dressed up as the Joker. Just opt and act like you're crazy, and I'll leave you alone.
Nah,
Not saying
that
I've ever tested that one.
I understand. It's probably
You become more of a target.
I understand it's probably just a joke, but yeah, you'll be more of a target. You'll be the freak, and they'll have one more reason to beat you up.
Okay, I'm dying over here. This is Just Day at the image of Multi beating girl bullies up as a kid. But then Frankie says, another of the time girls who hit guys have a crush. I think he means a lot of the time. Girls who hit guys have a crush. Lol, that is why what my father told me. I just let girls hit me because I'm an attention seeker and I love the attention. I actually found out that one of the people who used to bully me physically did it because they had a crush.
Nah,
So it's true on some occasions.
nah, it wasn't a crush thing. They were just trying to show that they were strong as a guy. But strangely enough, they don't go after the bigger guy. They go after the smaller guy. One time, the girl was too tall for me to punch her in the nose, so I kicked her in the crotch. It worked.
Nice shot. Yeah, that would be painful. Yeah, C first said the thing that I learned in elementary school is that girls messed with the guys they like. See, I have not experienced this as a girl in my school. The only times I ever saw that someone was doing it because they had a crush, it was a guy doing it to a girl, and it was so rare. It's very uncommon. But the way that our schools work here is a little bit different to the way that schools work elsewhere. There's a lot more level playing field with it, and a lot more teacher supervision that kind of keeps things a little bit harder to bully others. Not impossible, but harder.
No, I never saw that here. Never happened where I'm from.
Yeah. Scroll said, Multiverse said, you evil girl, take that.
I wasn't saying evil back then. That came that came later.
Abby Sue said, I'ma do dailies and watch you guys on TV. Bye, guys. Bye, Abby.
Bye-bye.
Thank you for being here. Phantom said, there are regular bullies and then there are the type who go after more personal things. Those are the type whom I might be willing to take down. Yeah, see, I've had a few who were quite personal with the things that they were trying to do to me. Phantom also said, but I find that recording information in secret is effective. That if I had have had something that I could record with, maybe, but could not have done so in school.
Back then, that didn't exist.
Mm.
Also, I always did find it strange that back then, when like the bullies were trying to bully me, somehow the teachers were not saying anything. It's only when I punched them and beat them up that all of a sudden then they took an interest, and of course, then I would end up in detention.
C First is saying, I think what Multiverse is saying is that people engage in bad behavior and you want them to stop. You punish them either physically or emotionally, making them feel stupid or broken nose. I'm the one saying I made them feel stupid. Multiverse is the one who's saying break their nose. It was very effective for me, but also if I had physically lashed out, I'm quite sure that that would have been something that egged them on to go further, not prevented in my case. But obviously in Multiverse's case, the opposite is true. So it's probably dependent on probably our genders, where we are in the world, and then what people were bullying us, because everybody is different, and I'm sure they don't have all the same motivation as each other. But yeah, making them feel stupid for doing what they do really does have a good effect, but you have to be good at it. Otherwise, they just see through it, so... I got good at it. Superman says, I say turn the left cheek for religious reasons or martial arts training reasons. I don't know what left cheek means, though. I understand turning a cheek and not engaging, even if it is something that causes them to continue. I understand that choice. I just don't know why the left.
Well,
is there a reason, or is that just something people say?
It's from the Bible.
Turn the left cheek?
Yep.
It is?
Yes.
My father was a minister. I would have thought I would know. I'm gonna look it up.
Maybe he was using the wrong Bible. I don't know.
Origin turn the left cheek. Because now I'm curious what it means.
But sadly, in that context, yeah, you could turn the left cheek if you wanted to be bullied every day. Sure. But if you want,
the other cheek in the Bible. It's from Matthew 5:39 and Luke 6:29. Turn the other cheek.
That's it. If they punch you in the right cheek, you turn the left cheek.
That's not from the Bible.
Too late.
I'm curious what left cheek means.
Well, I just mean the other cheek. Pretty sure he just meant the other cheek and said the left cheek.
Maybe, but I was trying to make a joke because I don't understand why the left.
No joke.
Something special about it. But,
yeah. No joke is allowed here.
Bible says other cheek.
Jokes are forbidden.
You joke all the time on this channel. I've lost my spot. It's scrolled. Okay.
Oh, no.
Another thing I learned about bullying is that it's a process. First, it starts off with a sly verbal remark, then more direct, slight physical bump, direct physical touch. I don't know if I can agree with that. I think for some people, they do that because they're broaching to see how far they can go without repercussions. But some people have guts, and they will just do something harsh to you out of the blue with no build-up. It's dependent on their difference in personality and whether or not the victim is somewhere isolated as well. They're more gutsy if you're isolated and will do something more out of the blue if they think they can get away with it.
No, there was no process. I don't know how many times I was told, I don't like your stupid face, and then that's all it took to start the whole thing. And again, they usually were just looking for someone to beat up, and I was what they thought was the easy target. And that's the whole point behind punching them on the nose. You have to show them that no, you're not an easy target. Yeah, they can bully you, but it's going to cost them.
Yep. Phantom says the problem with stopping bullies is there is the possibility of going too far. Not good to deal with people you want to offer vengeance towards. Yeah. It's really dependent on situations on whether or not something is going to be too far or not too far with particular people, but you do want to also be careful potentially of people who are more unhinged than you realize, who could potentially come back later. I know that they are rare occurrences, but some people really don't care if they live or die and are willing to take a lot of risks in retaliation against someone they feel has wronged them, even if they started it.
No, I never saw that. The only thing I saw that kind of could have been like that was what would happen sometimes is that you punch the bully, where you beat him up, and then he comes back the next day with his cousin. And you beat him up and his cousin, and then they come back the next day with his cousin and their two brothers. So so there's some sort of escalation that could happen like that. But usually what happens is that once they beat you up at least one time, then they save face and then they don't bother you afterwards. So it's not like they come every day with their four cousins. They'll do that one time until they can save face, and then after that they'll leave you alone.
Oh, sorry, I was not laughing at you. I was laughing at this question.
Too late.
Seaburst said, crotch kick works on girls' multiverse. We may not have the same external anatomy that you guys have, but it doesn't not hurt.
Yeah,
it's probably just less effective than kicking a man in the crotch. Okay, we still feel pain.
Yeah, it works. It works. I know as much. It did work.
Yes.
And you have to imagine like how tall she. Like I couldn't punch. She was so tall I couldn't punch her. So I had to kick her. No choice.
Yeah.
So that's how small I was, and that's how bigger some of the other kids were compared to me.
Frankie says, it was a crush, happily in a relationship of 23 years with my childhood bully. Well, I'm glad that one worked out for you. Abby Sue said I just came back to lol about the crotch kick, right? it is a bit of fun to talk about now, at least. Just Day says Multi saw the girl bully's crotch and said, "This is Sparta."
Absolutely. Sadly, I didn't see the 300 just yet, so I couldn't do that.
Scrolls said the crime Bible of Cain.
See that? So is that what your father was using?
No.
It could be.
No, definitely wasn't. C first said, by the way, turn the cheek is a figure of speech used for insulting someone because of the way they're saying that something insulted you, to say that it is a slap in the face. So the Bible says turn the cheek. Yeah, I know the Bible says turn the cheek. I knew that the Bible said turn the other cheek. I didn't know what left cheek meant, and I was curious if there was a reason it was being used for real or if it was a joke. I didn't know, because I've never heard turn the left cheek before. It could just be something that people say in a different country to me or area to me, and I hadn't heard it before, potentially, but I was curious if it had other meaning besides turn the other cheek, if turn the left cheek was specific to something. But it's clearly not, which is fine, but I was just curious and also thought it was funny. WZ Link says, and then his mum. Oh no! He would never! No, Multi!
I don't get it.
Crotch kick to some bully girl and then his mum, I was guessing.
Nah, the girl was enough.
Kick your mum.
No need to kick the mom.
There we go. C first says the Bible doesn't say to just allow someone to beat you up. The apostles were told to keep swords. Oh yeah, I agree. The Bible doesn't say just stand by and allow someone to attack you. Completely agree. But there are areas in which turn the other cheek has been used, but it's not specifically talking about someone being beat up on the two that I found anyway. It does say one, resisting oppression without resorting to violence, but it doesn't say that you can't head that way. It just says here that that should be the first step, is try to deter someone from oppressing you.
So anyway, enough Bible talk, and enough crotch talk. Let's try to wrap this up. So if you guys have any questions that don't have to do with if you have questions that don't have to do with the Bible and crotches.
We have one more message. I'm not sure. It doesn't look like it. Frankie said, bullies are teachers until the student surpasses the teacher and does the teaching on the former teacher, lol. Which is like what you did. But yeah, that's the end of the chat, though. We hit the bottom. C first has just added, can you do a test server pet loadout? Is the test server back up? I haven't been on there for ages because I didn't trust it anymore.
I would have
put anything in there.
I would have to look it up. I think I might have access to it, but I'm not sure.
Richard said, I entertained. We're definitely on the bottom of the chat, Multi.
Are you entertained? I think it was referring to Gladiator, but I could be wrong. C first 88. I want to see what the max pet loadout would look like. Yeah, I guess we could like take a look at that. Although, depending on when we get the 5 artifacts, whatever we can do right now would probably become obsolete pretty quick. So I will see.
Yeah, you might need to wait till it hits the live. I mean, most of the stuff they put on test server, they don't put it there. They put it onto here first. So.
Well, the thing also is whatever is mentioned in the producer's letter doesn't say when. So it could be next week, could be next month, could be next summer. The truth is, we don't know. So we'll have to wait and see. If it seems that this is something that's going to happen soon, I would probably wait for the 5 artifact thing. If it's something that looks like it might happen only at Christmas, then yeah, I'd probably make one video now and probably an update later on. We'll see.
We've got people saying it was a nice conversation. I had fun. That was a fun conversation. I enjoyed that, especially Multiverse's perspective, very different from mine, which I like. It's always nice to hear different people's perspectives on things. It says, Richard said, end of May for next story arc. Yeah, it looks like late May.
Yeah, that seems to be what they're suggesting. We kind of expected that. We've known for some time that they are trying to get back to 3 DLCs per year. So the last DLC we had was end of January, if I recall correctly. So yeah, end of May made sense for the next DLC, and I guess we can already predict that
Please let it have a raid.
the one
An
after
actual
that
raid.
the one after that might be end of September maybe. Although we're gonna have Batman Day then, so I will see.
They don't seem to be too phased about having two things run at once, though.
Yeah, maybe.
They could bring us both. Yeah. Have one drop one week and one drop the next week, and then they're together for a little while, maybe.
Or actually, nah, we have. Yeah, I guess we could have. I guess the next DLC at the same time as Batman Day. So we'll see. But anyway, so they seem to be trying to get back to 3 DLCs per year. And seeing the producer's letter, it would seem that they're on track for the next DLC end of May. Now it could happen that could be early June, mid June. We'll have to find out then. But based on the events also, like in May, we will get the second part of the campaign. So end of May would pretty much be also after the second part of the campaign. So yeah, early May, end of May, early June. That seems to be the likely release date, because then afterwards we have the third part of the campaign in July, and then it goes all the way to November.
Cephas said you don't talk like a Canadian Maltese.
Yeah, I have a singular accent. Even though I'm a Canadian, my accent comes from a whole bunch of other places. Basically, it comes in part from the movies. It comes from some Italian guy that I knew at some point in college. It comes from probably other sources I failed to mention. So yeah, I don't speak like a typical Canadian. When I was in the States, the last time I was in the States at the Heroes Con, people would tell me that I had a strange accent, and they couldn't tell that it was because I was Canadian. They thought it was some other reasons, but then I would just tell them, no, I'm just because I'm Canadian, and they would go, oh, okay. But yeah, people, I have a singular accent, and people usually have a hard time. And even when I tell them where it comes from, sometimes I'm not sure if they believe it. I don't say I after every sentence. Yeah, I was a bit puzzled by that. The I thing. I think the first time I saw that was in Mallrats, I think, was it Chasing Amy? One of the Kevin Smith movie was making fun about the Canadian accent, and I was a bit puzzled because I never saw that before. Uh, maybe out west, like I live pretty much in the east of Canada, so maybe out west they have a different accent, different way of talking, and maybe the A thing comes from there. But over here, I never really saw that here.
Russian or Ukrainian?
Nah, not even close.
Robert said Static Shock did an episode about bullying and gun awareness. It was a twofer, a terrible twofer. Sounds like it.
Well, odds are they probably tried to turn it into like a PSA episode, like a public service announcement.
They get a little bit on the nose because it's not very organic when they do that.
Absolutely, and it's one of the issues we have with a lot of TV shows or movies these days, is that they're so preachy that it pretty much turns into a PSA, almost a PSA announcement. So, which usually is not very good. There's one exception that I can think of. Way back when, there were a few PSA comics about drugs. Basically, there were comics with the Teen Titans, where basically there were drug awareness comics, and those were pretty awesome because those were made by Marv Wolfman and George Perez, the co-creators of the new Teen Titans, and they're the ones who were actually making those comics, and it's as if you were reading comics from their Teen Titans run. The one exception would be they had to create for some reason they could not use Robin in those comics, so they had to create a new character, the Defender, I think, or something like that. but it was spot on a Teen Titans comics that just happened to also be a PSA comic.
I'm not a big fan of when they do that. I don't know what this means. Richard says, take off to the Great White North.
Not sure.
I don't know what Great White North is.
Well, Great White North is where I live. We live in the Great White North. It's basically
that's what it's called. Okay, I've never heard that term before.
Yeah, they often refers to Canada as the Great White North. So.
Oh, okay. Seafa said, keep games about games to keep politics out of games.
Absolutely.
Phantom says, actually it was pulled because of Columbine, which also happened to happen around that time. Same reason Batman Beyond got edited, although not every country had to deal with it. I've not heard of any of that. I should clarify. I know what Columbine is. I just mean I didn't realize that those things were pulled or altered because of that situation in particular.
Yeah, I didn't know that they pulled some Static Shock episodes. But it's something that's always been a bit touchy. Even without the Columbine thing, there's always reasons. These are kind of stories that are a bit controversial. And if there's an event like Columbine, it's even more controversial.
Yes.
So I'm not surprised if some stuff was pulled. Some episodes were pulled.
Yeah. David said it relates to a comedy routine on Saturday Night Live. I'm guessing that he's talking about the Great White North, maybe? A tie-in to a movie, the Great White North bit, that is. Yeah, okay. Bob and Tom McKenzie, apparently it's from a movie. I haven't seen it. I have no idea what that is.
Never saw that,
and
but...
I didn't know that Canada was called Great White North.
Yeah, I never saw that, but yeah, it's one of the ways that people refer to Canada as the Great White North.
Yeah, I believe you. I just have never heard it. Probably in Australia, it's not something we say, I would assume. Seafirst said, well, I'm a head out. I'll be expecting that pet loadout, Multi.
Yeah, first thing in the morning.
There you go. I'm so curious. Movie and also a song. We're at the bottom of the chat again, guys.
Good.
Richard said it's a movie and also a song. I didn't know that. I don't know the song either. Actually, I may have sung it. I sing a lot of songs and don't realize what I'm singing. So that's possible.
So sadly, it's going to be time to go. So I guess I have a few videos to prepare for tomorrow. And
that was a good chat.
Yeah, it was. So Sunday we're going to play Legends PvP. Some of you guys were asking Multiverse when will we play Legends PvP. We will play that on Sunday and also next Wednesday. Normally we play Legends PvP the last Sunday and the last Wednesday of the month. Although next month I think I'll probably change that. I'll one of the days we'll play Arena, the other day we'll play Legends. I'm just not sure which is which just yet. So we'll see. I will probably see next month.
Excellent.
So anything you need to talk about before we go, Shadow Lady?
Nothing I need to, but I will just say thank you for having me, guys. This was a really engaging conversation. I had so much fun. I hope you all did too. And thank you for having me, Multi.
Anything you want to plug in for this weekend?
I will have a video coming out on my Sunday, so that could potentially be your Saturday or early Sunday for you guys, of a base tour, a really nice one. So I'm looking forward to that. My next live is May 3rd.
So guys, look forward to a video tomorrow about, let's say, some upcoming stuff we'll get next week. But obviously, I'll have to make a video also about the new producer's letter. Although we did talk about the producer's letter quite a bit today, but I'm sure there'll be a thing or two that we could still mention. And again, Sunday, we will play Legends PvP at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And I guess that's it. So guys, thanks to everyone who came to play with us. Thanks to everyone who came to chat with us. And of course, thanks to everyone watching. You guys are awesome. Have a good weekend, guys.